Well, surprise, surprise, as we come to you from Atlantic City, New Jersey. Hello, everybody. It is TCUFL action here on the HSG network. We got caught a little by surprise, our first game being at 10:30 this morning, but here we are, the Camden Predators against the Atlantic City Dolphins, the first of four games overall here in TCUFL action, three of them between Camden and Atlantic City. First, beginning with the 8 and under division. I hope everybody is doing well here this morning. A beautiful Sunday morning here in AC. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of the controls. And we will be seeing the 8 and unders in the first of three games between these teams. The fourth game, which is the 14 and under, late at the end of the day, is going to be with Rancocas Valley and Atlantic City. But we'll get to that when we get to that. It looks like Atlantic City is going to get the ball first. Now, for those of you wondering about this field, we are doing our best to keep things in position. But let's do our best with Atlantic City getting the ball first. They'll go right to left. And we are underway with a kickoff that goes by two different kids. And finally, in the back, down to about the 35-yard line. So that is where Atlantic City will begin with first and 10. Now, keep in mind with the TCUFL, especially with the younger divisions, you're just basically going to see basic football. As we get older, obviously, you'll see more formations that are, shall we say, a little bit more diverse, or I wouldn't say complicated, but obviously you share pretty much around the boards is as to how they learn their football skills.
Yeah,
So and there's Joey. He's trying to figure out. He's
yeah.
getting his papers together. But Joey, what do you see already as we get started?
It was a good kickoff to begin with. They couldn't get a handle on the ball, but they're kids still, right? They're still learning the game. They're young, and let's see what we come on offense. Once again, most likely we're gonna get a running play here. What do you think?
Well, we will see. Usually they're going to line up pretty big, and it's going to be pretty much 11 on 11 on attrition here. As you'll see, first and 10. Ball spot at the 35-yard line, and quarterback calls his own number and takes it to about the 39-yard line. That looks like Haiza Shepard, number 22, who is the quarterback for Atlantic City. We'll read down the names a little bit later on in this game. Just keep in mind for the TCUFL, all games are 10-minute quarters. So let's see how everything plays out.
It was a good run by him. Like we said, we can expect a run, and that's what we got. That first play, quarterback called his own number, got a couple of yards out of it, maybe like three yards or so. But good job by him.
It looks to be second and 7. Ball spot at 38, and then whistles blow for a stoppage. All right, they're just setting up. And you got to remember, these are kids, so they can't necessarily set up in the nick of time. They're going to need some extra time.
Ooh,
Here's a handoff and nothing doing this time as Camden's defense. Camden's in the black and a lot of pink around, of course, for a breast cancer awareness month representation. Atlantic City in the home white uniforms with white helmets, black pants, and black numerals. So after a good stop by the Camden defense, it'll force a 3rd and 8 as the ball is spotted about the 37-yard line.
good job by the defensive end and the tackle for penetrating so quickly and making a good tackle on that, stopping them short. And the game for no gain, it looked like, maybe even a loss.
It ended up being a loss of 1, so 3rd and 8, as I said, from the 37-yard line. And we'll definitely get around to talking about the kids and kind of like more of the fundamentals that goes on, especially in games like this. They line up in a very heavy bunch formation on the left-hand side, so usually everything is condensed. And now referee stops play again. And there's going to be a timeout called by Atlantic City just like that. So, just a question, Joey. I mean, have you ever had experience teaching youngsters on the football, especially the 8-year-olds?
Never coached the 8-year-olds. I've always done 13 and 14-year-olds. Never did 8-year-olds like that. Most of the teenagers have been. So where I pretty much started coaching.
Well, and it's kind of interesting because I know you've had so much football experience, but being that a little bit of a different development stage, especially in the early going, what do you say to kids, especially at that age?
Well, it's tough. Yeah, because you got to worry about, what they're thinking, right? Are they going to comprehend what you're trying to say? So you try to break it down and keep it as simple as possible. This is what we're going to do. If you can get a couple of walkthrough with them, it's a good idea. But, you try to water it down as much as you can and give them so much so that they can comprehend it and stay with that and be able to focus and do what you need them to do. So one play at a time, one block at a time. You just don't try to overwhelm them too much.
And that's all you can do. And the most important thing is to just have fun playing the game,
That's the
especially at this age.
Yeah, that's the key. Stress the fun part. You got to always have fun.
All right, with 3rd and 8 coming up, looked like a broken play. I don't know if they allowed the play to go on, but I guess maybe the snap didn't quite work out and the center fell on it. So it was maybe for about a yard. Now, of course, at this age, you can use the punt option, which,
Right.
for those of you wondering who've been watching like youth football for the first time, punt option, you just add 25 yards and the opponent
That is,
receives the ball from that spot.
that is correct. The punters in this league, in this age group, always have a great average.
In actuality, there was a false start. There was a false start against the against Atlantic City on that last play. So forget the fumble. It's 3rd and 13 now. We'll spot the ball from the 32-yard line, giving you a nice view of the field and the fall foliage that is surrounding the place. And considering it being 10:40 Eastern Daylight Time, I mean, can't ask for a better day of football. Here's a handoff up the middle, take it to about the 36. So it'll be a 4th and 9, and more than likely you will see a punt option. If that should happen, that would mean Camden will get the ball at their own 39-yard line.
Right. And it was a good play by the defense again. They're real tough, these kids over here inside, not allowing anything to get through there. I mean, they're trying their best, but it's just nowhere to go. The defense is too strong.
And that's really what the whole thing is all about. You just want to stay within your lane and be fundamentally sound and do your job, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, it's like you said, we stress the part about having fun. Make sure the kids all have fun.
Yeah, remember, they are kids.
Yep.
And for all the places we've been to, we had to, it's basically a reminder for those of you who are watching here on HSG Network. You've got to remember, these are kids and they are trying their best. I mean, who knows, down the line, this could be something for them.
That's
But
true.
hey, it's worth giving it a try at this age, keeping themselves involved, and that's all there is to it. Okay, so looks like they're not going to do punt option here. They're going to go for it on 4th and 9. And now, hold on, there's going to be another timeout. So now keep in mind in the 8 and under division that that teams get 4 timeouts per half and not 3. So here on this opening drive, Atlantic City has already used half their timeout. So it's something you don't normally see.
Yeah, I was wondering why they didn't go with the punt option, but obviously the coach has an idea that maybe he can do something. So that might have been what he wanted to do now, just see what the defense set up and maybe come out with something that he can counter that with. Hopefully they can manage to get a first down here, not turn the ball over with good field position.
Yeah, I also figured that if you take the punt option, at least you have to look at it as a field position game, not necessarily as an execution game. It's a matter of where you are on the field, which also makes a big deal.
Right. So, him not taking that option here is not, the greatest thing for them. I would assume unless they make the first down.
Well, they will try again. And it looks like it'll be 4th and 9 from the 36-yard line. So let's see what they do. They're going to line up with a receiver on the left, and they're going to run, turning the corner, and that's going to be a close call there. They're going to give him the first down. How about that?
Look at that. Well, see, coach, good job by the coach calling the timeout there to come up with the right play. That reverse work doing them there.
And it gave them 10 yards. They needed to get to the 45. They got to the 46. And that 4th down risk in their own territory ends up paying off.
Yeah. So, once again, we thought maybe using the 2 timeouts already early or a timeout was going to be bad. But he came up with a good play there. He must have seen something. So that's why he called the timeout to get the right play in.
And he definitely did that. So the Dolphins keep the ball 1st and 10. their own 46-yard line. Opening game, opening 4.5 minutes here in Atlantic City. Now it looks like they're just going to condense the formation again, look for a single setback. Now it looks like they're going to line up a receiver in a slot position on the left side. And quarterback calls his number, pushes his way, maybe gets a yard. We'll see where they spot the football. But Camden did a nice job smelling that play out.
Sure, sure. The defense, once again, they're really tough. I mean, to defend the outside in this age group is tough because kids just tend to wander off and follow just whatever that first the first ball, the way it goes the first way. So but when they're running straight forward, the defense seems to be locked on and being able to come up with plays and for short yardage stop the offense. So
Well, it ends up being no gain on the play, so 2nd and 10. They will spot the ball at the 46-yard line as Atlantic City tries to get their personnel on. Keep in mind, and I say this for every TCUFL game, everybody plays.
everybody plays. That is correct. Which is the beauty of the game, right? With these kids, that your son's going to come to the game and he's going to get in the game. He's going to participate, and that's what you want. You want him to at least be able to have some fun, which is always what we stress at this age level.
Seems like
Yeah,
Atlantic City is looking to get the right people on, and they're trying to discuss for the play as they have the offensive line already out and ready.
yeah. This is something
The
different.
yeah, and we see this a little bit in this league where they'll have the offensive players be the ones in the huddle and the lines already lined up. So they condense the formation. It's 2nd and 10, and they're going to hand this off. And a pretty decent play. Tried to go around right side. It worked out for about 2 to the 48-yard line. Hey, positive yardage is positive
That is
yardage.
correct. He managed to get outside a little bit, which wasn't too bad, But that defense is pretty good
Yeah,
for
unfortunately, a
Camden.
flag went down, and it's going to come back on a
Oh wow.
holding foul.
Okay.
So that's going to cost them 10 yards there and make it 2nd and 20. And,
So
and it's unfortunate, but you got to remember that, like I said, I mean, these are kids trying to learn how to play the game the right way, but sometimes an example must be made what you can and cannot do.
that's the only way to learn the game. You can't be holding and you're going to get flagged. You're going to cost the team a penalty. So next time, hey, I can't do that. I got to move my hands in a certain position, and not outside and basically hug them, so you can learn how to be able to do that a little better. But I like the huddle where all the skills players huddled up and the offensive linemen just stayed there. That was pretty cool.
I was in Sterling a few weeks ago. We saw a couple of teams do exactly that. So this is something that's a bit more common than you might expect.
Yeah, I guess the offensive line has their instructions. Pretty much just block who's in front of you and keep going, and that's it.
That's all you can do. They have a receiver lined up on the left. It's 2nd and 20 after the holding foul.
Oh,
Now a pitch out, trying to turn the corner. Going to get a little
oh,
bit of yardage, but knocked out of bounds at about the 40. So it's a 4-yard pickup. But I felt the play was executed very nicely. I just felt the ball was tossed a little bit high. That might have slowed things up just a little bit.
yeah, it didn't look like it was a clean toss there, but the defense was out there. Great pursuit by that Camden defense. They were just moving. They saw the play. They recognized it really well. They were able to get outside and defend. They held the edge for a good amount of time. He got to the corner just a little bit, but they came up really well. Uh,
And evidently there is a player shaken up off camera. Not sure who it is. So that's Oh, on the midfield stripe, there's a shaken up kid. Hopefully he's all right. Yeah.
there it is.
He got up and it's one of the Camden players and looks like he's going to be okay because he's walking pretty much on his own power.
Yep.
And sometimes, listen, this happens in football where you get shaken up a little bit, like, okay, get back up, get back up. And so, and it's like the body's not used to that. It's like, okay, how does it react? And sometimes it just takes a few extra seconds to reprogram.
Yep, that is correct. You got to make sure that, first of all, safety first. That the kid is good. You don't know what happened exactly. He might have gotten the wind knocked him a little bit, or he just might have got hit just a little too hard. He's not used to that kind of contact. But I'd have said, just take it easy with him and then put him on the sideline, give him a little rest, some water, man. I guess he'll be back in a little bit.
And that's the key, especially when you're playing these games. You got to make sure your body's in tip-top shape, and most importantly, and especially a lot of older kids, where we see it here in this league or in high school, what have you, hydrate, 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 so that way
Yes.
you don't cramp later.
That is really important at this level, and that goes home. Mom and dad's got to know that, and they got to be able to help out with that stuff, and making sure that the young men eat properly and stuff, and take care of everything they need to, and when they're at home.
Okay, so following about a 4 yard pickup, it is 3rd and 16. They got a bunch of formation on the left. Quarterback calls his number, but again, Camden reads it well, and he gets maybe a yard to the 41. Now, I believe punt option expires once you get to past your own 45-yard line,
Oh,
but they're
okay.
not there yet, so they can take the punt option on 4th down if they want, because they're at
Right,
the 41.
right. Okay, so then that's something to be able to get whether you're going to get the first down, or if you wind up past that 45, then you don't have the punt option. You have to go for it. So,
Oh, nice. We were about to say some crazy shouts to our Camden people who are watching on the other end of the White Horse Pike. And we have South Carolina checking in. I'm not sure what area of South Carolina, consider I lived there for a year, but thanks for tuning in to HSG Network and TCUFL Football. And tell your friends, subscribe. We're well
yes.
over 3,000 subscribers. We got plenty more action coming from. And by the way, Joey and I will be in Hillsborough Friday night for the game against Herndon Central, which will be right here on HSG Network on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe to that. Once you do that, you will get the notification
Notification.
on when we'll be airing it.
That
So,
is correct.
which I'll tell you, it is this coming Friday at 7 o'clock. So,
This Friday, Hillsboro. That's correct.
should be a lot of fun. All right, the punt option is taken, and Camden will get the ball for the first time in this game from their own 34-yard line.
Let's now we get a chance to see what Camden's offense is like, because their defense is pretty good. I mean, with the exception of that one play, their defense has been pretty good, pretty strong. So,
Well, let's see how their offense is. Now, like I said, nothing exotic, just basically 11 kids in a small formation. Look, it looks like they're running a wishbone here.
hmm
I always called it a try-back offense, but never knew until like recently that it
a
was a
wishbone.
wishbone. Let's see what they do. They're going to hand up. Oh, there's an open hole and trying to turn the corner,
Oh,
stepping out of bounds at the 37. To give credit to AC's defense, they're only forcing a 3 yard gain. They kind of forced it more outside than Camden would have liked. And it's still 3 yards, but it's 2nd and 7.
it did look like the play was going to go for a good amount of yards there, but the defense managed to come on over and force him to bounce it further outside, where he ran out of room and he had to run out of bounds. So he only managed to get 3 yards out of that. Credit to AC's defense with good pursuit there.
So I would have to say for these 8 and unders, we're probably going to have a defensive battle for the most part in this game.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
We got Samantha Figueroa checking in. Thank you very much for that. And those of you watching here on HSG Network, feel free to shout out your kid and your city and what have you here on the board, and definitely get to you because we're going to be on for a little while with these 4 games. All right, on 2nd down, here's
Oh,
a handoff slipping out, one tackle and then a second, but then a literal wave of Dolphin tacklers get him for a 2 yard loss down to 35-yard line.
yeah. First contact was made on the 30. He managed to break away from that and get down a few
And what do
yards.
you know? It's quarter time. So when we come back, AC and Camden, no score. Camden will have 3rd and long. Let's take a short break and come back with the second quarter after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, back here in Atlantic City, about to start the second quarter for this 8 and under game, the first of our quadruple header of TCUFL action here on HSG Network on YouTube. Camden and Atlantic City, no score. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, including a remote control camera. It gets you the close-ups of the kids and the playing field given from a vantage point, but and very unique to say the least because of the fact that it's something we normally do not see. But hey, he's staying one step ahead of everybody. What can I say?
That is true. I mean, the technology that Howard has these days is the greatest. He's been running this stuff. The next game we have here in hand, we will get back down the field and get the mics to the refs and have them mic'd up for the second game or at halftime.
Yeah, well, we'll see how things progress here. But Camden ball now third. It's third and
Oh,
6, and dropping the snap as a quarterback, and he's brought down at about the 30-yard line. So again, Atlantic City's defense, I think we've kind of underestimated how fast they
and
are,
it was a
and it looks
tackle
like
by
Malcolm Bell with the tackle there
on that.
did a
Yes,
nice
sir.
job of pursuing the football and the player and forcing a fourth and long and likely a punt option coming up.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, does look like the offense is still out there, so I'm not sure if the coach is gonna, use his punt option right now.
Well, considering Atlantic City in the first quarter, they were in their own territory and they had fourth and long and they chose to go for it and they got it. But then I got fourth and longer later and they decided on the punt option. And that's
Well,
exactly
what they did.
what Camden is going to
Hmm.
do. They'll punt option this one and it'll be Atlantic City ball from their own 45-yard line.
Right. So, the punt option here is the right thing to do because, it's just a defensive battle at the moment, which is pretty cool for me because I love defense. So watching the kids out here with great pursuit and some good form tackling so far, it's pretty good.
And incidentally, it is a 360 camera, which you're able, and they're pointing right at us. Hi, Mom.
And we're not in jail. That's just the bars on the window.
Oh, please. This is not on Patrol Live. Let's not worry about that.
Because all I saw was the bars in front of you. I'm like, wait a minute, where's he at?
I thought we were doing a slick Rick rap or something. I don't know.
All right.
But anyway, hey, you got to have some fun with this.
This is true.
Sometimes you have entertain and edutain.
Yep. All right.
All right, so Atlantic City in their white uniforms, first and 10 from their own 45-yard line. They snap the ball,
Oh.
and we got a pass that is that kind of did not go anywhere. It ended up going incomplete. It went to, I'm not sure exactly where it went to, but the quarterback threw a pop-up, and the receiver was probably just off by probably went to the right and the ball went to the left. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a case of communication. Like I said, with this part of the game of football, it's pretty tough
Yeah, it's
to
tough.
get that down early.
It is tough. I mean, you tell the kid, hey, just run 5 steps and then turn this way and go out. But he said, I think I can go further upfield. And the quarterback was looking for him to do one thing. He did something else. So,
Expecting the Michael Jordan football to have as much airtime as
oh,
possible.
yeah.
But it ends up going incomplete. But hey, worth the try the execution. So second and 10 from the 45-yard line. Looks like the quarterback in this one is Gaddafi KJ Centeno. He's number 1. I'm sorry, 12 is the quarterback here. And now a handoff. Oh, what a nice play. What a nice play by Camden's defense to stop for a loss on the play. I'm sorry, Heiza Shepard's the quarterback for Atlantic City. My apologies on that.
Right. Yeah. He tried to call his own number and it didn't work out for him. Once again, that defense for Camden is really, really, really powerful. They're just making great plays. They get penetration and they get in and not allowing anything for AC to get started here.
And look at the background. I mean, we got plenty of hotels. Got the Borgata in the background, 2 other high risers. Like I said, I don't
The
frequent
MGM.
Atlantic City very much. Oh yeah, the MGM hotel over there.
Mm-hmm. All right.
More great money.
Yes.
Well, it could be for anything. They've been around for 100 years. Third down. Here is a sweep to the right, slipping out one tackle, but not a second, as Camden's defense does its job again. Forces the ball at the 44-yard line. We'll see what Atlantic City decides to do on fourth and long. Now, they can punt option because the ball's at the 44. So they're
Correct.
just at the line where they can't do that.
Right. So I mean, it's once again the coach. We saw him do this the last time where he used the timeout here to get a good play so they can get a first down. But I think I don't think they'll. Oh, they are on the 45.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, they can do a modified. They can do a modified punt option. Take a false start or delay a game, get them 5-yard penalty, and then boom, punt option. There's your field position
right
chess match.
there you go. That is correct. So let's see what he calls here.
We shall soon find out. It looks like for the moment, yeah, they are going for it. Atlantic City trying to get the right personnel on the field. Now remember, they did make a 4th and long earlier.
Someone else
Question
is
is, can they
underneath
do it
center.
again?
Number 53.
And
it
it's a
looks like.
handoff. Nope, not happening. Camden's defense too fast.
63.
That's Yashin Robinson with the carry that time. He tried to go to the outside, and Camden's defense once again comes through and forces the turnover on downs. And Camden now will have extremely good field position. They're going to spot the ball to 42, and it'll be 1st and 10 for them.
Right. He lost a couple of yards there, but it wasn't a bad call. I mean, you could have used the punt option if you wanted, but like I said, it's been a defensive battle so far to this point. So he's going to rely on his defense to come through for him.
My guess is, Joey, that if you touch the 45-yard line, then the punt option is off.
It's off. Okay, so then they might have had to go for it. Okay.
So Camden in their black uniforms with of course pink around pretty much all the players here. They're at the Atlantic City 42 on 1st and 10. And they're going to pitch right. Oh, there's going to be some room to run, it looks like. Slipping out one tackle and a second, crossing the 40.
Good move.
He is still moving all the way down to about the
job.
32, 31-yard line. That was a lot of running and juking around for 10 yards and a 1st down. That is quite a play.
What number was that running the ball? Young kid was good.
If that is number, I mean, we don't, it looked like it
No.
was number 6. Oh, number 5. That would be Julius Hall,
Right.
who had the nice run there.
It's a good run by him. Made a couple of good moves to avoid tacklers and get the 1st down and continue going up. So that's pretty good.
How was that, Joe? Good? Was that good? Video?
That's
You want to tighter?
So it's 1st down from the 32-yard line.
all right. I mean,
Let's see how Camden lines up this time.
seems like Camden realized we can get outside of Atlantic City, and they're running the toss.
Yeah, it seems like they're the faster team at the moment. But let's see if it works. Oh, here's a handoff sweeping left, trying to get around the corner, disappearing from view, and then going out of bounds.
Did he went right under us?
Great job. He's a Houdini, that kid. He just disappeared. He said, nobody's seeing me. Good run by him.
And then when he reappears, he's in the end zone.
Yeah. Oh,
That would be number 2, Chase Black with the carry. And Camden with a couple very nice runs. They're in the red zone as they have 1st and 10 at the Atlantic City 17-yard line.
it was a good run by him this time. You know, once again, like I said, coach figured out we can get to the outside on the AC team. Their pursuit wasn't as well as it was in the very first series. So I don't know what he saw that he figured we can get outside. But like you said, I think they're a little faster than the AC team right now.
Seems like on both sides of the ball that we've been witnessing here so far. We're under 4 minutes left till halftime. No score yet, but Camden with the first big opportunity to get points on the board for either side here as the ball is on the AC 17-yard line. Now their quarterback will call his own number, try and get around the outside, slips out one tackle, reverses gears, has room. He's going to the 10, and he gets out of bounds inside the 5. Looks like they're going to give him the 4. So a 13-yard pickup, and Camden really taking chunks off the board there and forcing a 1st and goal.
That was a good run on his part. First of all, for him to break that first tackle was the big deal right there, right? Because AC had great penetration, got on him, had a hold of his jersey for a second, and then he broke free and was able to get to the outside again and make some really good yards and get a 1st down and gold now. So, yeah.
All right, so it is 1st and goal from the 4 after a 13-yard pickup.
Yeah, great job by the camera guy there, keeping track on the ball carrier all the way underneath here. Okay.
All right, well, let's see how Camden pulls through. First and goal from the 4. Same formation as before, under center, and a single back. Look like a double wing here. See what he does.
Oh, good
Takes the
penetration.
snap
Oh,
and then gives a handoff the other way, and he's
Number
going to get into
5.
the end zone. How about that? Julius Hall welcomes himself in and gets the first points of the game as Camden scores first. And I'll tell you what, the quarterback nearly was tackled, but he had the wherewithal to get to the back, who slipped out. One tackle, and away he went.
yeah, he did a great job, keeping his composure there as he was being grabbed from behind to still hand the ball off to the running back, then came around on the reverse and managed to get in the end zone. That was a great job by him. Great penetration again by AC, but they just couldn't get the play.
And once again, the execution by Camden's line, and we don't talk about this enough. A lot of people say it's a matter of offensive prowess or defensive prowess. It's about the lines and who controls it that really decides everything.
Always, in every level, I believe you're right. The line of scrimmage is always where it's at. If you control that, you control the game. You can have a great day or a bad day.
All right, so the conversion coming up, calling his own number. Will try and get to the goal line, and he does. He just got in, so it
Great
is a
job.
single-point conversion. So Camden now with the 7-0 lead. And I'll tell you what, they did a very nice job on the play, and I think maybe we should see the touchdown again and show you the replay of this one and how close the quarterback was from being tackled on that particular play.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of the defensive tackles that gets through, shoots the gap really quick, but just can't come up with a play and bring him down. But watch the quarterback's concentration. Once again, at this level, that he has the smarts to still hand the ball off. It's great.
And somebody missed the block, which caused the quarterback to nearly be tackled on the handoff. However, like I said, he got off just in the nick of time, and it worked in Camden's
He definitely
favor.
did. Once again, like I said, the mindset to have the thought, hey, I still got to hand this ball off, even though this guy's hanging on to me, and hand the ball off for a touchdown was great. Great concentration.
And it's very good because down the road, I mean, when you develop and get those football smarts and a good football IQ, I mean, it's definitely going to help big time down the road.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just the fact that, he, like I said, he was able to hand the ball off. Congrats to that kid right there. Great play.
All right, so Camden with the 7-0 lead. And we will see what
Like all little tests for me to try and get.
as you can see by the scoreboard in the background, 2:25 left till halftime. I mean, you can't ask for a more beautiful fall day. I mean, you could almost say Indian summer because they're calling for 78 degrees today here in Atlantic City.
I definitely would have said that. I mean, earlier this morning when I left the house, it was very chilly. I had to get a warmer sweater to put on. And then as I was setting up over here, I was like, wait a minute, I don't need the jacket no more. So
Well, listen, we only have 2 weeks left of daylight savings time, so back to standard time first Sunday in November.
then it'll start getting much chillier, without this sun. This is a beautiful day out here today.
All right, so Atlantic City will get the ball. We'll see if they're going to be able to respond here. Now, keep in mind they have 2 timeouts to use. And here comes the kickoff. And the ball is still loose, but I think Atlantic City fell on it at about the 41-yard line. And Camden's like, oh, we had an opportunity to steal a possession, and it just slipped through the hands. But, hey, sometimes that's why the football's shaped the way it is and why it bounces the way it does.
Mr. Williams on the recovery there, he got lucky, that ball was bouncing around, and, he managed to just fall on it to be able to maintain possession for AC because that was a live ball there. So they would have, Camden would have been able to fall on it. They would have gotten possession with great field position.
Well, right now, Atlantic City will have the ball of their own, it looks like 43-yard line, as we got a lot of Camden people checking in here today. So basically, and crazy shots to Julius. We appreciate your
Thank
comments.
you. Yes.
We do the best we can here, whatever we're given. So,
Yeah.
All right, so Atlantic City will have the ball first, and then call this the Battle of the White Horse Pike.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, once you cross that creek and get into Atlantic City proper, it becomes Absecon Boulevard.
Okay.
And that becomes White Horse Pike all the way to Camden. Even though 30 breaks off for 130, it continues as another road and goes like maybe another 3/4 mile for White Horse Pike. So
learn something new every day. Yeah.
No.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
that's what happens when you're a limo driver and you look at
Yes.
maps all the time. Trust me, I've lived on that road twice. 1st and 10. Here's a handoff, a late developing play, but a very positive one for AC as they cross the midfield stripe and might get a first down depending on the spots.
I see that number 63 with the carry again. I believe it was.
And that would be Sheen Robinson.
On the carry. I think they figured that he's probably going to be the stronger runner in this group because he's got positive yards twice already for them. So they may be wanting to give him the ball a lot more.
Well, they gave him 6. Guess his knee was down before he actually was tackled, but it's still a nice 6 yards to start first down. Anytime you get good yardage like that, it sets up to kind of give a push to move the chains.
True. Any positive yards is good. So, it also helps the coach with what he wants to call next. So.
Under a minute left here in the first half.
All right.
Be interesting to see if Atlantic City calls a timeout after this play. Now they set up. 2nd and 3 coming up. Taking a snap.
Ooh.
And, they tried to hand off, and obviously there was miscommunication. By the time they tried to hand off, Camden's defense was like surrounding the wagons and ends up being a loss on the play.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to run a draw play, but it didn't work out, the way they wanted to. So the Camden defense was there swarming all over it right away. That he almost handed the ball off to one of them.
They did stop the clock for a timeout. So we'll keep it here as the ball be spotted at the 48-yard line. Now, for the most part, the kids have been doing a very good job in trying to put their execution out here in the first half. What things have you seen on both sides so far that have been basically standing out?
Both defenses have been doing well, with the exception of 1 or 2 plays. But that's part of the way the game is played. But the way both teams have been pretty good with the defensive side. Camden offensively, like we said earlier, has just been a little quicker. Even on defense, but more so on offense. They're a little faster and they're executing just a little bit better than the AC team right now.
Well, if you also think about it, especially in the last 30, 35 years, one of the biggest things about the way football has changed is the fact that speed plays such a huge part. And you can imagine these kids, when they get to 15, 16 years old, and depending on how many make of varsity teams and what have you, that can make all the difference in the world, especially how successful your team can be at that point.
That is for sure. Speed kills. The faster you are, the better it is. So, that the coaches got their quicker guys running these plays is the smart thing to do.
And that's what you have to do in order to advance your position on the field. So following the timeout, it is, I believe, 3rd and 3. There was no gain on the play, surprisingly enough. Let's see if they can move the chains here. Moving to his right, trying to get around the corner. And, they went to, and now the ball is loose. And I think Camden recovered it.
What number is that? Number 6, I think it is, that recovered. I'm not sure. 2? Looks like number 2.
That would be Chase Black if that's so.
No, it looks like number 2 recovered the ball for Camden.
That's what I was saying for the.
Oh yes,
Camden
okay,
side.
there it is. Yeah.
And now Atlantic City calls timeout. Camden called the time. Referee's pointing the AC to right. I'm confused about everything going on there. Yeah, you're right. It is Camden calling timeout. So let's break here in the final minute here in the first. Okay, just so everybody knows, there's 10 seconds left in the half, and Camden just got the ball for turnover. They'll have 1st and 10. The ball is spotted at the 39-yard line of Atlantic City. So, actually, the ball was recovered by Atlantic City. I beg your pardon. So,
no
4th
turnover.
and very long. Oh, he was down by contact before the ball came out. That's what happened. So they'll try the play once again. Camden hoping to get a chance to get the playoff, and they're going to hand it off left side, going the
Once
wrong
again.
way, down to the 31-yard line. And
So-
with 3 seconds left in the first half, Camden's going to get one play,
One-
barring a defensive foul, to try and get points on the board.
Right. Well, it's a good play by the defense there with I don't know if he was the end or the linebacker coming up and making the play on that. So good job by the kids. Once again, like I said, their pursuit of the ball has been really good this morning here. So Camden's been doing well with that.
I definitely agree. And Joey, and check a replay out. Let's take a look at how Camden lines up and how they pursue. They get the run, and look at him come right after the ball.
Yeah, it was the cornerback that came off the edge once you realized that it was the running play. He just came right up and made the play. It was a great job by him.
And not only that, on the other side for Atlantic City, you want to try and go forward and not go backwards
yeah.
because if you're dealing with speed demons on the Camden defense, you're not going to go anywhere
not
except
gonna
the
go
wrong way.
The last thing you want to do is start heading backwards rather than coming forward. So
All right, so the ball is spotted at the 30-yard line. Looks to be the
second.
final play of the first half, again, barring a defensive penalty. Let's see what Camden draws up. There you go.
Oh, he's still running.
Swing around the other way. Slips out one tackle,
Oh.
not the other. Good job by Atlantic City's defense to stop that play on the final play of the first half. So, Joe, your first half thoughts?
Good job by both teams. With Camden, leading the way with that big run that set them up to get close to the goal line for a touchdown. And AC's not been too bad. They've been playing pretty good defense. Just that one mishap, that one play that got by them. Other than that, it's still a close game. It's a one possession game. It's a great job by AC and great job by Camden this morning.
And Camden will get the ball to start the second half. So your halftime score in the 8 and unders. Camden leading Atlantic City 7-0. So I'm not sure we're going to do halftime wise, but we're going to do some MVP footage here. So we'll come back in a little bit for the second half. So enjoy your halftime photo.
All right, we're going to be back with Bill out there with our interview. As soon as he looks up.
All right, everybody. We are here with Mr. Reese Wright. Because you've been watching this game, you guys automatically know who the MVP of this game is. So how's it feel getting 4 touchdowns, my man? Let me ask you a cool question, man. You are our MVP. Okay, you definitely had a game. You definitely put that to them. You had 4 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns today. One was 61 yards. One was 45 yards. One was 25. 2 of them was 25 yards, my man. How old are you? Tell them who you are, what position you play.
I play running back. 7 years old, and I play middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker, 7. Who's your favorite player in the NFL, my man?
We got it. Somebody's got a yellow.
Oh, no.
You don't know who your favorite player is? Now that you're the running back? So let me ask you a question. What's your guys' record this year? Yeah, you guys got pretty good. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Since you don't know who your favorite player is for football, what's your favorite position to play? I know you play defense and you play offense. You're on both sides of the ball. What's your favorite position to play?
Running back.
Running back, I guess so. Here, I told our Howard up there that's in our booth, that if I had a chance to tell you, we're going to coach you real quick right now. Man, you have all the moves in the world as a running back. But when you get to that sideline, my man, I need you to switch that ball, put it towards the sideline. You got me? We're looking forward to seeing you have a great job. Great job. Here's our MVP. Hold the ball. Wave to everybody. Great job, my man. Great job, coach.
Thank you, buddy.
Congratulations, my man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our MVP of the 10U game. We are here with Mr. Brett Williams, number 29. Introduce yourself, my man, and tell the guys what position you play.
I play wide receiver. What you call? I play on the line. And I don't really have nothing to say. It's just a good game.
Yeah.
Well, you did a lot of the talking, my man, in the game today. You had
Yeah.
the two quick
So now we have 'em.
touchdowns
We have 'em.
earlier. You were all over the field. You played a little bit of
We have 'em in
defense. We knew they were going to try to go to you in the
Save it for
time.
you.
Between you and number 3, you guys had a great combination there. Let me ask you a question, my man. Who is your favorite NFL players? Who do you follow your game behind?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. I saw a little bit of his game in you. Why do you like Tyreek Hill so much?
Because he's fast.
He's fast.
Mhm.
Okay. Now I have one question for you. I want you to tell me the truth, man. How you doing in school?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You know you wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for the school, right? Keep the grades up, my man. Great job. This is yours for you to keep. We need our MVP ball back. Man, great job. I want to be watching you, man. I want to see you do big things in high school. You understand me?
Mhm.
All right. We'll be talking again, my man. Great job and great game.
You too.
All right. You take it easy, all right? All right, my man. We're here. Tell the people who you are, bro. This is our MVP. I'm giving it to a defensive player today. My man here had 3 tackles in the back, had a real stick, made it stand out. Definitely defensive. Tell him your name and tell him who you are, what position you play, my man.
My name's Zion Larry, and I play nose guard and right tackle.
Zion, listen, man. Right from the beginning, we're trying to look for an offensive player to get this to. You stood out right away. Right in the first series, you had a stack. Every time you got on the field, they had to count for you. Who's your favorite NFL player, and who do you desire to be like?
My favorite NFL player is Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Why you choose Aaron Donald, my man?
Because, like, the way he get in the backfield, his shell moves, his ball rushes, it just make the game perfect.
You know what?
And he also set up opportunities for his team.
Well said, my man. And guess what? You played exactly like them today. They had to account for you, and you know one man can't block you, 2 can't handle you, right?
Yes,
Great
sir.
job today. How you doing in school, my man? You know I
I'm
gotta
doing
ask all
good.
that. You doing
I
good?
got A's and B's, and I'm graduating the first market period with merit roll.
That's what I'm talking about, my man. A's and B's. You know, without grades, there is no football. Well, congratulations, Zion. You great job today, man. You are our MVP of that 3rd game. Okay, great job and keep it up. I hope to see you in the future. All right, great
Thank
job,
you.
my man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, we are here with our MVP, guys. Let me tell you something. We just saw one hell of a game just now. We have our MVP number 3. Why don't you tell them your name, number 3?
Jacob Eli Kwan, class of
Jacob.
2028.
Oh, Jacob Elon Kwan. Now, I must tell you, man, before we even get started, I'm going to let you know
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
29.
We were a little bit confused. You got your brother here to the right. You are the MVP. You had 3 touchdowns today. Okay. Let me ask you a question. What is your favorite NFL player? Who do you try to be like? Let me
Justin
hear.
Jefferson mostly.
Jefferson.
Jerry Judy, the cuts. I'm trying to get like there. I'm trying to get right
So
there.
that's your favorite player, Judy. You definitely got some athleticism on
Thank
you.
you.
Me and Howard up front was talking about the athleticism. You guys passed every eye test. You were all over the field. But I got to bring in your brother right here. We were talking earlier, me and Howard. We didn't know your names yet, but we actually looked at both of y'all and said they have to be related. Excuse me, my man. We walked up. We actually had to know that you guys related. Someone actually commented and tell us that you. I mean, you guys look identical
Shout out
out
to that
there on the
comment.
field. Shout out
to
to your
that comment.
people. You guys definitely have a fan club out there. Let me ask you a question, my man. What's your favorite player?
My favorite player. I really look up to Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase.
That's a good one.
Jamar Chase. Let me ask both of you guys a question. I know your parents got to be very, very proud, but how are you guys' grades? You guys both doing great in school?
Perfect.
Now, I got to ask the question. I ain't trying to cause no problems here, but who's the better athlete? Who's the better athlete here?
See, for now, went to the hospital. You know,
Uh-huh.
I lost it a little bit.
Oh, he lost
I
it. Look,
gotta
that's
get it.
that's
I gotta get it to him.
nah.
Shout out to the
Y'all
coach.
keep pressing each other. We are so impressed with both you guys. Both you guys look like you're on your way. Keep fighting over each other.
Thank you.
You hear me? I'm excited to see y'all. Where y'all planning on going to high school?
Williamstown High.
Williamstown High.
Matter of fact,
Williamstown?
I'm gonna keep it like this.
We don't know.
We'll know.
We don't know.
Oh, snap. No, we gonna let it out. I heard Williamstown, bro. There were some coaches in the stands now. I hope y'all do know that, right? All right. Well, listen. Good job, guys. Great to see y'all. Good job, my man. Hopefully, see y'all. Good luck in the season. You have our MVP here, Joshua Kwan. Let's take Jacob Kwan. I'm sorry. Here we go. Take that picture. Hold that ball.
What's that? You sit down. Oh, in the mood.
All right, we are here with our MVP guys. Let me tell you something. We just saw one hell of a game just now. We have our MVP number 3. Why don't you tell them your name, number 3?
Jacob Eli Kwan, class of
Jacob.
2028.
Oh, Jacob Elon Kwan. Now I must tell you, man. Before we even get started, I'm gonna let you know
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
29.
20, we were a little bit confused. You got your brother here to the right. You are the MVP. You had 3 touchdowns today. Okay. Let me ask you a question. What is your favorite NFL player? Who do you try to be like? Let me
Justin
hear.
Jefferson mostly.
Justin Jefferson.
Jerry Judy, the cuts. I'm trying to get like there. I'm trying to get right
So
there.
that's your favorite player, Judy. You definitely got some athleticism on
Thank
you.
you.
Me and Howard up front was talking about the athleticism. You guys passed every eye test. You were all over the field. But I got to bring in your brother right here. We were talking earlier, me and Howard. We didn't know your names yet, but we actually looked at both of y'all and said they have to be related. Excuse me, my man. We walked up. We actually had to know that you guys related. Someone actually commented and told us that you. I mean, you guys look identical
Shout out
out
to that
there on the
comment.
field. Shout out
Shout out
to
to
your
that comment.
people. You guys definitely have a fan club out there. Let me ask you a question, my man. What's your favorite player?
My favorite player. I really look up to Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase.
That's a good one.
Jamar Chase. Let me ask both you guys a question. I know your parents got to be very, very proud, but how are you guys' grades? You guys both doing great in school?
Perfect.
Now, I got to ask the question. I ain't trying to cause no problems here, but who's the better athlete? Who's the better athlete here?
See, for now, went to the hospital. You know,
Uh-huh.
I lost it a little bit.
Oh, you
I
lost
gotta
it. Look,
get
that's
it. I
that's
gotta get it to him.
nah.
Got to,
Y'all keep pressing each other. We are so impressed with both you guys. Both you guys look like you're on your way. Keep fighting over each other.
Thank you.
You hear me? I can't. I'm excited to see y'all. Where y'all planning on going to high school?
Williamstown High. Matter of fact,
Williamstown?
I'm gonna keep it like this. We don't know. We don't know.
Snap. No, we gonna let it out. I heard Williamstown, bro. There were some coaches in the stands. Now I hope y'all do know that, right? All right. Well, listen. Good job, guys. Great to see y'all. Good job, my man. Hopefully, see y'all. Good luck in the season. You have our MVP here, Joshua Kwan. Let's take Jacob Kwan. I'm sorry. Here we go. Take that picture. Hold that ball.
All right, we are back here in Atlantic City, ready to start the second half of this 8 and under game. The first of our 4 TCUFL games here at HSG Network on YouTube. Camden with the 7-0 lead over Atlantic City as we are about ready to start the second half. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Joey Pagan. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls here. And Beautiful, beautiful Sunday morning here in AC. Camden will get the ball to start the second half, and it'll be interesting to see what adjustments both teams make. What might you expect to see, Joey, in
Yeah, I mean,
regards to both sides?
I would hope that AC would realize that they're just trying to get the ball to the outside, Camden, and be able to get to the edge and turn it upfield, which is basically what you do at this level, right? You kick the ball outside, you get to the outside. So they might have come up with something to be able to hold the edge a little better and not allow that. So we'll have to see what AC comes up with.
I mean, I would think if maybe they practice a little bit of a misdirection and maybe a little bit of a run pass fake, that could force a lot of the Camden players on one side of the field, and suddenly you're on the other side, and you got a whole lot of green ahead of you.
Right. So let's see what they come up with here, what adjustments he made at the AC for the Dolphins. So we'll have to see. They're getting ready to kick off.
And by the way, just so everybody knows, we are broadcasting inside a very nice press box here in Atlantic City. And it's a place I've been here a few times before, and very roomy and spacious and all that. And you don't hear very much background at all.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Camden's
Good run.
kickoff starting the second half. They're already in plus territory as the returner goes down to about the 45-yard line.
All right. Good return by that. Great tackle by AC, not allowing them to get to the corner once again and churn upfield and be able to possibly go downfield for a touchdown. So,
and we'll be able to get the names of all the players a little bit later on here. But Camden will have the ball 1st and 10. Looks like the officials are going to spot at the 45-yard line. We'll see how they decide to put the ball.
Let's see where he gets that.
Well, it looks like one of the side judges is standing at the 45, and that's exactly where the referee puts the ball.
Right. So right now, they have to get a first down because the punt option is not available for them at this.
That is correct.
Right. So.
No, unless they lose like 11 yards in the next 3 plays.
Okay, so if there's any penalties of the sort that makes them move back, they can now use that.
Looks like the quarterback for Camden is number 18, Shiloh Figueroa. And working the wishbone here. Goes with an inside hand. Oh, there's a lot of room. Going to the 40 and down to about the 37. And a pink flag comes flying out also for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but also to mention that there was a penalty on the play. And it's a face mask against Atlantic City. That'll be tacked on. That's going to be a first down for Camden.
Wow. So, yeah, they come up with a great play. Into the inside, they ran the ball, and he managed to get a few yards, and then they're going to tack on more because of the face mask there. So,
and obviously, you can't fool around with face masks.
No.
Especially with the way that you want to tackle properly.
Right. The most important thing is, you want to always form tackle, and you don't want to try to grab the mask at all. So, you hopefully don't do that. So.
And I believe it's a 15-yard penalty.
Right. Yeah. Look at that. And I see that one of the kids from Camden right now has that Guardian shield on, which is great, I believe. I like to see the kids using those things for safety.
Well, you want to try and make the game as safe as possible on every level. It's just so hard to do with the way the game is today. So 1st and 10, Camden at the AC 24-yard line in the shotgun. Now they're going to sweep left, and got some room to run, crossing the 20, and a nice tackle about the 16. That happens to be Laquan Peterson for the Dolphins, who made a good tackle there, maybe a touchdown saving one.
Yeah, he held his ground there. He just he was outside corner, so he just waited for the running back to come up and then come up and make a play on him. So
again, that was Chase Black who had the touchdown for Camden. He had a nice run of what looked to be about 7.
Right.
As Camden is back in the red zone.
So, the cornerback did a good job with holding his ground and not coming up too soon and trying to make a play. He waited, and then he was able to make a play. He had a little help there, so that was good.
So I make it 2nd and 3 from the 17-yard line.
All right.
And let's see what Camden decides to do here. First couple minutes here in the 3rd quarter.
2nd and 13 for the Camden Predators.
Looks like just split backs this time. And a play fake. Let's see if he tries to outrun. No, good tackle. And again, Yashin Robinson, he had the run, and good tackle, but unfortunately the quarterback went down a little bit rough there, and he is shaken up at about
Yeah.
the 25-yard line. That's something you just don't want to see. Make a
Yep.
good play, but obviously you don't want to hurt the other side.
Correct. We don't ever want to see any kind of injuries of any sorts, So hopefully this young man is doing well, and it's not nothing serious.
And now a late flag came down. Not exactly sure for what, possibly a unsportsmanlike foul, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's going to be on Camden.
Right. Seemed like one of the coaches came out and said something to the refs.
Either that or, well, I was originally thinking potential. I mean, the tackle was right. I was thinking for a second it could have been a horse collar, just a delayed call. But then again, after what we saw with Georgia and Texas last night with the reversal of the penalty, but then again,
Yeah.
didn't affect the outcome of the game at all.
Right.
And just a lot of beer bottles wasted.
Yeah, which was horrible. You don't ever want to see stuff like that. But this was, something.
Don't give up any points before halftime. Well, here's a memo. They didn't give up any
They didn't
points.
give up any points. We are in the second half already.
Well, anyway, crazy shouts to all of you checking in on our HSG channel on YouTube and this feed. Make sure you shout out your kid that's on there, and whether it be parents who couldn't make it to AC today, or we had somebody checking from South Carolina earlier. So,
Yeah. So from all around, just make sure, you HSG Network, you hit the subscribe button.
That's exactly right. And well over 3,000 subscribers. Let's get some more. And remember, it's not just TCUFL action. We got Friday Night Lights with Hillsboro on Friday night against Hardin Central at 7 o'clock. That'll be on HSG Network. So make sure you subscribe. You'll get the notification on when we'll be back on the air for that one. So, and also every weekend the TCUFL is on. You'll get subscriptions for that as well. Okay, so because it was a dead ball unsportsmanlike, it is 3rd and 25 for Camden. They had tremendous field position, but unfortunately a mistake cost them field position greatly here. Here is a handoff. Oh, look at this. He's got a hole and crossing the 3rd. He may go all the way. And a la Chris Berman, he did.
Yes.
Julius Hall. They make up for the penalty and then some, a 39-yard touchdown run, and Camden gets an extension to their lead, and whoever commented, let's get points on this first drive of the second half, you got your wish.
You got your wish. That is correct. It was a great play. He ran off tackle, it seemed like, and they were able to come up with a big play. The AC defense wasn't around there and couldn't make a play on that.
Well, obviously, I think everyone was shifting right, and the play went left, and there's a flag down. Didn't see that. So hold on a second.
Referees.
Oh, the touchdown is good. However, Camden's going to get hit with unsportsmanlike conduct. We're not sure if it's going to be on the kickoff. But the touchdown is good, and Camden does extend their lead. We'll see what they decide to do with the major penalty. They could penalize on the kickoff or the conversion. And considering if Atlantic City gets a couple of big plays, I mean, this could be a major difference here later on.
Right. Well, I mean, so far, it doesn't look like it's going to affect them too much because the way Camden's been playing their defense and the Dolphins haven't had much offense still. Coach hasn't. We yet to see their offense come up, so we don't know what adjustments they've made. Offensively, but they got to do something defense to stop this Camden. Camden's the offense. I mean, they're just too quick for them.
Well, like I said, you got a bunch of speed merchants on Camden's on both sides of the ball. And you're going to more than likely be very successful as long as you are disciplined in your approach. And that's really what counts and all that.
Right. Well.
So, Camden talking about the conversion. They're not going to penalize until the kickoff.
Okay.
So, obviously, they're not going to put the ball at the 17-yard line. They're going to have the regular conversion at the 2, and then they'll kick off in their own 30-yard line when we change possessions here.
All right.
All right, they go. It looks like a wishbone again, based upon this angle. They take the snap, and a missed exchange, and the
Yep.
ball actually came out, so the conversion's no good. So Camden with a 13-0 lead, and again we got to take a look at that great run by Julius Hall, who was able to get around left. Everyone went right, and you
Looked
tell
like
us.
it was a direct snap to him, and he just took off, and right off to the races. I mean, the corner was not there. They blocked the ends and everything. So it was a good play. Good play
Definitely
there.
was. And while we go ahead and read you the Camden freshman team roster, two of the first three scored touchdowns in this game, Chase Black being one of them, Jelani Scott, the other one who just scored, Julius Hall. And then we also have, looks like Robert Griffith, Grant Royal, Osvaldo Langvaloy, Amari Rosa, Javion Moody, Brennan Neal, Casey Rivera, J.C. Reevy, Adian Medina Blair, Shiloh Figueroa, Messiah Gascott, Rios Daniel, or Daniel Rios, Sebastian Gunther, Mason Mixon, Tyshawn Sykes Jr., Tannen Baker, Raziel Vicente, Xavion Young, Gary Johnson, Kasim Walls, Isaiah Santiago, Janiel Padilla, Mayer Blackson, Jordan Figueroa, and Jamari Monat. Head coach is Julius Prince, also assisted by Jade Fladger, Rob Hall, Rob Marinay, Stephanie Magruder, and George Milton.
Great job by the Camden coaching staff and those kids.
Well, they definitely came prepared. I mean, it's a little bit more than an hour east of their home base, and they came mentally prepared to play. That is for sure. Now, as you can see, the football after the unsportsmanlike post possession, they penalized 15 yards from the kickoff, so Camden will kick off from their own 30-yard line.
Right, which is
The old NFL kickoff rule.
right. And hopefully that AC would get some pretty decent field position here and maybe come up with some offense to do something and get on the board.
Well, you also had to figure, I mean, not only that, you mentioned, Joey, field position's going to be such a big thing, and if Atlantic City gets a break or two, they could be in business and possibly get back in this game.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not out of it under any stretch, but they need a couple breaks to go their way.
True. I mean, we still got about 7.5 minutes in this quarter here. There's plenty of time for them to get back in the game. Just got to come up with one or two defensive stops, and get back on the offense to be able to try to score. So, I mean, anything can happen here.
Okay, so we're waiting for Camden to come back, and we had a little bit of an extended official timeout following the conversion. It turned out there was a injured player after the conversion. That's why things were held up a little bit more that I didn't see on camera. So Camden, they will kick off, like mentioned, from their own 30-yard line. Atlantic City hoping to take advantage of this opportunity in spite of Camden suddenly committing a couple of big penalties. Let's see if Atlantic City can take advantage of it from a field position standpoint.
Once again, like I said, hopefully they can do something here where, being that the Camden team was penalized and they're kicking further back, that AC can get good field position and be able to turn this game around, at least make it a one-score game.
And to be honest with you, Joey, I mean, obviously composure has a lot to do with football. It's a very emotional game. And no matter what happens, you still have to keep things in check. I mean, things will go your way, but also things will not go your way. Things tend to even out, but you just got to remember, just be patient. There's a reason why football gives and takes away at the same time. Kickoff. Oh, how about this?
Oh.
And it's still loose, and Atlantic City is going to recover at the 40-yard line. So as it turns out, Camden gets a break in field position. We thought it was going to be pretty much on their side of the field. Instead, Atlantic City gets in their own territory at the 40-yard line. So talk about taking a few extra seconds as to where to kick the ball. Camden executed that very well.
They did a good job in placing the ball in a good area where, the AC players weren't able to get on the ball quickly enough, and it just rolled further back, giving them, some horrible field position where we thought they were going to be able to get something really good out of this. But turns out that, Camden did a good job with kicking the ball.
Well, what do you think the coaches on the Atlantic City side are looking at right now, trying to keep their kids motivated and get back in this game?
Right. It's they got to be able to come up with something positive, right? You want to start one play at a time. So let's get a first down, or let's get some positive yardage on this next play here, this first play that we run, get something, and then continue to build from there and get them the momentum going for them.
And that's all you can do right now. Just keep the kids positive because anything is possible at this point in time.
Yes.
And you can see us here on the left side of the screen. It's me, Joey. To my right, I did my hi mom behind bars earlier in the.
Yeah. Oh, so here's mine. Hi, Mom. There it is. I'm not behind the bars.
That's all right. Just as long as we have enough bars to keep the internet going. But hey, what are you gonna do? Had an official timeout after the kickoff, so that's why we had a little bit of a delay here. But we can tell you there's 7:24 left in the third, and Camden's up 13-0. Let's see what Atlantic City does here on this particular drive. I mean, they have plenty of time, so who knows how things are going to play out here.
Yep, we got to just see what adjustments were made offensively, because we saw defensively they really weren't able to stop, Camden offense right now. So let's see what AC comes up with offensively to be able to get on the board here.
All right, well, they're going to line up in a triangular triple on the left side here on 1st and 10. Interesting call here. Trying to find a receiver, but slipping out. Oh, a couple of tackles and then getting undercut real hard right at the line of scrimmage. I hope he's all right because that was a hard landing, especially on this turf.
Yeah, he was trying to get his feet up and try to cut across, and nothing there. It was good play by the Camden defense to be able to come up with that.
And sometimes it's just a hard tackle and landing. I'm sure they did not mean to do it. And
oh yeah, I mean it looked like he tripped him up and he couldn't get his balance and he wound up landing.
Looked like he landed on his shoulder.
Yeah,
well, that's gonna be sore later on. That's for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I believe he will be sore tomorrow morning when he gets up. That's for sure.
So, again, another official timeout, and no timeout is called by either side. The officials are calling timeout, making sure that everyone's okay and in check. So, not much you can do. Don't forget, after this game, we do have the 10 and unders between these same two squads, Camden and Atlantic City. So, that'll be coming up here on HSG Network. Remember, that's game 2 of 4 we will have today. And as a reminder, make sure you subscribe to HSG Network. Tell your friends about us. And make sure you subscribe because plenty more TCUFL broadcasts, especially in the next few weekends. So, definitely check it out. And, of course, some Friday Night Football to go along with that.
Yep, that is correct. The high school is always a great game to be at and to see is the high school football. The excitement there is unreal. Student body getting to the game at 6 o'clock and the kickoff's not till 7, and they're in the stands waiting for kickoff, which is great.
Dedicated.
Dedicated. The atmosphere is always really good out there on Friday nights with those kids.
All right. So the officials sorting everything out with the coaches. I mean, you got to remember, these are kids. That's the most important thing you got to remember. They're doing the best job they can. They got to make sure they're led in a positive light, both sides, no matter what the results are.
That's true. Hopefully they got it all settled out.
All right, so it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line. Let's see how this plays out. They do have back here. Moving to the left, and quarterback drawing to his left, and a nice gain to about the 44-yard line. I mean, slipped out of a couple tackles and got some positive yardage out of it.
So once again, it was a good play on his part. Was able to, like you said, slip out of a few tackles and be able to get some positive yards there, which was not bad. The Camden defense wasn't too bad. They did well there. They just weren't able to make a play on them, but it was good. It was a good job.
All right, so it'll be 3rd and it looks like 6. Ball spotted the 44-yard line, and we're going to see how they come through with this. I mean, I think the strength for Atlantic City, and we've seen this throughout the game, run to the left side. Although Camden got him one time for a big loss, other than that, and they go to the left yet again, not going to be for that much, maybe a yard or two.
Right. But, once again, I guess coach is realizing, okay, our left is our strength. So that's where they're trying to go. But Camden's defense is still real relentless. They're pursuing the ball well. And, you don't normally see that at this level. But the kids are really, really following and staying focused and able to make a play on that. So it was a good job by Camden's defense. And, offensively wise, it doesn't look like the Atlantic City team has done anything different. They had changed quarterbacks earlier late in the second quarter, but they have not done that this quarter.
Well, they're giving everyone, like I said, they're giving everyone a chance to play, and that's really the beauty of this. The score really doesn't matter. The fact everyone playing is all that matters here. All right, they're going for it on fourth down. They hand off, and looks like they're going to be a little bit short of the first down, but it depends on the spot of the ball. Based upon that angle, probably a yard short, but we'll see.
Man, once again, it was a good run by the quarterback, just taking it right up the middle. So, I mean, that may be the answer. That might have been what they figured out right here, that we can run a little easier inside really quick or with some sort of misdirection, getting the defense to flow one way and coming back the other.
And I mean, Atlantic City, they're trying a bunch of things, and I mean, they've been successful at some of them. And as you can see, where the ball's spotted, it is a yard short, so Camden will get the ball on downs.
Right.
But hey, they're giving it the best shot, and sometimes you just run to some positions that you're just overmatched by,
Yeah,
and
true
it
that.
happens. Each program is built differently, and sometimes you do have the mismatches that are exploited throughout a game, and this is why things turn out the way that they do.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, while we have a second, let's give you the Atlantic City Dolphins 8-and-under freshmen. We'll read the names. We have Gaddafi KJ Centeno, Caden Williams, Eric Hose, Lennox Dozier, Masai Talley, Future Abid, Surati DeGraffenwright, Kai Kidd, Sincere Garland, Sahir Parker, Laquan Peterson, King Williams, Jakob Chance, Haiza Shepard, Malcolm Bell, Ayub Kotman, Yusef Polk, Gabrielle Rivera, Nasir Albright, Devin Carpenter Jr., Yashin Robinson, Ion Davis, Amin Taylor, Kenjuan Williams Jr., Kashir Spellman, Lamont White, Abdus Bailey, Laquan Corbett, and Yashir Nixon. So those are your 8-and-under freshman Dolphin team. And they're definitely giving it their best shot here today. So gotta give everyone credit. I mean, sometimes, even in the 8-and-under, sometimes things can get testy. I think a lot of times it could be more from the coaches and not necessarily from the kids.
Correct.
But at the same time, you just gotta remember it's still a game. We're all here,
Right.
and just sometimes the emotion gets a little bit out of control, and it's all about learning how to control everything.
True, true. And then once again, like you want the kids to come out and enjoy themselves and stuff like that. The most important thing at the end of the game is, hey, did you have fun? When you get out, you go back home, you didn't win, but hey, mom, I had a great time at the game today, which was good. So that's what those are the things you look forward, to seeing and hearing from these kids when they get home after a game, whether they win or lose.
And by the way, you may have seen the president of the Atlantic City team just pop up here on the field talking some things over the refs. So she's in the building this morning, or soon to be afternoon. Here's a handoff on first down. We got a flag on the play. Looks like Kashi Rivera gets a turn, but it looks like it's coming back on a hold.
It's a possibility, yeah.
That's what the official just
that's what they
slated. So
signaled,
they're going to
okay.
back it up.
Once again, you try to teach these kids right, good technique and everything, but they're still young, they're still learning. So those kinds of things happen from time to time where you grab a little too much jersey, and now you cause your team a penalty. So
Well, my question here, Joey, is how do you block with your palms without grabbing?
it's difficult. Yeah, it is really difficult. You want to teach them to get inside and use their hands inside, not so much to give a bear hug, but once you do get your hands inside, if he starts getting away from you, do not pull him back to you. You got to let him go from there and do your best. So
And that's the only thing you can do. All right, so the ball is backed up just inside their own 40-yard line. So Camden has 1st and 20 following the holding foul.
right.
Let's see what the Predators do. Looks like a shotgun within the wishbone.
Yeah. Oh,
And then they crack the wishbone and change the play
direct
and
snap
go
and then a
offset.
handoff.
And they hand off. There is a handoff. And
Okay.
hey, a nice tackle. Down to
Mhm.
44-yard line. 4-yard pickup on the play. And once again, we
Yeah.
mentioned Yashin Robinson. He's been on both sides of the ball and doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's been pretty much a standout for the AC team right now, the Dolphins. He's been on offense and defense doing both. I mean, it's tough. Once again, you have those kids that do stand out, and do a lot of work for your team, but you need more than just one. You need a few. So that you try to make sure you get these kids out here. But he's playing a heck of a game himself.
KJ back.
All right, so from the 44, it'll be second and 16. We're 2:40 and counting left here in the third. And Camden taking her time breaking the huddle. The center goes first, and everyone else shall follow. And we'll see what they do here on second and 16. Now it's a shotgun between split backs. Let's see how they execute this particular play. A high snap, rolling back, lobbing.
Great
It's
pass.
caught. And also a nice tackle for no gain on the play. Looked like 54 had the, or 64 rather. If that's so, that's Ion Davis who made a nice grab for no gain.
It was a good play on Ion's part. He stayed focused on his guy. He was following his receiver and to make sure that he wasn't wide open. Because if he didn't make that play, that was 6, I believe. He would have been off to the races. But here's a different thing that we see with the offense. Now Camden's throwing the ball a little bit. Yes, it's a little swing pass, but still passing something new.
Well, seeming that they are a bit more in control of this game, they can probably execute some new things. It's Kasai. Okay. Kasai is the gentleman's name. And I think what happened was we had a little mistype in the roster. So Kasai, I'll write this down. Make sure I got that. Thank you very much, Julius, for that.
We try our best with these names, but some days it's tough. So bear with us.
All right, third and long. They're going to go with a handoff. Oh, how about that? Another nice tackle on the part of the defense for the Dolphins, and this time Kenjuan Williams Jr. with a tackle for loss there. Now Camden can choose the punt option. The ball's at the 41-yard line, and they're going to pick it up and take the 25-yard walk. So
Okay.
Atlantic City will have the ball at the 34-yard line. We're down to under a minute left here in the third quarter.
Right. I mean, it's a good call by Camden to utilize the punt option here, so that this way they can just keep the clock running and not worrying about it. But we are just gonna it works for them. They're up 13-0 at the moment, so and they're playing great defense at the moment, Camden. So you're not worried. I thought they were gonna go for it on fourth down, but utilizing the punt option was a good move.
And I think, too, for field position's sake, because if they tried to go for it and then somehow the ball slips out and then it's returned for a touchdown and all of a sudden you got a game again.
You got a game again. Yeah, so makes good call by the Camden coaching staff there.
Yeah, sometimes you have to implement some common sense in a decision-making rather than let emotion get in the way of the decision-making to go with it.
That is so true. Because at this level, you're just thinking about the kids. You want to give them the best. Sometimes, yes, I guess their emotions can get involved in what you decide is, to do. So, but the punt option was a great thing. Now Atlantic City has to come up with some kind of offense here, and that's at least to get on the board. But we'll wait and see what they come up with.
Well, we'll find out as the ball is spotted at their own 34-yard line. They still have a little ways to go. They need 2 scores. They got 35 seconds left here in the third and all the fourth quarter to get that figured out. And now Atlantic City in the white trying to discuss what play should call here. We mentioned Kenjuan Williams Jr. It sounds like called the Red Rocket there.
Red Rocket, what a name. That's great. I think we got an official timeout here.
Yeah, an official timeout possibly for an injury because everyone's on a knee.
I think they just had them kneel down while they get everything sorted out with the sideline.
Yeah, we've had a few of those here. And when you see something like that, normally you would think that everything was going to be okay, and that's why they do what they're doing here. But
Correct.
Now they're up, and looks like we will resume play as Atlantic City has the ball at the 34, 1st and 10. Under center, and here's a handoff up the middle. And it looks like no gain on the play. Looks like Lex Dozier had the carry there. And now another Atlantic City player, a little slow to get up there, but he's getting up, thankfully, and that's a good thing.
Once again, Camden's defense was just relentless there. You know, the defensive tackles did a great job not allowing this kid to get any yardage up there.
All right, well, we've reached three-quarter time. That's why both teams are going to their sideline. So after three, in the 8-and-unders, Camden leads Atlantic City 13-0. We'll take a break and come back with the final quarter right after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
Tri-County United Football League. New organizations applications are due by March 1st. The new organizations application link can be found on our About page. Just press New Organization Application. Here's our website. Come join the fun. Come join the experience here at the Tri-County United Football League.
All right, we're back here, about to start the final quarter of our first of four games here, the 8-and-under division for TCUFL. Camden with a 13-0 lead over Atlantic City. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan. Howard Gaber, of course, with the controls here. We've just switched sides. We got 10 more minutes of football to play. And we shall see what Atlantic City does. As we resume, they're at the 35-yard line, is 2nd and 9. And quarterback trying to make sure everyone's in position. It looks like they might be going wishbone here. And I thought I heard a whistle, and we're going to have a false start as, the far side had already signaled that. So that's not a good start for Atlantic City. I mean, you got to make sure everyone's in position. All of a sudden, somebody jumps before everyone else, and that becomes a problem.
Yeah, that's the whole thing there. You know, you come out of a break, a timeout there, and you don't have the right play, or the personnel may be called, and you couldn't get a playoff there.
Well, sometimes it happens that way, and not exactly the way Atlantic City wanted to start the final quarter.
Right.
So they're back at the 30-yard line. It is 2nd and 14. And at this point, Atlantic City's going to have to try and go to the air if at all possible. Again, the wishbone here. He's calling his own number, but look how quickly Camden's defense just closes the gap.
Yeah.
Only results in a 1-yard pickup, and now 3rd and 13. I mean, they are fast to the ball.
Yeah, they are. The defense has been doing some pretty good work here for Camden. Being able to recognize the play really quickly and getting out and, making a good play, great tackle on that, and not allowing the AC team to get on track here this morning. Now it's officially this afternoon.
You are correct by about a minute.
Yeah.
But if you're in Chicago or Denver, it's still morning there.
Yep.
Or LA, especially what they got to deal with later this afternoon. So 3rd and 13 from the 31-yard line. I think what the Dolphins are doing, just trying to make sure everyone's in the right position, and sometimes it can be a little bit of a challenge. Looks like they will have split backs, although not really that split.
Quarterback his own number.
Yeah, he's called his own number. He slips out of a couple tackles and gets a very nice gain to the 38-yard line. Picked up 7 on the play. So he ended up getting, he needed 13, but he got a little more than half of it back. But at this point, you'd have to figure you need 2 scores. You got to try and go for it here.
Yeah, I would assume that they would try to go for it here. But, successful play there. He managed finally to get up the middle, make a cut here, cut there, and, get away from 1 or 2 tacklers there to be able to get at least 6-7 yards on that, which is a positive thing.
Yeah, take whatever positives you can. Even if you don't score, take the positives as to how you execute things.
Right, right. Keep track. Coaches got to keep track of the plays that are working right now at the moment, and try to build off of those plays, and to build a more successful offense, and hopefully they can come up with some points.
And Joe, you have to remember, I mean, these teams are not scouting the opponent. They're just
Correct.
going after each other pretty much, and can't figure out all the tendencies at such a young age. You're just still growing.
Mm.
All right, so on fourth down, they go for it, and unfortunately, it didn't work out because it looked like the snap wasn't clean,
Right.
and quarterback had to go to the outside and just had nowhere to go. So Atlantic City turns the ball over on downs, and with 6:40 left in regulation, Camden will get the ball back, and I guess, and they've had a couple pretty impressive drives so far.
Right. Let's see if they add to this lead that they have now, and hopefully AC's defense can get a stop. What would be nice here would be a turnover, like maybe a scoop and score or something like that. We'll have to see what happens to make the game, you know, for AC so the kids can feel a little better. But once again, the most important thing is, that they have fun. They come off the sideline and they're enjoying themselves, and to be out here on a Sunday morning is a great thing.
And to be healthy and playing football,
Yep.
that's such a great thing as well. And we had a very nice crowd for the first game, and it's only gonna get more crowded from here.
Yeah, good turnout both sidelines there.
Okay, on first down, looks like they went with the bootleg.
Ooh,
There was a big block down the field, and the quarterback ended up scooting his way to about the 24-yard line, and that was Kasai Rivera who was able to slide through and spot the ball, as like I said, the 24-yard line. So that's going to be a first down if that's the case. Oh, they're going to say second and about a yard. 23 is actually the line of gain there. So looks like Camden's going to try and get into another wishbone situation. Oh, Camden just called a timeout. So why don't we take a quick break? 5:27 remains, and Camden is up 13-0. Come back after this break. Okay, we're back after the Camden timeout. Remember, each team gets 4 timeouts per half in the eight and under division. They want to discuss the play here on 2nd and 1. Ball to 24-yard line. They go wishbone here. Quarterback under center. And they go handoff, trying to bounce around the other side. Goes stiff arm. And, oh, goodness.
great
Good.
job.
How about that by the Atlantic City defense? They would not allow him to turn the corner, and ends up being no gain on the play.
It was a good job by the cornerback, the little guy out here on the right hand side.
They're all little, I
Yeah,
think.
he did a really good job of holding the edge there. Even being stiff arm at that point, he was still trying to hold on there and keep him occupied enough where Pursuit just came over and was able to make the play and help him out with an assist there. Great
Ends up
job by the corner on that play.
ends up being a 1-yard loss. So 3rd and 2 from the 25-yard line. Let's see how Camden lines up yet again. And again, they keep the formation very condensed. Shotgun between split backs, it looks like. Whoops.
Oh,
And somebody moved. It's just a matter of find out who. Now, if the penalty is against Atlantic City, it gives Camden a first down.
He's facing that way.
Yep, neutral zone infraction against Atlantic City. So Camden's going to get a free first down to 20-yard line.
Right. The AC defense is getting a little excited, a little overzealous there. They want to get a stop here. They want to try to make something happen. So, they figured, let's try to make it, get the snap count and get in the backfield, maybe, disrupt the exchange and possibly cause a fumble here.
And even if they don't win the game, end on a positive note.
Yeah, it's true.
That's what it comes down to. All right, so Atlantic City with the first down, around the edge of the red zone to 20-yard line. Looks like an offset here. We'll take the snap. Handoff.
Hey, good job.
City, anticipating that play and forcing a loss. I think they've done a much better job. Outside of a couple plays, they've done a much better job in the second half containing the running game.
Right. That's the little young man again, Mr. Robinson there on that play on the tackle, number 63 for the AC team.
Yeah, right. Yasheem Robinson.
Yasheem Robinson. He managed to get great penetration and make a big play there, forcing a loss of yardage. So, once again, here it is, you're trying to, 3 minutes left in the game, you want to be able to make something happen, and it's not far out of reach, this game yet. One play gets them back in it.
That's very true. So after a 3-yard loss, 2nd and 13 from the 23, we're under 3 minutes left in this one. Let's see what they decide to do. Again, offset. You could see the left tackle, the left guard flinch, and that's going to be a false start.
Right. Once again, that helps out the AC defense a little bit there. To move them further back now, this really tough to get a first down. But, as good as this Camden offense has been, now the AC defense, once again, can possibly get something out of this. Once again, a turnover. We can get a turnover here. It'll be the great thing for them.
Well, think about this. You're late in the game, and concentration tends to take a step back. Here's a long throw, and it's caught down at about the 12-yard line.
Right. That's only the second pass that we've seen by the Camden team here, and it was a good pass downfield, good catch.
That was really a fantastic play. It ends up going for like 16 yards. It's still 2 yards shy of a first down, but that was very impressive what Camden just did there.
Yeah, it was a great pass, great catch, to be able to get him downfield.
And now a timeout's been called. As the clock is stopped with 2:13 left in regulation. So I'm thinking Camden called the timeout because they want to try and get one more score on the board before everything is done here. Don't forget, like I said, after this, we'll have the 10 and under game between Camden and Atlantic City immediately following this game. And I tell you, the 8-year-olds, they've been impressive. I mean, and you can imagine how quick they are on both sides of the ball, especially on the Camden side of things.
Right. 8 and under, it has been it's been a pretty good game, pretty evenly matched. Once again, Camden's speed has been the difference in this game here, where they just were able to get to the edge a little quicker. And right now we just saw one great pass. So, you could see the coach is a little more confident, opening up the playbook just a little more and moving the ball, almost getting a first down on that last pass. So,
yeah, 2nd and 18, they gained 16 on that pass.
Yeah, it's a good pass, good catch, and a little bit of run after the catch, which is good. So
that is true. And consider you don't see very much passing in the 8 and under department. As you grow, obviously passing becomes a bit more prevalent. So now on 3rd and 2, Camden looking to close things out here. They go offset here. A high snap. Going back to pass. Let's see if he turns. He will. He has a man open at one hops. Incomplete. That will look like number, I think, 4 or 7. If that's 7, that's Robert Griffith or Griffith Robert, whoever it is. But it just was a little bit short on the pass. So it is incomplete, and it's 4th and 2. So Camden will give it another try.
Right. it was a difficult pass for the quarterback because he's rolling out. I mean, they don't have all the mechanics or the strength to be able to roll and throw the ball that way. So it was a good attempt, though. I thought that was pretty cool. That he's still trying it at this age group here was a good thing. I mean, the receiver, once again, just sat there rather than trying to help him out, come back. Those are things you teach, the kids. But at this point, it may be a little too soon because you don't pass enough right now.
All right, so 4th and 2 from the 12. Between basically triple back, a lineup straight. And they pitch out left side, has the corner, a first down, and an easy goal running in. And that is Julius Hall with his second touchdown of the game. And Camden extends their lead. I tell you what, once again, great play call by the coaching staff and execution by the offense.
Good job by the offense. I mean, the blocking on the line of scrimmage was nice. The kids were able to get in front of who they needed to get in front of and do what they had to do so that, he can get to the outside and be able to get in. Yeah, one guy to beat, but wasn't too bad. So he was able to beat him, on the goal line there. But it was a good play. Good play by the Camden offense. And, the AC defenses just need to work on, learning to be able to seal the outside a little more, get to the edge and be able to defend that. I'm sure practice this week for the coaches, that'd be one thing that they should emphasize on.
And one other thing on Camden's side, consider they had a 2nd and 18. They overcame it, and they got points to pretty much close the game out.
Right. And here we're going to go for a 1-point conversion here. So let's see what happens.
Remember that in this league, a kick is a 2-point conversion, and just a regular run conversion is 1 point. Or passing, I think, is 2 points.
Right.
I beg your pardon. All right. Back to pass, looking, lobbing, and trying to get the 2-pointer. Didn't quite work out. It was just over the receiver's head, incomplete. So the conversion fails, as we're down to 1:48 left in this one. Camden with a 19-0 lead. So let's grab a break. We'll come back with a kickoff after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
Okay, we're back here in Atlantic City, down to 1:48 left in the 8-and-under game with Camden up 19-0 over Atlantic City. I mean, it's been a very spirited game, but in the end, I mean, win or lose, I mean, a lot of valuable lessons to learn for both teams on both sides of the ball.
That's true. Once again, like we've been emphasizing since the very beginning, the fact that these kids come out and have a good time today and enjoy themselves playing this game of football that we all love, on a Sunday morning in Atlantic City at that, to be able to get out here and do this is great for them. So.
And this has always been a very nice feeling. And you might remember, we were here a few years ago where there was an event with youth football, and remember a team from Newark called Brick City?
Mm-hmm.
An 8-year-old kid runs 99 2/3 yards for a touchdown. And I think it was either in the 8 or the 10-year-olds. I forget which one it was, but that was one of the most spectacular runs I'd ever seen in my life.
Oh.
All right, short kickoff in Atlantic City. Recovers it, I think, in Camden territory at the 48-yard line. So Atlantic City will give it one more shot and see if they can end on a positive note with 1:44 left.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. If they can get out of here with something positive, would be good. I mean, just even a couple of really big plays, some first downs. Let's get a good running play. Maybe I haven't seen them pass, so I know they're not going to pass, but just something positive to get the kids, momentum going into practice this weekend and knowing what you got to work on so that this way come out next week and you be a little better, a little more successful. So, but once again, it's all about them having fun.
That
You know,
yeah, you're at the end of the day, that's exactly what it's about. And you also got to consider too. I mean, you don't see much passing in the eight and unders anyway. I mean, we saw a few on Camden's side, but not much on the Atlantic City side. So
right? So we'll see what they come up with here if they're gonna try to get this ball in the end zone.
well, it looks like the coaches are trying to position the Camden players, and not exactly sure what they're trying to do here.
Coaches can't be on the field this level. They have to do it before.
So I think what they're doing is the coaches, before the play is snapped, they're making sure everyone is in the right position, and then they have to
Right.
get off the field before the play can actually take
There
place.
you go. So, he's just setting up his offense to hopefully block some of the defenders from this Camden team who are really, really, really exciting. They're really fast. So maybe he put enough guys on one side, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to block everybody over here and try to get to the outside.
Well, this is a very interesting formation. We'll just put it that way. And the
Oof.
snap ends up being dropped, so everything ended up being irrelevant. I think Atlantic City, the quarterback I thought fell on the ball. Instead, Camden recovered.
Mm.
So Camden gets the ball back. So after all that, Camden gets the ball again with 1:25 to play. And
Wow.
sometimes it's just the snap just doesn't get to the quarterback's hands in time. He pulls away and it drops, and so many things can easily go wrong when it comes to execution.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of things that factors in there. He trying to pull out quickly. You want to be able to do something without having the ball in his hand. So, he left the underneath center, or he didn't secure the ball before he tried to run, and unfortunately, it fumbled and went to the ground. And Camden did recover. So,
Yeah, that's a tough break for Atlantic City. They wanted to try and end on a positive note, and obviously did not quite work. But Camden will get the ball now as they spot it at the 46-yard line of Atlantic City, actually 47. 1st and 10.
we got this clock is still running. We're under 50 seconds now. So,
Oh, okay. Well,
maybe
didn't realize that. But
maybe they won't even run a play.
you never know. But anyway, I mean, what do you think both coaches would say to their respective teams?
I mean, great game by both teams. Camden, obviously the better of the two teams today. The faster team, which was a little more dominant. But, AC did some pretty good things. They had a couple of tackles for loss there. They did well defensively. Offensively, they had a couple of good plays, too, where they moved the ball well also. So there was a lot of positives that both teams can take out of this and be able to go back this week and work and build up for next week.
You're exactly right. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game by any stretch, and both teams did play well, especially on defense. It's just Camden made a couple more offensive plays than the other team did, and that's all there is to it. So
Yeah.
I guess they will let the probably run this one play, and well, that was interesting. They're just gonna let him play that last play, and the snap is dropped.
Ah.
So after all that, Camden ends up winning 19-0 over Atlantic City. So your final thoughts on this, Joey?
Once again, the kids had a good chance out here. They had a good time, I should say. Come back and do the things, that they love doing as kids. They wanted to play football today, and Camden was a little better today and stuff like that. So it was a good job by both teams, I think.
I definitely agree. All right, what we're going to do is take a short break. We're going to come back with the MVP of the game in a couple minutes. Your final here. Camden winning over Atlantic City by a score of 19-0. So let's pause here for a couple moments. We'll come back with the MVP in a couple. So stay Okay.
Cut. Camera's right there.
All right, there we go. I get to turn to you. Are we good? Okay. Well, before we get to the second game, I'm Tom Wilkins here with Julius Hall. You might want to show this to all your friends back home in Camden. Camden will win their 19-0 over Atlantic City, and you, my friend, the MVP of the game with 2 touchdowns. You must have been tired. How tired are you after all the running you did in the second half?
I'm really tired.
Well, how do you think you did today?
I did good.
Well, awesome. Well, congratulations on the 2 scores and for your team's win. Well, first of all, who's your team?
Eastside Predators.
Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm talking your NFL team.
Dolphins.
Oh, Miami Dolphins. I forget if they play this week, but it'd be interesting to see how they do. Well, and who's your favorite player from Miami?
Jalen Waddle.
Oh, Waddle. Yeah, he's a fantastic player, so definitely good to watch him. As far as school goes, what do you like with your subjects?
I like math.
I do too. Numbers have to add up somehow. And what grade are you in?
Third.
Oh, third grade. Excellent. So, hey, you get to tell your friends you got a lot of people watching the game, so you want to say hi to somebody?
Hi, Grandma and Grandpa.
There you go.
Nice, very nice. And by the way, we want to pass along the an invite. I know it's something a little bit different, but it gives you something to think about if you continue your career. Could be with a bunch of other youth out west here. So once again, sending a congratulations out on a great game and continued success, and make sure you stay healthy. That's the most important thing. So congratulations again on your win. And there you go. That is Julius Hall for his 2 touchdowns today in Camden's 19-0 win over Atlantic City. We will have the second game starting in a few minutes, so please stay with us. All right, my friends, ready for round 2 of the quadruple header as we kick off the 10 and under game between the Camden Predators and the Atlantic City Dolphins. And it looks like Camden will get the ball first and with very good field position at the Atlantic City 45-yard line, where they will begin 1st and 10. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gabriel with the controls, which, by the way, we got the remote control camera in view here today. But let's see how the 10 unders go. And, hey, I think we're going to see a pretty spirited matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, these guys are a little bigger, a little faster. So you may get a little more, a little more action at this level here. I mean, not that we didn't have at the 8U level. It was pretty good there with Julius coming up with 2 touchdowns there. But here, I think it's, see maybe just a little more passing and a little more, toss left, toss right. But maybe a couple of misdirections. But, hopefully the defenses can both, feel that out.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 10.
There's a girl.
All right.
As the ball is spotted at the 45-yard line of Atlantic City. Camden, of course, in their dark blue and a little bit of pink. Here's a handoff, and what a job by Atlantic City's defense forcing a 2-yard loss. I mean, they jumped to the ball carrier and knocked him down very quickly.
But they, once again, like we said, we see the defenses, moving and flying around here. At this age, they're a little more disciplined. What their assignments are, they know them, and they're able to do much more.
And of course, obviously, as you go up in rank, there's going to be obviously a little bit more expansion to the playbook on both sides.
That is true. So, once again, like, you see the kids, a little more alert, being able to fly to the ball, not allowing to stay blocked. They're getting off their blocks and making a play.
All right, Camden lines up. It looks like they're going to go with a 3-receiver set. They may spread. We'll see. Yeah, they are. How about that with a single back under center of the quarterback? Well, they were going to spread, and then
timeout.
We have a timeout. No signals of who called it. Oh, Camden called a timeout. So we're just a minute plus into this game here, and I mean, obviously we saw the 8-year-olds play, and we have the 10-year-olds obviously looking for other plays. I mean, at this juncture, I mean, where do you see the development of the football player at that particular age?
I mean, they're just a little smarter. They can comprehend a little more as to what it is that they need to do. As far as whether at the offensive line, if you're blocking as a running back, you need to know your keys and you read your blocks to cut off this guy, cut off that guy, and the quarterback, looking at receivers if they're open, throwing the ball, receivers catching the ball. You got to be able to catch at this level here too. So it's pretty much a lot of stuff that you got to learn here more than at the 8U level.
Now, obviously, it gets a little bit more complicated at this level, and as you rise in rank, there's so much more goes in. Football is not a game where you got to memorize every single thing, no matter what you're playing. All right, here's a handoff right side. There is some room. Running past the 40, cutting to about the 32 before being thrown back. That's a 1st down. So I guess that timeout worked out well. It's going to be a 1st down, a 15-yard pickup.
Yeah, it looks like Coach realized something. He saw something out there on the defense, said, I think we can get to the right side on this and get outside. So, it was a good play.
And that running back, if I can dig his name out, is Sherrod Patterson Jr.
Yep. Mr. Sherrod had a great run there. Great run, great, good vision. So saw the outside, managed to turn the corner, get out there and turn upfield and get a couple of yards before he was brought down.
They will spot the ball to 31. So that's a gain of 16 after losing a couple on the first play. So Camden gets a new set of downs, 1st and 10 from the AC 31-yard line. The opening drive of this second game, the 10 unders between Camden and Atlantic City. Now they're going to go a little bit of a condensed 3-wide slot left here. They get a man motion. They jet sweep it. Trying to cut around the corner, crossing the 30. Has room to the 20, and he steps out of bounds. We'll see where they spot it. Almost looked like a drone shot here.
He got down to the 11-yard line, it looks like. Good run.
That really is another first down, and Camden's in the red zone regardless where they spot the ball. That's a 20-yard pickup.
Just like that, 2 plays, they're already in the red zone. 3 plays, and we're down in the red zone right now.
Right.
So, I mean, the defense for AC needs to really step up here because, once again, what we're seeing is the athleticism on the Camden side, the speed is unreal. So, they got to be able to get outside. That the AC team, the Dolphins, need to really be able to hold the edge right here. They need to get something working with the edge.
And people wondering, why would Camden call a timeout so early? Well, 2 plays later, you know why now. All right, so they're going to have 2 receivers on the right. Now one of them goes in motion here on first down. A delayed handoff and nothing doing this time, as it was a very slow developing play. But
Yep. It was a good defensive play by the defensive line there. They were not fooled by that fake at all. The defensive tackles maintained their rushing lanes and were able to come up with a big stop there. So,
by the way, the running back was India Streeter.
Okay.
And she ended up losing a yard on the play.
All right. Well,
So, and that kind of reflects over the comment we showed earlier before the game started. Yeah, we have a female running back on this Camden team. Now they're going to go 3 wide slot left here on 2nd and 11. They jet sweep it. There's a flag down. You can see that close out. A second flag goes down and gets out of bounds at about the 1. But there are 2 separate fouls. That play's not going to count because it's coming back on a hold.
right. Well, I mean, once again, here at this level, you're still trying to teach them, the mechanics and everything as far as blocking goes with your offensive line. But you're gonna always wind up getting that 1 or 2 times where you wind up holding a little too much jersey and pulling on it while your team is trying to get around the corner there.
Well, what happened here, there were 2 separate fouls on Camden, one for illegal formation, the other for a hold. Obviously, the illegal formation will be cut loose, and they'll accept a 10-yard penalty for holding. So that'll make it 2nd and 20 from the 21-yard line, and that's where Camden will they will try and develop this next play.
All right. So let's see what they come up with now. They seem like they're a little bunch formation there. Oh no, you got a receiver out to the right. 2 receivers.
And look, they condensed the formation. Now they're going to spread it out a little bit more. Double slot, but 3 receivers, 2 to the right. And they're going to go modified here. Going back and see if he passes. Another flag down. Deep throw. And the pass, I believe it's incomplete, but there's another flag down, so we're going to check what that's all about. Might be another hold.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so Camden's going the wrong way.
Right now, yeah. I mean, they're trying to get something started here. After 2 really good plays, you get 2 penalties back to back where you're in a hole moving the wrong direction as opposed to getting into the end zone, which they were close. They got down to the 1-yard line almost, and now you're heading in the wrong way. So,
well, back-to-back holding fouls will do it, and that's where you end up with 2nd and 30. And Camden's like, okay, we called a timeout, and this is what we end up with now?
Yeah. So, maybe they need another timeout to come up with another big play. And once again, you saw a pass earlier, so that was something that we're going to see a little more here.
And knowing how Camden drew up those 2 plays after the timeout, that was almost 30 yards right there.
Right.
So you can't necessarily rule that out. So from the 31, 2nd and 10, or 2nd and 30 rather.
Wow.
And there was a fumble on the snap, and looks like Atlantic City may have gotten it. Yes, Atlantic City ball. How about that? You forced 2 penalties and a turnover.
Great job by the Dolphins defense there. Coming up big. With good penetration by the defensive line there. Really good job.
And I'm sorry, Isaiah Dobson Blackwell was the one who recovered the fumble, and Atlantic City forces a turnover on the opening drive midway first quarter. So that's going to boost the confidence for the team in white.
Right. So we saw that Camden got outside again. At the first couple of plays and was able to get the ball outside, but when they ran inside, they had a little trouble running into the stiff defense by the Dolphins now. And now we got offense come out 1st and 10 for them right now.
And the ball be spotted around 32-yard line. We already see a receiver. Looks like 2 receivers, one on each side lined up. And now they sent. Oh, last minute substitution, I think. Between split backs, a shotgun coming up. Oh, direct snap. Didn't work.
No,
They
he
went
handed it
to-
off there, but
You know, it's funny. The snap went to Noah Wilkins, no relation, by the way. And up losing a couple of yards.
right. I mean, yeah, the defensive line for Camden right there was just great. He shot the gap and was able to get in the backfield. I mean, if he doesn't leave his feet, he may be able to take the handoff from the quarterback and get back there and get 6.
Ends up being a 5-yard loss. So Camden pretty angry after the turnover, and they force a 5-yard loss right there.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if the Dolphins can come up with something, to block. Be able to get some good blocking on the line to give them some room to do something with the ball.
Well, now they're going to go with a triple on the near side on this 2nd and 15 from the 27. And I believe they go between split backs again.
See if we get the number on the quarterback there.
Well, there was a direct snap the first time. Here's a
Good
law
pass.
And, the play was blown dead. Quarterback looks to be looking wrong. Pride Wright.
Okay, number 6. All right, good. That was
Looks
like a pretty good pass too.
I looked to be an 8 based upon that, but officials trying to figure things out. He blew the play dead.
So it is number 8.
Yes, Pride Wright is the quarterback, and now he's going off to get a play. I believe we have a false start against Atlantic City on that last play. That's why everything was blown dead. So all of a sudden, Atlantic City's going backward, and it's 2nd and 20.
Yeah, these are the little penalties that you don't want to have early in the game. You want to be able to sustain drives here because it's always a 1 to 2 touchdown game. You don't want to lose anything on that on penalties here. You want to be able to score as quick as possible.
Well, they're going to line up that same triple along the right-hand side. And Pride Wright is like, you know what? Can we talk this over?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing here?
Coach told him no. Call the play.
He tried to call timeout and override the coach. I guess that didn't work. All right, back to passes right. The pass a little bit high, intended for Nashawn Robinson, incomplete. And they went for the same play before the play was blown dead and ended up working incomplete. So 3rd and very long for Atlantic City this time.
I mean, he did have a blocker there who was trying to make a block, but the defender was able to get over. So, I mean, even if he would have completed that pass, I don't know if it would have been as successful as they wanted it to be. But nevertheless, he tried. That was the second time he overthrew the second time. The first time he was able to complete it, but this time he overthrew him.
It was easy to complete when the play's blown dead.
Yes, that is correct.
So now make it 3rd and 20. Atlantic City with their opening possession of the game. They forced the Camden turnover, looking to still get points off of the turnover, but they got their work cut out for them. Here's a triple to the left side.
Quarterback change.
That's Noah Wilkins, who decided to fire the football and ends up going incomplete.
Right.
So that'll force 4th and long, and I think the 10-unders do have a kicking game.
Right. They still have a punt option.
Oh, they do still have a punt option. So if they choose to do that, Camden will get the ball at the 47-yard line of Atlantic City. So it's 25 yards, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Right. There you go. And once again, like I said, at these the 8U and the 10U, both their punters are great. They average those 25 yards very good, real easy. They never have any trouble with the punts.
Nice. Well, of course you never have any trouble with the punts because you get an automatic 25 net.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it's always a net 25 for the punters here.
Not to worry about any backspin or crazy bounces off.
Yeah, there it is.
Or something
or
like
bad snap or anything. Yeah, you're right.
So Camden will get their second possession. They dodge a break off the turnover, and the defense was able to step up. Now they have the ball at the Atlantic City 47-yard line, 1st and 10, just under 2.5 left in the first quarter. No score in this one.
Right here, we have to see what Camden comes up with here.
Well, we've been seeing more passing options here, and this looks like a spread.
Yep, they get 2x2 here.
Actually, no, it might be. Oh, it is 2x2. I'm sorry, but they're
Oh,
gonna hand
handoff.
off, turn the corner, and gain to about the 41-yard line.
Bless you, 9, number 2 on the carry there, right?
That's Sherrod Patterson, by the way.
Good job by Sherrod on that carry. They managed to get a couple of good yards on that play.
Yeah,
So.
for a moment, I thought it was an empty gun, but it was the official that was lined up and almost looked like it was disguised as a Camden player for a second.
Yeah, that's right. But
Sometimes it is hard to tell from a far camera angle who's what.
yeah, I mean, the camera's great right now. The remote camera is awesome. It's been working great today. It's been great today. You got Howard there on controls doing a great job.
Imagine the look you just got, Joey.
Yeah, you already know.
All right, 2nd and 3 from the 40-yard line. They set a man in motion, and now they're going to go handoff, same play, crossing the 40 and diving close to the first down. Might be a yard short to the 38-yard line. So probably 3rd and about a yard coming up for Camden. Camden in the very dark navy blue uniforms. Numerals are basically the same color with a light pink lining around, and of course, a lot of pink around on both sides, given it being Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Right.
And of course, we're going to see pink flags that go along with that too.
Yeah. I mean, it is hard to see their numbers, so we try our best. We don't want no one to get upset that we're not shouting their kids out, but we do our best. We'll get them up there. Get you there.
And if you feel we need help with a pronunciation of a player, just let us
Please
know. We're
feel
going to
free.
read the rosters later on, so make sure you get everything down. Now on 3rd and a yard, obviously we got a flag. That play was blown dead rather quickly. Question is, who jumped first? And it looks like preliminarily it's going to be a false start, and they are going to back it up 5, and Camden's going to be hit with a 3rd and 6.
Yeah, so, once again, these kids, they're trying their best here, and, they jump a little off sides.
Actually, I stand corrected on that last play. Camden did get a first down, so that's going to make it 1st and 15 instead from the 42-yard line based upon where the ball was spotted.
Right. Well, the offense needs to settle down here and be able to get some more positive yards the way they did the first series.
Under 30 seconds left. Oh, and the right side jumped that time, so now you got the equivalent of a holding penalty. Back-to-back false start,
right?
And it's 1st and 20 just like that.
Yeah, you can see the right side take off right away. I mean, obviously the play was going that way, so he was a little anxious and wanted to get out and be able to block quickly, but he left a little too soon. And as you can see here in our shot, everything is great.
Yeah, beautiful blue sky. See Route 30
the windmills here.
The highway that goes between Atlantic City and Portland, Oregon.
Yep. So.
And a good 360 camera. He's basically see all aspects of the field. So it looks like the clock is going to run out while we continue to play with the camera a little bit more. And we are going to quarter time. So we'll take a break here. After 1, Camden, Atlantic City, no score in the 10-unders. We'll come back with quarter number 2 right after this.
Tri-County United Football League. New organizations applications are due by March 1st. The new organizations application link can be found on our About page. Just press New Organization Application. Here's our website. Come join the fun. Come join the experience here at the Tri-County United Football League.
Okay, we are back here in Atlantic City. You can see the northern skyline, the 3 casinos up top, the Borgata MGM, and there's one other. I forget what the name is on that, but obviously they've all been recently built over the last 20 years or so. But anyway, quarter number 2 about to start between Camden and Atlantic City. No score in the 10-under game. TCUFL action here on the HSG network. I got to get my alphabet soup right here. But make sure you subscribe to HSG network for much more TCUFL action over the next couple of weekends, including playoffs coming up. And we have over 3,000 subscribers, and it's growing. So tell your friends, regardless where you're watching here in Nevada or South Carolina or elsewhere, as we have the first play cutting across and going down to close to the 40-yard line there. So make sure you check us out. HSG Network on YouTube. You subscribe, you get notifications on the future TCUFL action, as well as some high school football. It's just coming up on Friday, which Joey and I will be broadcasting.
Yes, definitely. It would be a pleasure to be out there Friday night.
That's going to be a lot of fun, to say the least. Hillsborough has gotten back on track. They've won 3 in a row. And they finish with senior night against Hunterdon Central. Friday night at 7 on HSG Network. Make sure you tell your friends about it and send the links over. So, now as we get back to this action, Camden, after a 7-yard pickup, they have 2nd and 13. The ball spotted at the Atlantic City 40-yard line. Had 2 false starts in a row, really backed them up after a first down. Now they're trying to get the yardage back and then some here and set things up.
Looks like here we're going to have one of those bunch formations where everything is really tight. Everything's really boxed in there.
They might go double tight end and put one on each side for extra blocking. They send a man in motion. And India Streeter tried to run around the corner and gets thrown back for a big loss. I mean, you got to give her credit. She's trying the best that she can, but just not getting the offensive line help that she was hoping for. Ends up losing 6, and now Camden faced with 3rd and long.
Right. I mean, you could see there. I mean, she tried to get out there to the outside. You know, like you said, they teach the kids to get outside to the corner, get as far as downfield as you can, across, and then turn upfield. But the pursuit from the AC defense was pretty good. They managed to get outside and get off their blocks and make a play and be able to bring her down for, was it a gain or a loss? It was a loss.
It was a -6.
Oof, okay, so.
That's a tough break for her. Yeah. But ends up being 3rd and 19 as they're going to spot the ball at the 46-yard line.
Right. Well, we got to see what happens here. I mean, if the offensive line can come off and get some blocks and get her a chance to get into the end zone.
Wouldn't be surprised they try a pass here. They got a couple receivers lined up on the left. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Oh, they're going to go misdirection running play. Trying to cut through, but good job by Atlantic City's defense slowing things down as a flag comes in at the end of the play.
It's good defense by Atlantic City there. Once again, you know, these kids they're just a little smarter. You know, they hold off. You tell them, hey, listen, this is your responsibility. You stay out here. Make sure nobody gets past you and stuff like that. You know, holding the edge is important, as we saw in the first game. You know, the Dolphins weren't able to do that and allowing the Camden team to get to outside. But here, you know, they seem to be doing a little better in holding that edge.
Speaking of holding, unfortunately, Camden got called for another holding penalty, but it looks like Atlantic City is going to refuse it. So it's going to force a 4th and long. Ball's going to be spotted, I believe, at a 43. So you're talking probably a 4th and 16 coming up. But no, they're accepting the penalty.
Okay.
So 3rd and a long way to go as they're going to spot in at their own 46-yard line. That is a long way to get to the line of game now.
Right. So, I mean, very, very, very far away. But and it's only 3rd down right now.
So looks to be a 3rd and 26.
And they called another timeout, it looks like.
Yes, they did. Another timeout is being called. I think they're trying to design a play. I mean, obviously the 10-year range, Joey, I mean, you're at 3rd and long. You use this timeout on both sides. What do you think the coaches are saying to the kids?
Right now, right? So I'm just going to assume, based off the first timeout that he called, he came up with the right play. So he's just figuring out what's going to work here. What, you know, look and see what worked prior. And let's go back to that. Maybe the pass that they ran before, maybe they'll come back to that. Or just the jet sweep again. It's been pretty good for them. But, you know, AC right now needs to come up with a good stop here to be able to either force them to do a punt or just be able to get a stop on 4th down.
Oh, my water got in the way again. Well, I also think too, Camden, they've been a bit hot and cold. I mean,
Right.
they've had some positive plays, but they've been committing a lot of penalties, and that's not making the coaching staff happy at all because
Yeah.
these referees are obviously calling it a lot tighter than we expected.
Right, right. So, you want to be able to not get these penalties to be able to start moving forward and block and get your assignments done right. But unfortunately, with all the penalties, you're not too happy and going the wrong way right now. We don't need that.
And that might be why the timeout was called because the coaching staff's like, enough is enough with these holding fouls.
Right.
They've had a couple false starts. They've had 3 holds. And now they're up against a 3rd and 27 from their own 46. Back to pass, trying to roll right. And now he's got some room to run if he wants. Crossing midfield. Oh, he got thrown down very hard. Now, I don't know if that was a horse collar or not, but that was close.
Yeah, that's your guy there,
Yeah.
number 1, Mr. Wilkins, there on the tackle. Good job.
Wow.
I mean, it looked like he was going to break it and
Get
continue
back.
downfield for some really good yards, but he came up with a big tackle.
Yeah, it's hard to tell here. I mean, if it's 14, that'd be John Vitale the third. But I'll tell you what, that tackle, I mean, that was dangerously close to being a horse
Horse
tackle.
collar, yeah, I thought so too. But apparently he didn't have much of the collar. He might have had more of his jersey down low. But it was a good play, and it's a good tackle by him because if he doesn't make that play, he's off to the races.
I mean, we've had some pretty hard tackling. We saw something in the 8 and under game, which
Yeah, it
also
was a good shot.
except
That's
it was
correct.
like a low tackle, and the
Mhm.
player went down rather hard. And it's tough for these kids, especially when it comes to turf. So you can't do punt option here, so they go for it on 4th down, going back and lobbing a pass.
Oh,
It is caught. It's
But there's a
certainly not enough
flag.
for a first down. Now, there's a flag down. Now, if this is on Camden, obviously Atlantic City will decline it.
right.
It looks like the indication there was an illegal player downfield, so that will obviously decline the penalty. They'll take a couple yards, and Atlantic City will get the ball. I would suspect at about the 47-yard line.
Once again, these penalties are just hurting Camden so bad right now. An illegal. I mean, I guess at this age, it is tough to get the kids to say, "Hey, you can't get but so far downfield. You have to stay home." But they get a little overzealous and they start moving upfield too much, and that's what happens.
And we see this a lot, especially when you have, I mean, let's take the Detroit Lions, for instance.
Mhm.
They were, over the last couple of weeks, they were called for a lot of ineligible players downfield.
Right.
Now, obviously, in this league, this is so different than the NFL. I think you're allowed a yard in the NFL. Not sure how much you're allowed in the TCUFL. Maybe a second yard. I mean, give the kids a little more leeway, but then after
Right.
that, then it becomes a problem. So,
All right.
with that said, Atlantic City will get the ball there at their own 48-yard line, 1st and 10. And inside the full house, they will hand this off. And boy, Camden was all over that.
All over that. They were showing blitz from the very beginning. As soon as they lined up, the linebacker was creeping left, creeping right. And, obviously he came and they were able to get in to the backfield and not allow anything whatsoever. They lose about 2 yards on that, 2-3 yards.
Well, I think they lost more than that. They're all the way back at the 40-yard line.
Oh, wow. So, yeah.
Oh, it was a fumble, too.
Oh, boy. So now,
I beg your pardon. What happened was there was a fumble on the exchange, and Camden ended up recovering the football. So the defensive penetration was so off the charts. Atlantic City completely got smothered by it, couldn't keep possession, and Camden gets the ball right back.
Right. So here's their first turnover, right? And let's see what they do with it now. Let's see if they can get some points on the board here. Capitalize on this turnover.
Remember, Camden got as far as the AC 11-yard line, their opening drive, and then a couple holding fouls and a turnover followed. Let's see how they clean this up here. The 1st and 10 from the 40. And they try to hand it on a sweep left, and he got swept under on a great tackle by Jahir Abdid Life. I think Life is his nickname. and he was able to put some life into that Atlantic City defense on that defensive side.
Yeah, he read that well. He came right off. He realized, I mean, he's seen it already a couple of times. You get the jet sweep that they're working with a couple of times. And, he said, okay, this kid's going in motion. I'm going to follow him. And as soon as the ball was snapped, he just ran down the line of scrimmage and chased him down from behind. Just as way you want to teach it.
No fuel on that play, that was for sure. So for Camden, after a 5-yard loss, they're back at their 45, 2nd and 15. Yeah, it is 14. John Mateo the third.
Second and 15 for the.
Looks like he's going to line up modified here. They triple the left side.
Oh.
Throwing a pass. Well-designed play. Turn the corner. Also well-designed was the Atlantic City defense for maybe a yard.
Right. Well, that was a good play by the defense to come up and make that play. He read it right away and, was able to come up and really get a stop, which is really nice.
And the stop made by A.J. Brown. A-J-A-Y is how it's spelled. It could be a Jai Brown for all we know.
Right.
Not to confuse it with the Eagles receiver.
Right. Good job by him. So.
And somebody wants us in Willingboro. I'm not, listen, I'm only 25 minutes from there, so.
Yeah, so let's see what they Camden comes up with here.
Well, they'll triple the left side. It's 3rd and 15. There was no gain on that last play. Ball spot at the 45. Oops. Right side move, and yet another false start on Camden.
Let's see what happens here. Jesus. These flags are just hurting Camden so bad.
They could be practicing half the week on how to not commit penalties because
that
is a lot, especially for a 10-year-old team.
Yeah, you may wind up getting to run a little extra wind sprints too because of all these penalties,
I mean, think about this. I mean, a lot of it, some of it comes with coaching, some of it comes with execution, and some of it is just concentration.
Right.
And you also have to figure partially the officials. They'll let some things go, but others you just don't let go. And that little flinch, that's all you need.
Right. I mean, he flinched a little bit, took off a little too early. But I mean, we gotta stay focused. That's what they need to do.
And now there's a pass incomplete, and I don't know if there was a flag down because I'll tell you what, Atlantic City came with the pressure, and we thought that they were going to be ruled offside, but no flag went down. Tough break on Camden's part.
Right.
And they're going to have to go for it on 4th and 20 from midfield.
Well, I mean, let's see. Maybe they'll punt? Who knows?
Well, they can punt. They just can't use the punt option in that case.
Oh, okay. So they wouldn't be able to do the punt option. They would have to physically punt if they wanted to.
Correct. I mean, they're 5 yards past that option.
Right.
So
okay.
Let's see what they do. I mean, Camden, they might surprise you with something.
I mean, both. It's not bad to go for it here rather than trying to punt because so much things can go wrong on a punt. But both defenses have been playing very well. So you never know.
And that's why they're not punting. But they do have 2 receivers lined up on the right on a 4th and 20 from the midfield stripe. Just under 2 minutes left till halftime, and no score, just a turnover on each side and a lot of penalties. And this is going to be a run. Let's see if he turn the corner, crossing the 4. He's got it. First down, still going to the 20, to the 10, and to the Jersey Shore condo. Into the end zone for a 50-yard touchdown run. And folks, I don't see any pink down on the field, so that is going to count.
Yeah, good job. Great job by the offensive line there, blocking, and him, realizing, getting outside, turning the corner, finally get to the outside and turning upfield. This is the one time where the Dolphins weren't able to hold the edge and not allow him to get outside. So.
And I said Camden might surprise you, and I saw that coming. It's like I saw Juan Soto coming last night.
Yeah. So. On the touchdown. That was a great run by that kid over there. It was a good job.
It's number 7, Cameron Eversley.
All right. So that was great. Good run by him. Maybe we'll get a replay after this extra point conversion.
Well, I think there might have been a little bit of a fake out, too, that
right.
threw Atlantic City off because they had been playing very well defensively. But when you design a play like that and it works to perfection, I mean, that's got to make the coaches, in this case, have a nice sigh of relief in spite of all the mistakes that were made here in this first
Right.
half. Here's a handoff up the middle, and that's going to be an easy conversion. And I believe it was the lady who got that, India Streeter.
Good job on our part.
So Camden with a 7-0 lead. We're down to 1:38 left till halftime. And Joey, let's look at a replay on that 50-yard touchdown run.
All right, so we're going to take a look here. See the running back. Or was it just the quarterback himself that took it on his own?
So it's 14, I guess. That's the
Yep, the quarterback. Just called his own number, managed to get a good move to the outside and all the way downfield. Look at
And
that.
he got crystal clear 50G connection with that 50-yard touchdown. Yeah.
Great run. Great run. Way to call his own number and be able to handle all that stuff. Thank you so much.
So Camden comes through with the 7-0 lead. Now we'll see how Atlantic City responds to this.
Yep. We're almost at halftime here too. We have a minute and 38 left at this time. So.
Oh, we just sorry, the folks here in Atlantic City, the ones run the program just brought us lunch. We'll take care of for halftime. So we definitely appreciate everything they've done for us here.
It's always great the way they take care of us here. You know, they do a great job with the concession and with the kids and with everything going on. You know, all these moving parts here that, you know, the organizations managed to do such a good job with everything.
All right, so there's a minute 38 left till halftime. Now, keep in mind, Atlantic City does have all three of their timeouts.
Right, so at this age, they get 3 timeouts, not 4 like the 8?
Yeah,
Okay.
the 8 and unders, you get an extra timeout.
Okay, great. All right, so that's not bad.
And you learn something a little new with these leagues.
Yeah,
Every league different.
last couple of weeks that I've been doing it, I've learned, that the timeouts are different. That, you don't punt, you do punt. You can't punt if you want to punt, so,
There's probably a league somewhere in the United States where it's 8 on 8 and you only get 1 timeout per half.
Somewhere.
Probably somewhere in Nebraska. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, or in Alaska.
Well, you never know, but that's a different type of football over there.
Yeah, so.
All right, so we're waiting for Camden to kick things off from the 45-yard line after a tremendous touchdown run, giving Camden the first points of this game. They're up 7-0. Atlantic City hoping to respond to that at halftime. The good news is, though, for AC, even if they don't score at the half, they do get the ball to start the second half.
Correct. So, I mean, once again, it's a one-score game. Anything can happen. As you can see, on one play can make a difference. So, you don't want to get down. You want to try to come up as a coaching staff, see what worked and come back with something better.
All right, taken by Atlantic City at about the 45 and still on his feet. He's turned the corner. Look at this. He's going to 50.
Once again.
The 40, the 30. Is he going to outrun everybody?
And he does get into the end zone.
He made it. He made it into the end zone.
Just like that, right?
As we see the public address guy around the deck in front of us here. So I guess we didn't expect that to be a response, but it was.
Right, there you go, and it's like I said, the one play can change the outcome of the games, and right now, extra point is big, right? So it's 7-6.
And Atlantic City comes through and almost levels it just like that. Now they just got to get the conversion to try and level it.
Right, I mean, and, took some time off the clock, but not much. We got 1 minute and 21 seconds left. That you give the ball back to Camden with some time to be able to do something before half.
Call that a slow developing special teams play.
Right. He decided to go right, maybe left. No, let me go back. Let me go right. Let me go left again now. Made it to the corner, got outside, and was able to turn upfield and did a great job to get into the end zone.
And now Atlantic City is going to call a timeout to work on the conversion. So you want to take a break here? Yeah, let's do it. With 1:21 left, Camden leading 7-6. The conversion following the touchdown comes your way after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, we are back. We're about to have the conversion following I believe was a 55-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for Atlantic City. Now, we could not quite get the number based upon the angle we were at. So for those of you watching, you can DVR back and get us a number, and we'll let you know who it is. So you can put it on the chat board here on this HSG Network video channel here. All right, here's the conversion snap. They're going to try for two. No, the conversion, he got it. He got to level the game. Looked like his knee went down, but the ball crossed the plane at that point. So Atlantic City levels the game at 7 on a quarterback keeper. And I'll tell you what, talk about feisty. All of a sudden, you think you have everything figured out?
Right.
Not quite.
Just like I said, one play can change the outcome of the game. And Atlantic City with the kickoff return actually for 55 yards for a touchdown was amazing. Great run by the kid, getting to the outside, being able to turn the field and run it in for a touchdown. So, and once again, and they get the ball back. So if they come up with some good defense here, to start the second half, they'll get the ball, which is something. So,
well, that definitely gives Atlantic City a momentum. When you get a special teams touchdown like that, I mean, that's got to be really, really good for the kid, especially. And if you think about it too, and you think about what the late John Madden once said, and you go to these old EA Sports things, they even tell you at halftime it's hard to say which team has the advantage, but even though one team has the lead, it takes one play to turn the entire game around, and look what we just saw.
That's right. One big play, great kickoff return. So, it looked like they had him. It looked like they had him bottled up, and he managed to, juke here, juke there, and be able to get down outside and turn a field and score for a touchdown.
And that was at the very beginning of the play.
Right. Because he kicked the ball off right to the middle of the field, and, the receiver just got the ball, started dancing a little bit, figuring out, okay, which way do I want to go? Do I want to turn up the field? Nope, let me continue outside. And got outside, got a couple of blocks, and was able to turn the corner and get upfield for a touchdown.
Yeah, he did more than just turn up, I'll tell you that.
Yes. Yeah,
all right, so Camden will get the ball back. So, we say a little bit of fireworks in the final 2 minutes of this first half. We're down to 1:21 left till halftime, and now a 7-7 game. And a one-hop kick taken about the 34-yard line. Now let's see if he tries to return the favorite. Now you're not going to be able to do it. He's too crowded within the special teams. But the return goes to about the 43-yard line. That's where Camden will set up shop 1st and 10. Just keep in mind, Camden's used one timeout. Camden has one timeout left. Atlantic City has 2 left.
Right. So, good coverage by the kickoff team for the AC kicking team there, not allowing too many yards. So hopefully they can hold it down here and get a stop so that they can, get a 3 and out here or 4, depending, and get the ball back at halftime and try to do something else offensively.
All right, so 1:12 remains till halftime. Ball spotted the 42-yard line, or just shy of 43. 1st and 10 for Camden. They've done a very good job offensively. Now they got to see if they can come up with another one of those big plays like they did on that 4th and 20.
Right. Well, that was a big one. Yeah, you're right. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what the coach dials up offensively here for Camden.
Well, we'll see how Atlantic City responds. They have the momentum at the moment. It looks like they're going to go big here. All right, 1st and 10. Oh, they tried to go around, and Atlantic City was waiting for them. Ends up being a loss on the play as John Viteo III, ended up losing a couple of yards back to the 40-yard line. We're now under a minute till halftime, and we'll see if the coaches decide to use any of their timeouts.
Right.
And at the moment, it doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. Camden's not going to use that final timeout to stop the clock and take it into half. But I would have thought he would have used it so that this way, they can get one play off and be able to possibly come up with the one play that you got that's worked well for you right now and be able to score.
And by the way, just to confirm, it was John Vitale who did have that 50-yard touchdown run before Atlantic City responded with kickoff. And now we have a timeout
Now,
called.
okay.
They let it run down to 22 seconds left till halftime. So I guess we'll keep it here for the moment. So, Joey, I mean, as you prepare for halftime, what do you think the coaches are saying?
I mean, you got to see what works for you, offensively and what's been working defensively. So, you just want to build on both ends of the ball. Defensively, AC wants to be able to maintain and continue to hold the edge. They had a good couple of plays where got great penetration, be able to and make a tackle for a loss. And Camden also, want to continue to try to get out there and be able to get to that edge and get downfield to be able to make a play. So, we want to just be able to do these things here, if we can. And
Oh my goodness.
as you see me trying to clear the way so that everyone could see our
Listen,
faces, but
Listen, I think Howard tried doing that intentionally. I don't.
yeah, he did, but
Gotta have some humor around here,
always, it's fun for us up here too, as it is fun for the kids down there on the field. So
Hey, we gotta combine the two together sometime and make it as best we can. All right, they go in an I formation, or modified rather. They hand it off to India, and she's gonna get a nice positive gain out of it. India Streeter gets about 3, maybe to the 43-yard
Okay.
line, and I have a feeling they're gonna run the clock out, and we'll
yeah.
have halftime. So your thoughts on this first half, Joey?
It was a good first half. Once again, we saw good plays offensively by Camden. Being able to pass the ball a little bit, get some good yardage there, and all right. So we're back. All right, and
We had to
you
throw
know
a quick sponsor in there,
the quick sponsor there. Those are fast haircuts. You get them really quick there. And Camden did a good job with being able to get outside with the ball and run their offense the way they want to. And AC had a couple of good big stops just now. So you want to build off of both. And special teams is always big here. So
All right. Well, your halftime score, Camden and Atlantic City tied at 7. I guess we'll do the MVP video again at the break. So come back to us in a few minutes. But in the meantime, enjoy these MVPs of the TCUFL.
All right, we're going to be back with Bill out there with our interview. As soon as he looks up.
Running back, 7 years old, and I play middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker 7. Who's your favorite player in the NFL, my man?
We got somebody's got a yellow.
Oh no.
You don't know who your favorite player is? Now that you're the running back. So let me ask you a question. What's your guys' record this year? Yeah, no, you guys got pretty good. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Since you don't know who your favorite player is for football, what's your favorite position to play? I know you play defense and you play offense. You're on both sides of the ball. What's your favorite position to play?
Running back.
Running back, I guess so. Here, I told our Howard up there that's in our booth, that if I had a chance to tell you, we're going to coach you real quick right now. Man, you have all the moves in the world as a running back. But when you get to that sideline, my man, I need you to switch that ball, put it towards the sideline. You got me? We're looking forward to seeing you have a great job. Great job. Here's our MVP. Hold the ball, wave to everybody. Great job, my man. Great job, coach.
Thank you, buddy.
Congratulations, my man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our MVP of the 10U game. We are here with Mr. Brett Williams, number 29. Introduce yourself, my man, and tell the guys what position you play.
I play wide receiver. What you call? I play on the line, and I don't really have nothing to say. It's just a good game.
Yeah.
Well, you did a lot of the talking, my man, in the game today. You had the two quick
No, we have 'em.
touchdowns
We have 'em.
earlier. You were all over the field. You played a little bit of defense. We knew they were going to try to go to you in the time. Between you and number 3, you guys had a great combination there. Let me ask you a question, my man. Who is your favorite NFL players? Who do you follow your game behind?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. I saw a little bit of his game in you. Why do you like Tyreek Hill so much?
Because he's fast.
He's fast?
Mhm.
Okay, now I have one question for you. I want you to tell me the truth, man. How you doing in school?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? You know you wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for the school, right? Keep the grades up, my man. Great job. This is yours for you to keep. We need our MVP ball back. Man, great job. I want to be watching you, man. I want to see you do big things in high school. You understand me?
Mhm.
All right, we'll be talking again, my man. Great job and great game.
You too.
All right, you take it easy, all right? All right, my man. We're here. Tell the people who you are, bro. This is our MVP. I'm giving it to a defensive player today. My man here had 3 tackles in the back, had a real stick, made it stand out. Definitely defensive. Tell him your name and tell him who you are, what position you play, my man.
My name's Zion Larry, and I play nose guard and right tackle.
Zion, listen, man. Right from the beginning, we're trying to look for an offensive player to give this to. You stood out right away. Right in the first series, you had a stack. Every time you got on the field, they had to count for you. Who's your favorite NFL player, and who do you desire to be like?
My favorite NFL player is Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Why you choose Aaron Donald, my man?
The way he get in the backfield, his shell moves, his ball rushes, it just make the game perfect.
You know what?
He also set up opportunities for his team.
Well said, my man. And guess what? You played exactly like him today. They had to account for you, and you know 1 man can't block you, 2 can't handle you, right?
Yes,
Great
sir.
job today. How you doing in school, my man? You know I
I'm
gotta
doing
ask all
good.
that. You doing
I
good?
got A's and B's, and I'm graduating the first market period with merit roll.
That's what I'm talking about, my man. A's and B's. You know, without grades, there is no football. Well, congratulations, Zion. Your great job today, man. You are our MVP of that 3rd game, okay? Great job and keep it up. I hope to see you in the future, all right? Great
Thank
job,
you.
my man. Congratulations. All right, we are here with our MVP, guys. Let me tell you something. We just saw one hell of a game just now. We have our MVP number 3. Why don't you tell him your name, number 3?
Jacob Eli Kwan, class
Jacob
of 2028.
Oh, Jacob Elon Kwan. Now, I must tell you, man, before we even get started, I'm going to let you know right
Sorry,
now.
29.
We were a little bit confused. You got your brother here to the right. You are the MVP. You had 3 touchdowns today. Okay. Let me ask you a question. What is your favorite NFL player? Who do you try to be like? Let me
Justin
hear it.
Jefferson mostly.
Justin Jefferson.
Jerry Judy, the cuts. I'm trying to get like there. I'm trying to get right
So
there.
that's your favorite player, Judy. You definitely got some athleticism on
Thank
you.
you.
Me and Howard up front was talking about the athleticism. You guys passed every eye test. You were all over the field. But I got to bring in your brother right here. We were talking earlier, me and Howard. We didn't know your names yet, but we actually looked at both of y'all and said they have to be related. Excuse me, my man. We walked up. We actually had to know that you guys related. Someone actually commented and tell us that you. I mean, you guys look identical
Shout out
out
to that
there on the
comment.
field. Shout out
Shout out
to
to
your
that
people.
comment.
You guys definitely have a fan club out there. Let me ask you a question, my man. What's your favorite player?
My favorite player, I really look up to Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase.
That's a good
Jamar
one.
Chase. Let me ask both of you guys a question. I know your parents got to be very, very proud, but how are you guys' grades? You guys both doing great in school?
Perfect.
Now, I got to ask the question. I ain't trying to cause no problems here, but who's the better athlete? Who's the better athlete here?
See, for now, went to the hospital. You know,
Uh-huh.
I lost there a little bit.
Oh, he lost
I
it. Look,
gotta
that's
get it.
that's
I gotta get it to him.
nah.
Shout out to the
Y'all
coach.
keep pressing each other. We are so impressed with both of you guys. Both of you guys look like you're on your way. Keep fighting over each other.
Thank you.
You hear me? I'm excited to see y'all. Where y'all planning on going to high school?
Williamstown High. Matter of fact,
Williamstown?
I'm gonna keep it like this. We don't know. We don't know.
Snap. No, we gonna let it out. I heard Williamstown, bro. There were some coaches in the stands. Now I hope y'all do know that, right? All right. Well, listen. Good job, guys. Great to see y'all. Good job, my man. Hopefully, see y'all. Good luck in the season. You have our MVP here, Joshua Kwan. Let's take Jacob Kwan. I'm sorry. Here we go. Take that picture. Hold that ball.
All right, we're back here in Atlantic City, here at Dolphin Field, as we're about ready to start the second half of the 10 under game with Camden and Atlantic City tied at 7 apiece. Sorry, things sometimes happen when you least expect it, but anyway. I'm Tom Wilkins with Howard Gaber in the controls and my counterpart Joey Pagan as Atlantic City takes a kickoff to begin the second half, takes a hard hit and goes down to 45-yard line. So, needless to say, let's just say it's a spirited game so far with a 7. Okay, we're just starting the third quarter here in Atlantic City, and thank you for your patience, Zach. A little technical difficulty here. As Atlantic City has the ball, it is second down. They're going to throw a pass, a little short hop, incomplete. So it's going to be 3rd and 4 for Atlantic City as they're going to be at the Camden 49-yard line. For those of you just joining us, I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber, of course, doing his expert job, making sure the controls are all there. That includes the remote camera that we've been airing here in this throughout this day, and plenty more to come. We got 2.5 more games to do, as they say.
Yeah, Howard's been doing a lot of work and busy, doing both. It's been a tough morning for him. Now we're into the afternoon, so he's got it down, but every now and then you get a hiccup here and there. So
and then can't control reception sometimes.
We can't. Yeah, reception we can't control, but. All right, let's get back to this game here. All right, 7-7 here.
Yeah, a couple other notes. It is 2nd and 4 from 3rd and 4 from the 49-yard line after the incompletion.
Oh.
And another flag went down. Atlantic City signaling a false start. I mean, you don't do that if it's defense. So they basically signal a penalty on themselves.
Yeah.
So a false start's going to make it 3rd and 9 back at the 45-yard line. By the way, while we have a second, that kickoff return for a touchdown toward the end of the first half was done by Kwame Chance. He was the one who brought the kickoff 55 yards back for a touchdown after Camden had scored their touchdown. So we wanted to clarify for those of you watching us here on HSG Network, that was the gentleman who ran it back, and that's why we're in a 7-7 game right now.
Right. Once again, special teams has been big for Atlantic City here. Now we've got to watch them see if they can get rolling on offense.
Well, they have 3rd and 9 coming up. Ball at their own 45-yard line. Taking the snap, looking, will lob right pass, caught, spins through one tackle, try to spin to another, and continues on his feet. He'll get to about the 48, still short of a first down, but past the punt option line. So This is going to make for an interesting 4th down decision here.
Correct. It was a good pass, good catch. He was able to get, out of one tackle and be able to get upfield to get some yards and hopefully be able to get to the first down. I mean, he's a little short, but still. See what we come up with offensively here for Atlantic City.
They're going to spot the ball at the 49. So that was a 4-yard pickup. This is the opening drive of the second half, and Atlantic City trying to get themselves their first lead of the game. They will go for it on a little bit of a modified situation. He tripled the left side. Let's see what they do. Oh, he runs into his own guy. He's going to lob it. Passes. Caught. Is there room? And it's taken down at about the 42-yard line, and it was a 4th and 6, I believe, which meant he got the first down because that was an 8-yard pickup.
Yeah. And he lost his shoe in the process and managed to get it back on. Let's see it was a good pass, good rollout. Even after running into his own back, the quarterback was able to maintain his composure and still be able to complete that pass, which was pretty cool.
Hey, sometimes these things happen, and when you're able to overcome such a thing within the line of battle, then that's definitely a battle test that you did pass.
That is correct. He did that. He passed that one with flying colors there.
And not only that, moves the chains. So it is 1st and 10 as the ball is going to be spotted at the Camden 42-yard line. Let's see how this plays out here. Back to pass, rolling left. Oh, he's going to try and lob one. And, just went a little bit high through his hands, incomplete. But give credit to the Camden defender who had good coverage on the
That
receiver.
that is correct. Great coverage on that. But I mean, it was a great pass, good ball. It was a 50-50 ball. I mean, no one came down with it, but it was a good pass. That now the AC coach is opening up the playbook a little bit with passing. It's pretty cool.
Trying to keep Camden off, kind of like on their toes and maybe off of them too. Oh, there's a Atlantic City player. Looks like an Atlantic City player shaking up. So why don't we do this? Let's take a break while they attend to the player. We're in the third, tied at 7. We'll come back in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so we are back here. Count is 6:05 left here in the third, tied at 7. Atlantic City, they had just gotten a first down and just threw an incompletion, so it is 2nd and 10 at the Camden 42-yard line. And getting some comments back here. By the way, if you want to shout your kid out who's playing on the field, you can do it right here on this page and here in the HSG Network on YouTube on this feed. Make sure you are represented. Even if you're out of the New Jersey area, you can let us know where you're watching from, too.
That is correct.
Just remember to keep it clean. Remember, these are kids.
True. Post positive comments, please.
Exactly right. 2nd and 10 for the 42-yard line. A lot of movement before the snap, and now a handoff trying to sweep right. There's some room crossing the 40. That's a first down and more. He might go to the 30, 20, 10. He can take it to his own condominium.
All right.
How about that? Atlantic City taking the lead. And it's number 4, Zahir Abid, otherwise known as Life. And he has brought life to this Atlantic City team as he has given them their first lead of the game with 5:49 left here in the third.
Once again, he managed to get to the outside, turned the corner, and was down the sideline all the way for a touchdown. Good run by him. Great blocking by the offensive line there also.
Great shot of the condo.
Great shot of everything over there. Yeah, the camera was, the platform was shaking a little bit, so we lost, it wasn't stable there. With some people jumping up and down.
Well, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, cheering
and,
on.
Hey, you got to remember, Joey, I mean, everyone says to the house, you got to try something else.
No, so we figured we'd have the fans jump up and down and shake the camera so that we can lose sight, But we got it back. We caught him at the end back there when he crossed the line of the goal for a touchdown.
Or if they put music on, they'll have the bass on too high. They'll shake the entire place.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
But here's the conversion after Atlantic City has taken the lead.
Let's see. So who
Noah
makes this
Wilkins to the
conversion?
shotgun. Actually, no. They dropped the sweep, and it's going to rule as a failed conversion. So the conversion fails, and Atlantic City with a 13-7 lead over Camden. We got to take a look at this replay and what sprung life into this offense here for Atlantic
All
City.
right. So let's see. I mean, we saw some movement early. We thought they were going to get a penalty, but no. You get the fullback gets outside, manages to get a block for him out here. Number 1 gets a great block on the outside.
A great block.
Yeah. And then, number 17 leading the way there also gets another good block upfield.
Kwame Chance.
Yeah, and there it is, right into the end zone. But you see everybody jumping, all this excitement. That's why we lose the camera shaking.
That was almost like a roller coaster replay.
But nonetheless, great job, and great job by our cameraman to get back on focus and get there. Great job.
That's really a tremendous thing. And I'll tell you what, after this play, we'll read the 10 under sophomore Dolphins. Actually, they're still trying to get everything set, so I'm going to go ahead and start now. The Dolphins are Noah Wilkins, Kobe McNair, Carter Wilkins, Zahir Abdid, Malik Wellman Jr., Abubakar Stewart, Pride Wright, Nashawn Robinson, Jasir Watts, Ajay Brown, Kwame Chance, Demarion Seda, King Irizarry, Luis Oloa, Sherrod Masek, Bobby Wilson III, Kaiser Williams, Riley Jenkins, Xander Cohn, Sincere Wellman, Sirrod Sutton, J.C. Wilkes, Manny Guidero. They're showing me the kickoff here. They're going to lay the football flat, so they could be doing something else. Again, Manny Izguerdo, Isaiah Dobson Blackwell, Farrah Segura, Devin White, and Skylar Moore. So those are the 10 under sophomore Atlantic City Dolphins. And we're about to see the kickoff to Camden as they're going to try and respond after they find themselves down for the first time in this game. A high bounce taken at about the 40-yard line. Oh, and it looked like the ball came loose, but now Camden coming the other way. Crossing midfield, that's a foot race. That's going to be a response. Holy smoke. Wow! For the second time in this game, a touchdown is scored, and the other team responds with a kickoff return. How do you like that?
Let's see, who was that on the return there? That was a great return.
Hayden Brown.
Great job by Caden. Once again, it looked like he was going to be tackled there, and he manages to fight his way to get out there and get to the corner, get to the edge, and scored a touchdown.
That is unbelievable what you're seeing here. I mean, Atlantic City's produced some pretty special moments on this field. I mean, whether it be semi-pro, youth, or what have you. I mean, we've had another spectacular moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, once again, a big return, and what's going to come into play here, the way both teams are going now, right? We're both getting the offense on and rolling, and we got special teams. Here is the big deal now. It's special teams. Right? They've each converted one. Now, see what happens here if they can convert here. All right. So.
Well, it's really amazing what we have witnessed here as we're tied, and now Camden can take the lead on the conversion. Meanwhile, Coach runs onto the field, making sure everyone's in position, and then runs just
couple kids off.
Here's a handoff, and that's going to be a conversion for Camden to take the lead. There's a couple of Atlantic City players kind of got off the field a little late, and Camden now with a 1-point lead. And Joey, explain how this
all right, let's take a look.
This happened.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a pretty decent kick, but the coverage looks like they took a high bounce, so everybody lost sight of the ball for a second. He broke through 2 tackles there and was able to get to the outside. He had a couple of good blocks in front of him, and there he is, right, running off to the races. Good job by that young man.
And he juked a couple people after he got the ball, and then all of a sudden space opened up, and away he went.
Great job by him. Great job by Camden running, getting scored real quick back there, answering fast.
So if you think about it, considering how this game has been, it's been even Steven. The good news is, even though we're halfway through the third quarter, we've only seen one penalty.
Right.
Compared to a ton of penalties in the first half on both sides.
Right. So I guess, those halftime adjustments, one was, hey, listen, let's not get any more false starts and any more holding penalties. And, pretty much Camden was the one with all the penalties for the most part, but it was good. That right now that we started out this second half, and everything is looking really well. So,
wow, that's an amazing play. So now Camden has a 1-point lead, and right now it's the missed conversion off that second touchdown by Atlantic City has suddenly turned to be the difference in this game.
Right. Well, and here we are back on special teams again. Right, this most electrifying part of the game for both teams.
If we get a few more of these, and we'll be wondering what the heck did we get ourselves into.
Yeah.
All right, Atlantic City to respond. So think about this. Each team with a kickoff return for a touchdown. Each team with a long run for a touchdown. That's why I said the conversion's the difference in this game.
Oh, good
job. It gets by Atlantic City. Is it going to be fielded?
Oh!
Just goes out of bounds. Camden nearly recovered it, but the last second, the
Wow.
ball makes a left turn and saves Atlantic City from what could have been a disastrous result.
That would have definitely been disastrous right there for Atlantic City. They got that lucky just a little. I think the wind was blowing at that moment. It pushed it right out of bounds for
Now,
them.
the
They got
windmills
lucky.
might say otherwise.
Yeah, well, he managed to get enough there to get it out of bounds where now they get the ball spotted on what, the 35-yard line there?
We'll see where they spot it. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, this tells you how close this was.
You know, he saw a soft spot here. There's no one there for the AC team. He just said, let me kick it here, and hopefully it'll just
and
slow
then
home.
and it actually went underneath a couple of players.
Both Camden, the players, they went right in between their legs as they ran towards the ball rather than trying to jump on it. They were trying to pick it up. And, you know, you should always tell them, you know, just fall on the ball first rather than the scooping scores that come later on in the career. Not right now.
Well, think about this. Considering the ball went out of bounds, I mean, Camden actually got a little break because Atlantic City is going to start at the 35, which is a little deeper than the average starting for both teams in this game.
That's true.
All right, taking the snap, they pitch to Noah. Noah tries to get through the defense, and he's able to sputter his way to about the 40-yard line for a 5-yard pickup. So he did some running around with that route and picks up positive yards.
It was a good run by Noah there, you know, on that carry. You know, the good toss. And our offensive line did their job. They managed to get out second level and get a couple of blocks on linebackers. Allow them to get at least 5 yards on that, which was pretty cool. So
they'll be 2nd and 5 from the 40-yard line. Camden with a 14-13 lead. We're just under 5 minutes left here in the third quarter. Let's see how they break up here on this 2nd and 5 play. Looks like they'll go offset yet again. We'll wait to snap. He'll take. That's a handle. There's some room if he wants it. Let's see if Camden can stop. Oh, he did.
Good job.
He did. What a nice job closing the gap and forcing a 2-yard loss. I think what's going on with the running back there, which happened to be Kwame Chance, I think he waited a little too long to try and make his turn upfield. And by the time he did, there was a Camden defender right in front of him.
that's true. I mean, he was trying to stretch it as much as he could, but he did have an opportunity to cut back inside, but didn't see it quick enough, and the defender was able to get out there and get on top of him to make a play tackle for a loss with 2 yards.
Tell you one thing, this is turning into a very entertaining game and a very competitive one, too. So right now, it is 3rd and 6. Ball spot at the 39-yard line. Got to get to the 45 for the line of gain. They can punt option if they don't get to the 45, but I'm sure they'd rather move the chains. They triple the right side. See what happens in the shotgun. Long snap. They're going to screen it. Crossing the 40. Slips out of a tackle. Goes to the 41. Noah Wilkins that time for about 2. But it's going to be 4th and 4. Now, there's still time. They're going to get in our possession. They may have to ask the defense to make a big stop here.
Right. I mean, that would be it. I think they're going to utilize their punt option. I think this is, or is it, they may.
Well, we'll find out. Clock is under 3 minutes left in the third. So we'll see what they decide to do.
I mean, both teams have been playing pretty decent defense. So, you know, special teams has been big, but yeah, and then they're going to go for it here on 4th down.
Yes, they are. They're going to switch to triple to the far side. Let's see what happens. Might be an empty gun. Oh, a low snap. They're going to lob it, a high lob, and over the head of the receiver, incomplete.
Right.
The low snap kind of threw everything off, and by the time the quarterback got a handle of the ball, kind of overthrew the receiver, and Camden will get the ball on downs. A big break for them with 2:27 left in the third quarter.
And with really good field position there, you know, I mean, they're getting the ball back, you know, here on the 40-yard line or something like that. But, you know, the timing of the play was broken off by the short snap. You know, normally those plays, you know, the timing is what it is. You want to get the ball cleanly and then get your pass out. And, you know, he's been throwing the ball well. And I just noticed this young man, number 1, for the Atlantic City team, right?
Yeah, the person I have no relation to.
No, you have no relation to him. He's, you know, he was the quarterback. I'm saying is left-handed. Number
see
8
too
is
many left-handed
yeah. No, you don't
quarterbacks.
see that. So Mr. Wright, he's left-handed, so it was easier for him to roll left, and throw the ball because it's a natural throwing motion for him. He's not trying to come across his body or anything like that. But the ball hit the ground is what happened there. So
Okay, ball spot at the 41-yard line. 1st and 10 for Camden. They're up by a point, looking to get more. They're going to go with an inside handoff and crashing into the line, still getting more yardage down to the 30. That's a gain of 11 on the play. And that's going to move the chains for a 1st down. I'll tell you what, now Camden's going to really work on their power game considering they have the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And we still got to read Camden's group. We're going to do that shortly. Oh, guess what? Never mind the 11-yard run. There's a penalty on Camden. So much for cleaning things up. Mind you, that was the first play Camden snapped the ball for their offense here in the second half.
Right, and we're at 1 minute and 45 seconds. So that means Atlantic City controlled the ball for a good amount of time there. And, then now that Camden's getting the ball, they get a good run, and then they get a call back again on a penalty, just as we said earlier. Oh, they straighten everything out, and here we go, and they wind up getting another one.
A motion or a formation foul against them, that's a 5-yard penalty, so it's 1st and 15.
Right.
And once again, even though Camden's up by a point, if they clean up their penalties, they'd probably be up a little bit more in this game. Now a handoff right side, trying to slip out of a tackle and not able to. That's going to be a loss on the play.
It was a good job by the defense getting in the backfield and being able to come up with a big stop there. Because, Camden is really trying their best to get outside, but haven't had any success as of yet. So they're doing what they can.
Okay, clock in the red, under a minute left here in the 3rd quarter. Ball's going to be spotted to 47, so it's 2nd and 17. Camden has to get to the 30 for the line of gain.
Let's see if they even...
They'll get a play, maybe 2 off if they want, depending on what the play is.
All right, we got 30 seconds here. Let's see what they call here.
Well, they're trying to condense the formation, try and pull a little bit of power if at all possible. But ball security and playing smart, I think, has got to be on the top of the list at this point. They do hand off right side. There's a hole crossing the 40 and still pushing his way over. Gets to about the 36. So it ends up being an 11-yard pickup. And as the clock winds down for 3/4 time, when we return, it'll be 3rd and 6 for Camden at the Atlantic City 36. So we'll take a break here after 3. Camden leading Atlantic City 14-13. We're coming back with a final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
We are back here in Atlantic City as we hit the 2 o'clock hour on the East Coast here. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gable with the controls here. Starting the final quarter of Game 2, the 10-unders, and Camden up by a point. The only difference, a failed conversion in the 3rd quarter by Atlantic City. Other than that, it has been even Steven. One long offensive rushing touchdown, one kickoff return for a touchdown for each team.
Yeah.
And they kind of combine them together. You score a touchdown, special teams. It's happened twice already, and that's why I say it's minutes close. We just got questions saying, are you playing Rancocas Valley Chiefs? The 14 and unders are playing that tonight. So that's what's happening with that. All right, third down, the handoff goes to about the 35-yard line. So that'll be the fourth game. Rancocas Valley against Atlantic City. That'll be the 14 and unders after the 12 and under Camden AC matchup.
Right. That should be a little exciting there, a little more exciting. The kids are older. They're a lot, a little more equipped to do more, and we'll see a little more action in those games.
I think we will. It turned out to be no gain on the play, so 4th and 6 from the 36-yard line. We'll see. We may have a timeout here.
We have a timeout.
Yeah, well, we're going to do the same thing early in this fourth quarter. Camden ahead 14-13. We're coming back in just a moment. Okay, we're back following the timeout. No signal as to who called it, but we'll figure it out later on. So as you can see on the top of your screen, 9:26 remains in regulation, and Camden's up by a single point, 14-13. What are both coaches talking about during that timeout?
I mean, you want to get the right play called offensively, and you want to get the right play called defensively.
Which makes me think Camden called the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. And then you also, as far as if you're Camden, you don't want any penalties on this next play that you're calling. You want it to be run cleanly.
Well, let's see if they can do it on 4th and 6 and the 36. They're going to sweep left. Can they make the tackle? No, he's going to turn the corner. Let's see, he jukes up the middle. He's going to get a first down, crossing the 30 and go out of bounds, closer to the 25. So I think that Camden timeout once again worked tremendous wonders as they are able to move the chains.
Right, exactly. So, once again, you come up with the play, and then you tell the rest of the team, hey, listen, you tell your linemen, we don't want no false starts. We don't want no holding penalties. This is going to be a good play for us. Let's, make sure we stay mistake-free here. And exactly what they did.
And there was a lot of running around trying to get to 6 yards, and here he got 10.
Yeah, he managed to get the first down on that play, which is really good.
I'll tell you, that's going to be a big confidence booster for this Camden team.
Yep.
So it is 1st and 10 from the 26 of Atlantic City. As we're in the first minute of the final quarter of game number 2. We got the 12 and unders coming up next between Camden and Atlantic City, so stay tuned for that here on the HSG Network. Remember, you can always DVR back for any play you missed for this game or even the 8 and unders if you get a chance to check those games out if you didn't get an opportunity to do that yet.
Right. And always you got to make sure we subscribe to HSG
Of
Network.
course. You're correct. Over 3,000 subscribers here for HSG Network. Make sure you check it out on YouTube, and make sure you spread the word along. More TCUFL action in the next couple of weeks for sure, and even some high school football.
Yes.
For next Friday, so make sure you subscribe. All right, 1st and 10 for the 26. A quick snap. They hand it off, and evidently got pretty good yardage on the play off the right tackle. And again, it was India who came. She's had a nice game so far.
She's been doing well. She ran inside between the tackles one time, got some good yards, but then there was a penalty that brought it back, and now she went off tackle and got some really positive yards out there. And she's been doing her job blocking also on a lot of plays. She's been getting out there and blocking for them too. So it's a good job by her.
Very talented to say the least. As a matter of fact, she gained 6 on the play. So around the edge of the red zone is Camden. 2nd and 4 from the 20-yard line. Wouldn't be surprised she got it again. Another quick snap and hold everything. It's a false start on Camden. somebody moved a little bit too early, and that's
Yeah.
got to drive the coaching staff nuts. They were like, hey, I thought we talked about this at halftime.
Yeah, once again, like I said, that last play, right, that they did, they called the timeout. They managed to get everything set up, and you emphasize no mistakes, guys. Please, no penalties. Let's stay focused. And here you get a little lapse, and you get another penalty.
That's the one thing that has kept this game super close. If Camden cuts down half their mistakes, they're probably up a little bit more in this game.
I would say so.
Remember the opening drive, they got to the 11-yard line, and all of a sudden they went backward on 2 holding fouls and then turned the ball over on the next play.
That's correct. So, the penalties have been, hurting them, but it hasn't hurt them yet. As of yet, they're still managing to play some good football here, and they have the lead still. So, have to see if any of these penalties, come back and hurt them later on.
Well, we're going to find out. 2nd and 9, ball at the 25-yard line. Now, last couple of times, Camden's been able to snap the ball real quick. Now they're sending a couple people in motion. They want to make sure it doesn't become an illegal shift. Now I think everybody's set. Oh, and a bad snap, and Camden's going to have to fall on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was the problem between center and quarterback on that exchange there, but
or lack thereof.
Right. So, he was able to manage to get the ball and not lose possession here, so gives them still an opportunity to be able to do something. So,
well, it ends up being no gain, luckily. So it is 3rd and 9 from the 25-yard line. This is going to be a big play for Atlantic City's defense. Obviously, what Camden's doing is trying to wind the clock down as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, well, that's the thing now for Camden, to be able to control the clock and be able to maintain possession of the ball. Get a couple of good first downs, whether you get into the end zone or not, but just to keep the clock rolling.
Well, think about this. There's a matter of trying to balance controlling the game and the clock and not being complacent.
That's true too. You can't, because if you have the opportunity to score, you want to score, because it is just a 1-point game.
3rd and 9 from the 25. They will hand off right side. Is there going to be an opening? A little bit of juking around. He's still running, but there's a little problem here. You can see at around the 30-yard line, there's a flag down, and it's coming back again.
Yeah, a whole penalty. Like I said, Camden at this moment, like you said, if they had eliminated half of these penalties, they might be up by more. But because they're not, they're having trouble getting the offense rolling here.
And now they're stuck with a 3rd and 19, going back to the 35-yard line.
Right. So, I mean, this is good for Atlantic City, because, now if they can get the ball back with any time left on the clock, they can do something and possibly score here and win this game. So,
well, let's also think about it this much. Remember that Camden scored their offensive touchdown on a 4th and 20.
Correct.
So Atlantic City has to keep that in the back of their minds, especially as to how that play came out.
Right. So, you want to make sure that you stay tough on defense here. You want to get a stop. It's big to get a stop here.
Okay, we're at the midway point of the final quarter, as you can see from the scoreboard. Let's see what happens. 3rd and 19 from the AC 35. I don't think there's a reason to throw the ball, but we'll see. And they handed left side.
Good job.
And how about the... Oh, let's talk about...
Still going.
Yes, still going is right, but unfortunately, it's not going to be for much, and might have lost a yard or two. So you got to give credit to Atlantic City's defense for kind of sniffing that one out.
Yeah, the defensive tackle managed to get right through. He broke through the line of scrimmage really quickly and was able to grab a good hold of the back and not allow him to break free and get a good yards there. Not to get for a loss.
Tell you this much, India Streeter has a fan club today.
Yes,
so.
she does.
And Julius Prince obviously described what we've been saying.
Yep.
These penalties are like, oh my goodness.
That
gracious.
is true. That is so true. Let's see what they dial up here on 4th down.
Well, it's a loss of a yard, so you got 4th and 20. Now, as I mentioned on the last play, Atlantic City gave up a touchdown on a 4th and 20. So what will Camden come up with this time around?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to come up with something big here, because you're going to give the ball back to Atlantic City. If you don't make this first down, with a little on the 3 minutes
Well, we got a
possibly.
timeout call.
Okay. So, you might just be able to still do what you have to do there. Camden needs a first down here. AC needs a big stop. If they get the big stop, can they, what can they do offensively now if they should get this stop? What would they do to get the downfield here?
Well, you're down to 3:39 left in regulation. It's a 1-point game. In all likelihood, probably not going to overtime unless Camden scores, misses a conversion, AC scores, and rushes a conversion. Suddenly, you got an even Steven game.
Right.
So that's really the only way that could happen in this case.
Correct. But, once again, here we get a timeout by Camden. Coaches we've seen before. He's come up with pretty good things when he calls a timeout. And I guess once again, you emphasize we don't want any penalties here, by the offensive line or anything like that. You got your play coming in, and for AC, you want to get a stop. You want one of your defensive linemen to get some good penetration and make a big play here. So hopefully that'll work out.
It'll be interesting to see what the play call is. And you're right, Joey. What the Camden head coach has called has so far been good after a timeout.
Right.
Let's see if Atlantic City can stand up to this. On 4th and 20 from the 36. They do try a little end around. And it's not going to work because Atlantic City was right there to wrap them up and forces the turnover on downs.
Number 4 with the sack there, which was really great. Great penetration by him coming off the edge there and making a big play. Once again, that's exactly what you wanted from your defense, to be able to get a big stop like that for a loss.
Well, again, that was Jahir Abid, who was able to make the stop. Remember, he had the 42-yard touchdown run to give Atlantic City the lead back in this earlier in this half. But now they have 3:32 left for the offense to pretty much drive 55 yards and see if they can win this game with all 3 timeouts, I believe, in their pocket.
Right, that is correct. So, once again, he came up big with a big stop on the defensive side of the ball. Let's see what he can do offensively now. Maybe he can get into the end zone this way.
So we do have some pretty good drama here for this 10 under. We're gonna have a good finish on this.
Yeah, it looks like we are. I mean, with 3:30 left in the quarter here to the game, let's see what Atlantic City coaching staff comes up with.
Now remember, everyone plays, so you have to figure. I mean, everyone's gotten involved so far. Now you got to stick with the key players at this juncture.
All right.
Well, they definitely spread it out here on first down, calling his number, and then lobbing it incomplete. Oh, just went through the hands. Think Kobe McNair is the intended receiver. Just couldn't catch it. I don't know if the throw was just a little bit off or what have you, but it was a good attempt, just didn't work.
That it was. I mean, I thought he would have been better off keeping the ball and running. It looked like he had some kind of room there to the outside, but he opted to pass, and the pass was a little short. So,
yeah, probably make the hard cut and then just try and get as many yards as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But if any good news is it stops the clock as we're down to 3:26 left.
Right, that would be the only benefit to that, but you don't want an incomplete pass.
All right, so it is 2nd and 10 from that 45-yard line. Again, rolling left, looking, pump faking. He's going to try and run. Now he throws, and it's incomplete. And it turned out the receiver, instead of looking for the pass, he was blocking downfield. So a little miscommunication there, and I'll make it 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10 is big here. I mean, the receiver actually thought he was going to start running with the ball, so he turned around and said, "Let me block." But the quarterback said, "Nah, I'm going to throw it to you." And miscommunication again between quarterback and receiver here. 3rd and 10. This is a big down here. AC really needs to get this first down to keep the drive going. If they don't, I don't think they use their punt option. I think they're going to go for it on 4th down here because, I mean, you got nothing to gain by punt option. There's still too much. I mean, there is a lot of time left, but I don't think enough because, the way the clock works here, you can run the clock out really quickly.
Most definitely. And I'm actually surprised they passed on the first 2 downs considering they had all 3 timeouts to use, given the running game has worked out pretty good for them today. 3rd and 10 from the 45-yard line. And speaking of run, they're going to try it, trying to cut around, and he slips through a tackle. Let's see if he can get around the corner. He does. He's going to get some yardage midfield and thrown down just shy of a first down and inbounds at about the 46. So that's going to leave a 4th and a yard.
Right. So here it is. And, once again, the clock is ticking. You didn't get the first down that you wanted. You're obviously not going to use the punt option here. Oh, they will call a timeout, though.
Yeah, they're so called by Atlantic City. Let's grab a break with 2:47 left in regulation, and Camden up 14-13. We'll come back with this 4th down call right after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue, cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area, or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
Okay, we are back here in Atlantic City, and here's the situation. We have 2:47 left in regulation. Camden up by a point, 14-13. Atlantic City just used the timeout to talk about a 4th and about a yard and a half from the 46-yard line. So they need to make this, or this is going to be big trouble for them. Let's see how they line up. Oh, wait a minute.
Another timeout, I think.
So, yeah, I guess we'll go. Got another timeout. So, I guess stand by for another minute. We'll come back with this 4th down play.
Tri-County United Football League. New organizations applications are due by March 1st. The new organizations application link can be found on our About page. Just press New Organization Application. Here's our website. Come join the fun. Come join the experience here at the Tri-County United Football League.
All right, folks, keep in mind, these leagues do vary when it comes to timeouts. Here at Atlantic City is used back-to-back timeouts without a snap. If you do that in the NFL, it's a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty, but not here in the TCUFL. They're going to line up with a triple on the left. It is 4th and about a yard and a half. They take the snap. Rolling left, calls his number. He'll have a first down and some more, crossing the 40, down to the 34-yard line.
Good job.
Oh, a nice play call. They want to make absolutely sure they got it, and they did. So down to 34-yard line. Again, Noah Wilkins with the carry, and he gains what looks to be 11. And it's a first down to 35. Now, keep in mind, clock continues to run. We're coming up on 2.5 minutes left. We'll see how Atlantic City lines up here.
Good job by Noah Wilkins there on that run. He called his own number. He was able to get outside just a bit, but realized there was a crease and managed to get upfield and get the first down and some more yardage out of that. And, now Dolphins have the ball moving. And it's 2 minutes almost in towards the game, and
that's a quick snap on first down, going around the right side, has some room, crossing the 30, down to about the 26. Another 9 yards, and Noah Wilkins pretty much putting the team on his back here with those athletic runs. We're down to 1:50 and counting.
Right, good job by him again, trying to get out, getting to the outside and being able to get positive yards. I mean, the one thing he probably would have wanted to do just a little bit would have been to get outside and stop that clock and get out of bounds. But AC still has one timeout here, and the clock is still running. We're at 1:30 and counting, so let's see what happens.
They got to keep their mind on the clock here. Remember, each team with one timeout left. They want to make sure they get this call right. Boy, this is getting a little chaotic here. They're wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah, Coach.
They got to be very careful.
Coach might have made a mistake calling those 2 timeouts, having to call those 2 timeouts.
They're not even lined up.
We're at a minute here.
And now they finally line up here on 2nd and 2. from the 26.
Ball snap.
They take the snap, the handoff. Oh,
good
goodness.
job.
Well, I thought the left side might have jumped a little offside there, but the officials didn't call it. And now a timeout's going to be called as the ball's going to be spotted at the 31-yard line.
Well, once again, good job by the defensive line of Camden here to be able to come up with a big play, just like we had the AC team had to come up with a big stop on 4th down and was able to come up with something and be able to get a good play there. Now Camden player came up with a good stop.
They did, and I think they caught a break. I think, as once again, it's always an object in our corner booth here. But I also have to say, in fairness, Camden came very close to being offside on that play. They must have timed it as perfectly as you can do it.
Yeah, he guessed the snap count and was able to get in exactly. And even the referee behind the quarterback was counting down already, so they were close to just being a delayed game also. So.
Well, now with 48 seconds left, it's going to be pretty much sink or swim here. They line up with a triple on the left. 3rd down from the 32. Taking the snap. Lobbing it to Life. Life turns. Let's see if he reverses. No, Camden's going to be all. Oh, my goodness. He's still able to get through a few tackles down to the 29. Now they have to hurry up. They only have 30 seconds and counting. Oh, wait a minute. There's an injured Camden player. That stops the clock. Now, Camden was not faking that.
No. Well, he got up, but he was down for a second there, so.
A lot of running to get to the 29-yard line, but we got 29 seconds left. Now, I don't know if there's an injury in the last couple minutes where a timeout is used, unless Camden called that last timeout.
Right. Well, let's see what happened here. All right.
Oh, I guess they didn't call the timeout, so they're all lined up. Probably a quick extra breath. Referee about to wind the clock. It's at 29 seconds, and it starts unwinding now. 4th down, pretty much the game right here. They triple to left. Waiting for the quarterback snap. He's rolling left. He's got to look for the boundary line. Slips out. He will have a 1st down to 23-yard line.
Good
and
job.
He stops the clock with 14 seconds left.
Good job. Smart to get out of bounds, and stop the clock. And, now you got possibly another play or two, depending on what you call here. So unfortunately, you don't have any timeouts, but
unless you have a sideline play, you really only have one play left, unless it's incomplete.
Right. We'll see what they come up with here. Trying to get the right personnel in here for this one play.
Well,
there it is.
He's saying yeah to me here. All right, so 1st and 10 for the 23. Oh, goodness. Oh, boy. A procedure foul. Wait a minute. I mean, the clock should still be 14 seconds. The flag came out. Not exactly sure what's going on here. Oh, I see what it is. It looks like it is going to be a false start. Now, the officials are discussing. He stepped out of bounds. You figure in the last couple minutes. Now, I don't know what the rules are for TCUFL, but you would think in the last couple minutes you step out of bounds, the clock stops automatically.
Right. That's something we got to get a hold of because he did manage to get out of bounds. So
we do know it's 1st down. And they did put the 14 seconds back on the clock. So it's just a clock issue. That's all.
All right. So here we are. One more down.
Well, before that happens, Camden will use their last timeout. So here we go. 1-point game, 14 seconds left. Neither team has a timeout left. What are you saying to your kids on either side?
Well, you say now, as far as defensive-wise, don't let anyone get behind you if there's a pass. Don't let anyone get outside of you. If it's a running play, right? You don't want to give up the edge again because we've seen that once they get outside, it's off to the races. Offensively, you don't want any penalties. You want to get the right play call. You want to get that one play, the best play that you possibly got in your playbook now, and get it in there and get, and, the kid who executes the best, who does that, that's who you want to give the ball to.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Life gets it or Noah Wilkins gets it or even Kwame Chance.
Right. Well,
Keep your eye on those kids.
First and 10 for Lang City
So here
Dodgers.
we go. First and 10 from the 23-yard line. Could be the last play, might be one more to follow depending on what happens here. They go 4 receivers. They look like they were tripling the right, but instead it's going to be 2 receivers on the right. Let's see what happens. They line Life on the left side. A little nerve-wracking here. Awaiting the snap.
Nerve-wracking at the 10U. Can you imagine?
And now they're
this?
throwing a flag. Did they take too much time? Oh, it is against Atlantic City, and it's a 5-yard penalty. Whether it's procedure or delay a game, that is a costly penalty.
Yeah, that's not one that you can blame on the kids. Coaches, you called it. There was a timeout. You had a timeout. The opposing team called a timeout. You should have had the right kids in the huddle and the right personnel so that you can get your playoff.
Luckily, no runoff. So you try it again. First and 15. Drama here in Atlantic City in the 10-under game. Awaiting the snap. Takes it. Rolls left. Looking. Gonna take a shot down the field. And it's a bit wide, incomplete. And the Atlantic City coach just ran on the field, and I don't know what he was throwing, his hat, bandana, something. Evidently, he wasn't happy, but 8 seconds are left on the clock, so they get their chance.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, there you're right. You said it. Incomplete pass is not going to, the clock will stop. And, you got a good clock here. So now you're down to one play, basically, barring a defensive penalty, right? So we'll have to see what's going on.
Well, obviously, somebody in the Atlantic City sideline is not happy, and look what just happened. A flag is thrown. One of the players just picked it up, just wanted to give it back to the refs.
Yeah.
I know we talked about the previous game, football being of high emotion now, and he's had to be restrained by a couple of his other assistants, and I mean.
Yeah, well, the game it's emotional, right? For the coaches, once again, you don't want to get too emotional like that on the sideline. You just want to.
Okay, so what happened was it's a sideline warning, so no penalty.
Great.
So no yardage, we'll just say. So we'll try this again. 2nd and 15. And the coach is still on the field of play. Now he leaves. I think they're going empty gun here. And now he's lined up to the left. So 2nd and 15. Give it one more shot. Gonna roll left. Gonna take a shot down the field.
Oh.
And knock down incomplete. He'll get one more shot with
Look
1
at that.
second left. Or is it? Oh, wait, they're saying that's it.
Good
the
game.
game is over, and Camden sneaks away with a 14-13 win. Wow. Hey, listen, Joey, you got to be proud of all these kids because, I mean, just one conversion separated this game, and they all played their hearts out. It was as even as you can get.
Yeah, it was a good even game. Once again, that you had too many penalties. Camden managed to still come away with the victory even after all those penalties that going on there. So, but a good game nevertheless between the two teams. Thank you.
And what we'll do is come back. We'll find the MVP of this game. Camden wins by 1. More in just a couple minutes.
between of what we started. Love, but I'm lying hearted. They love me when I was
All right, we are back here in Atlantic City. Tom Wilkins along with our MVP for this 10-under game, Caden Brown, the difference maker in Camden's 14-13 thrilling win over Atlantic City. You talk about a response. Caden, you had what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown. Your thoughts on how that play turned out?
Well, I had like broke a tackle because like he tried to grab me, but then I juked him, and then I had to run all the way up at third sideline and like run all the way up to get the touchdown.
How did it feel to respond, considering Atlantic City did the same thing in the first half? You were able to respond exactly the same way in the third quarter.
But I don't even know.
I mean, you don't see that very often at all in football, and you were part of that today. Incidentally, I mean, what got you into football?
Well, my cousin Landon, he got me into it.
Oh, that's good. And who's your team?
My
NFL team, that is.
Eagles.
Oh, so, and they are winning the last check, so that is good news there. Any favorite player you got?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown. I haven't seen what he's done yet today, but and one more thing on your end, do you continue to hopefully get involved maybe as a receiver or running back? I mean, what is your best talent when it comes to that?
Running back.
Oh, running back. And what about school? Like, what's your subjects? What's your favorite subject in school?
Science.
Ah, science. probably a fan of Dexter's Laboratory, probably. Oh, by the way, just wanted to pass this along. This is the where you're invited to participate in something in Vegas, but obviously more details to come. But I wanted to pass that along to you to show to your family. You want to say hi to anybody before we wrap?
Huh?
You want to say hi to anybody in your family before we wrap things up?
Give a shit.
Shout out somebody.
Well, my mom and my dad.
Of course, you gotta get your parents involved. They're supporting you 100% on this. But Caden, congratulations! What a fantastic game you had, and obviously best of luck and stay healthy the rest of the year. There we go. I just wanted to again thank you out of that. But Caden Brown is kickoff return for a touchdown, giving Camden's 10-under team a thrilling 14-13 win over the Atlantic City Dolphins. We're going to have the 12-under game coming up in just a couple minutes, so stay with us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, all right, all right. We're ready for the second half of our quadruple header, getting ready to start here as Camden receives the ball first in a very unceremonious kickoff return as we start the 12-and-under matchup between Camden and Atlantic City. Thanks for joining us here on the HSG Network on YouTube. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan. Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of the controls. Camden to get the ball first. They'll have first and 10 and about the let's say the 37-yard line. I'll be interested to see in this game, Joey, how both these teams go after their respective offenses and defenses. You got players that have played for, I think for some of them, they've played since like the last few years. So you'd have to figure that we would see some more interesting lineups and stuff.
Yeah, as the kids come up through the rank, they learn more and more as they get older. So you could see a lot more out of these groups, hopefully, this afternoon here. Offensively and defensively, maybe a little more passing than what you normally do.
All right, they will hand off up the middle. Nice hole to get to about the 39-yard line. So it's a gain of 3 on the play, which will make it 2nd and 7. Now, Camden, of course, in their very navy blue with dark numerals, and there is pink lining to their numerals. And then, of course, Atlantic City, they're home white with black helmets and pants and numerals.
Right. And, once again, said it was a good play there. Just ran the ball off tackle. I mean, right in the A gap and was able to get a couple of yards. Offensive line pushing there. So.
All right. So it is 2nd and 7. Ball to 39-yard line. They're going to go split backs here. And a drop snap. It's behind the quarterback who picks it up. Let's see what he does with it. He'll gain yardage to the 42. So nobody knew where the ball was, and the quarterback sees it the last second, turns up the heat, and gets 3 on the play. I don't think that's exactly how the coach designed that play.
I don't believe that was designed that way either. So, but it was a good heads-up play by him, to be able to come around and pick up that ball and still get positive yards out of that. I mean, you couldn't see the ball on camera, basically. It was lost. I couldn't find it, but he managed to grab it and take it upfield for a few yards, which was amazing, which was pretty good.
They're going to spot it at the 42, so it's going to be 3rd and 5. 47's the line of gain.
All right. Camden breaks their huddle and comes out with 2 receivers to the right, 3 receivers.
They may
out
triple
there.
the right instead. Yeah. And that's what they're going to do. 3rd and 5 in the 42-yard line, taking an empty gun snap and try to get around. And unfortunately, the Atlantic City junior player, I think that was Kadir Shelton, just slammed the door down. There was also Nuri Pitts in the area, but wow, talk about good defensive read. Atlantic City had that beautifully.
Yeah, good job by him on the defensive end there. Man, they managed to get upfield and make a play there. So already the AC defensive line starting to stand out a little bit here. With that big play.
Yeah, I think it was Pitts who made the stop there, number 14, and able to force a big loss in the play of 7. So now 4th and long. And now when you're into 12 and under, you pretty much have to punt.
Right. I mean, there's no punt option here. You either go for it or you punt. So we'll see what they come up with.
Well, they'll break huddle, and then we will see. Yeah, it looks like punter's not going to be too far back. Yeah, they're still lining up, tripling the right in an empty gun, but now whistles blow. And now Camden's going to use a timeout. I mean, that was a little bit unusual for that to happen here. So on 4th and double digits, Joey, and this is something you don't normally see, the opening drive of the game.
No, you normally don't, but, penalties and not penalties, actually, good play by the defense where, they managed to get stops for tackles for loss. So, once again, you want to be able to come up with a good play offensively, Camden here. They want to see, no mistakes and be able to get the ball downfield. It looks like he really wants to throw the ball, but, once again, as you see most of the time, most of the organizations, as they're coaching up, the playbook's always pretty similar. So, the key is to get outside, turn the corner, and make a play.
Okay, so it will be a 4th and 11, as mentioned, but I think Atlantic City's had a very key stop in the opening drive. So,
right, may look like Camden may want to go left rather than going right.
or just punt it away.
Right. Well, it doesn't look unless they pooch punt. I'm not sure, but looks like they're gonna go for it here.
They're changing the formation, and they're going to go heavy. So on 4th and 11, he's going to try and run, turn the corner. Stiff arm. He's going to get the job done. First down, a whole lot more.
Oof.
And then a crash out of bounds inside the 40. I mean, the runner went down rather hard and is still on the floor. Hopefully everybody's okay. That was a wicked drop.
Yeah, good hit, but man, that's it's so bad. You don't want to see anyone get hurt. Hopefully it's nothing serious on his part there, and you just get up shortly and walk it off. But good run. Let's take a break here.
Yeah, we'll do that while they attend to the Camden player as we have 6:55 left in the first. No score. We'll come back in just a moment. Oh, he is up and okay. Never mind.
Great job. Glad to see that.
And the good news is he was on his own sideline, too, when this happened, but
he was able to get up on his own power, which is really good.
So, end up getting to the 30-yard line. That's where they're going let's see, they're going to spot it. Yeah, at the 30-yard line. So that was a heck of a game there.
So it's like I said, right? So we saw the Dolphins' defense, to the right side of the offense, left side of defense. It's pretty strong with this young kid out there at the end, Pitts. So what did I say? Maybe they should go left. And what did they do? They went left, and they were able to get positive yards there.
Yeah, and then pretty hard spill at the very end, but thankfully everybody's okay. And Camden will be in Dolphin territory, 1st and 10 to 30-yard line. Opening drive of the 12 and under game, game 3 of 4 here on HSG Network, and the last of the 3 between Camden and AC. Again, they condensed the formation. And a handoff up the middle, and there'll be some yards there to the 27. By the way, Camden's quarterback is Samar Talley. He's number 14. So he might have been the one that made that carry, or either that or he's replacing the original quarterback.
Right. Well, it was a good job there.
So Camden Eastside, who have won the first 2 games, 19-0 and 14-13 respectively, looking to get the hat trick against Atlantic City. Remember, the 14 and under game which follows is Rancocas Valley against Atlantic City, which I think will be a fun one.
Right. Well, let's see what's going on here. Hopefully,
Camden's melting the clock in the first quarter.
Yeah, you can see that, right? They're methodically just taking their time. They're not doing much. They're just getting downfield and trying to continue to get their first down. So,
all right, so it'll be 2nd and about 7 here, and they're going to go with a sweep. Oh, what a nice play on the defense by Atlantic City.
Yep, and
that was
Sahir
Elam, who was able to make the stop and force a loss on the play.
Good job by the defensive end, and not being fooled by the misdirections there and staying home and being able to make a play on that.
And the kids the kids are playing hard. I mean, for all the levels, they're playing hard. They're playing their hearts. I mean, the last game we saw, if you miss any of it, all you have to do is DVR them back to the excitement of that last game.
Yeah, it came down to the very last play of the game where, it was one pass to the end zone and it was dropped and game over. So, both good games earlier on, and this one's looking to be, just as exciting.
Well, as they say, time will tell. We're about halfway. We're a little more than halfway through the first quarter here. It is 3rd and 12 after a 5-yard loss in that last play. Ball at the 32 of Atlantic City. And a lot of movement here, but they're trying to turn the corner and not going to have much room, going down to about maybe the 28. That looked like 18 or 16. That would be Kadir Lober Jr. or Andre Streeter. Either one of those two were under center for that one. And it's going to end up being 4th and long.
Well, that was a good run on his part. And, he tried to get out there to be able to, do something, but, wasn't able to get too far or get much of the yardage back. So now I think it's like 3rd down, I think it is. I'm not sure. And it looks like
It's back to the original line of
Right.
scrimmage, so it is 4th and 10 at the
4th and
30-yard
10.
line. Now, I'm not sure if a 12-year-old's going to try a 47-yard field.
I don't believe so. I think this is clearly 4-down territory here.
All right, under center, 4th and 10 for the 30-yard line. Long count, and then somebody
Oh.
jumps. Might have been a hard count, and Atlantic City might have jumped.
You get 5 yards easily now. Now it's
You got half of it back if that's the case.
correct. I mean, it's just a little bit more manageable here where, 4th and 5 is better than 4th and 10. So we'll see what they come up with now.
Well, after the encroachment foul, it is 4th and 5 from the 25-yard line. Now Camden's going to try and do some more hard counting to get first down again. So they're playing this rather smart.
Right. It's a big play here for Camden to be able to continue this drive and not give the ball up here.
All right, well, let's see what they do. Actually, it's number 12, Nassim Concepcion, under center, and he's going to try and get around, try and turn the corner. He cannot! Good stop by Atlantic City, who forced the turnover on downs. And once again, Sahir Elam with the stop and turns Camden away on a 4th and 5, and they'll get their first possession of the game.
Right, that was a good play by the defense again. Once again, that the left side of the defense is really doing really strong out there for the Dolphins here. I mean, once again, Camden went right and got plenty of yards. Left and we got plenty of yards. Why would you go back at the strength of the defense? Coach may want to think about that, rethink his play calling.
That seemed like a little bit of an unusual call, but whatever the case, you got to give credit to the defense to make the stop.
Defense made the stop, came up with a big stop there, and then gave the ball back to the Dolphins now with their first possession. Let's see what they do.
Well, the ball be spotted at the 32-yard line, so it is 1st and 10. That was a 7-yard loss. So that was a heck of a play. All right, it's going to be Nuri Pitts, the quarterback. He's going to go back and throw a deep one. He's got a man.
Great
How about
catch.
that? Caught the 40, the 30, the 20, and looks like he is going to be in the end zone. On one play. A tremendous catch by Gerald McNair, also known as Gotti, and he got it for the first points for Atlantic City.
Great pass, great catch, and the young man Pitts there, look, doing it on defense, and now with a great pass on offense downfield, and great catch for the touchdown, which is Mr. McNair. Gotti going on there for a great play. Awesome job. First play from scrimmage, you throw a deep pass. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Tell you what, there have been many teams who have tried and many have succeeded. And give credit to this 12 and under AC group. They sure did the job there.
That is correct. Once again, we saw earlier in the last game, special teams here. Extra points are big. Let's see what they come up with.
All right, they condensed the formation for the conversion.
Extra point.
Goes back. He's going to keep it himself, and it looks like he got in. Yes, he did. The conversion is good, and it's 7-0 Atlantic City over Camden. A spectacular play from Nuri Pitts to Gerald McNair. And we knew the late Steve McNair was a quarterback, but he was a receiver that time and came up with a huge play. Let's take a look at it, Joey, and tell me what happened.
All right, let's see here what we got. He drops back the pass, gets good time, and good quick release. Look at that. Good
Beat
catch.
the coverage, and away he went.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was going to stop him there.
And as you know, the camera angle here is difficult, but good run after the catch. Turned on the Jets and got downfield for the touchdown. Good pass, good catch. I love it.
Well, when you're able to execute something like that, I mean, that's going to be a big shot in the arm for Atlantic City going forward.
Mm-hmm.
They just got to remember to keep things up, because the trap that happens with a lot of teams is they'll score on the first play or two from scrimmage, and then you don't hear from them the rest of the game.
Correct.
That happens so much more often than you think. So that's the one thing you got to make sure you don't get too high, you don't get too low, you just stay balanced and just do your job and know what you're doing. Don't expect the 80-yard touchdown every single play.
That is correct. I mean, let's hopefully Camden can, figure this out, and play a little better defense. I mean, he had great time there, and it was such a quick release. He had the ball through like 3-4 seconds the most, and just got rid of it really quick, which was really important. So.
And so Atlantic City will kick off. Let me give you a for instance here. There was a team this year that gave up 42 points. And the shortest touchdown they gave up was 40 yards.
Oh, boy.
So that was kind of brutal there.
Yeah.
But since then, the team's turned it around, haven't lost since. So that's the one thing you just got to remember. You can't be too down in all this as we see the kickoff. And it's recovered by Atlantic City.
Who got the recovery there? That was great job.
And that was Sahir Elam, who we've called a number of times already in this game. He ends up recovering the onside kick, or directional kick, shall we say, and Atlantic City gets the ball again.
Once again, special teams, big part of these games here, and at this level also is a big part of all the games. But here to be able to get the ball downfield and bounce it, because, he kicked it was bouncing, and they weren't able to recover it, and they just, the kicking team was able to get on top of the ball really quick. I thought he was going to pick it up and continue running with it.
Well, no, once you recover it, the play's dead.
Okay.
You can't just you can't do a directional kick, recover your own kick, and then run for a touchdown. It doesn't work that way. All right, back to pass, and going to take another shot downfield. Another catch,
complete.
Another welcome to the end zone. Wow. This time it was Namir Rex.
Great
what
job.
Just happened here? We've had a 68-yarder, now a 39-yarder. And in 2 plays, Atlantic City is 13 points.
Just like that, really quick. 1, 2, 3, and great play, by the special teams to recover that ball. And here comes the offense again, high-power offense with this passing attack here. I mean, great passing. This kid, he's on point with his passes, doing a great job.
Camden, I think, playing too soft of a defense in the back.
I think so, too. Either that or, the defenders may be looking in the backfield for whatever reason. But maybe when we get the replay, I can take a look and see what happened there. I mean, you always try to tell your corners, you don't want to give a free release. It looked like he had a free release to the outside. You want to try to push him in. All right.
All right, they're going to go with the conversion. That's easy pickings there. 14-0 on a right sweep.
Right.
Well, I tell you what, Camden had the ball for most of this first quarter, and in 2 plays, bang, bang, Mike Tyson style.
Yeah. Well, let's see the receiver. He's out. He's on top of the numbers, and look, no touching. The defender just let him run right by.
And another perfect pass.
Yeah, and a really good pass, man. That's really good for this level. To see passing like that is really good. I mean,
he only took a 3-step drop and immediately fired. The timing was impeccable that time.
Exactly.
I mean, 2 over-the-top throws, and just think about this. About 40 seconds ago was no score. Camden turned the ball over on downs, and then all of a sudden, 2 plays later, you're down 14. I'm like, what just happened here?
Really quick, just like that. You snap your fingers, and all of a sudden, you got a 14-point lead. You did great on special teams. You were able to recover that kick. And then come back 1 play again, and you get a ball, you get the pass off. Once again, like you said, 3-step drop, just like you teach it. Let the ball go. The receiver should be there. He was there, caught the ball. Great job.
Even shock Little John, if you know what I'm talking about, with the snap your fingers part.
Yes.
But with 2:14 left in the first, Atlantic City has literally exploded with a 14-0 lead. Now we're going to see what happens with the kickoff here. We'll see if they go with another directional kick.
I mean, here you got to tell the special teams, hey, listen, if the ball comes in front of you, you can't run it, then just fall on it. Don't try to do anything else. Just land on the ball. Let's get the offensive possession and let's go.
The kicker is waiting. I think the kicker's waiting for the referee's signal. Now, you'll notice they have a lot of players on the 40, 45-yard line trying to prevent the ball from getting by that double wall, if you want to call it that. And they do kick, and this time Camden takes it.
Oh, fumble.
Oh, and they fumble it. Let's see who gets it. I think Camden got it back.
Camden did get it back. He recovered his own fumble on that.
We talk about needing a bounce to go your way. You finally got it.
Yeah, he was able to jump right back on the ball. So that was lucky on his part. That would have been crucial right now to turn the ball over again and give this AC offense another opportunity. Yeah, that would not have been good.
Well, we'll see how Camden responds after that incredible wave of points that just came in the last minute. And we'll see what Camden does. It's 1st and 10. Ball spot going to be at their own 45-yard line or just inside of it. Let's see what Camden decides to do this time. Looks like they will condense the formation. I think what they need to do is try and do a little misdirection. That 4th down play, which worked very well for them, they may want to consider doing that again until they stop it. And there's another drop snap. Who's going to fall on it this time? Looks like Camden did.
Yeah,
Ends up losing a yard. Just seems like there's a little miscommunication between the center and the quarterback.
Right. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen it today. So, you would think that, they would work on that and get it straight. I mean, but, as we know, the sidelines, not too many people there. So the kids are going both ways, and you don't really have time to take your center quarterback and practice that on the sideline to make sure that exchange is well. So
it is 2nd and 11 from the 44-yard line. And there's another drop snap. I mean, what's going on all of a sudden? We didn't have this issue like the opening drive, and all of a sudden, 3 straight plays, the ball's been out.
Right. Well, once again, like I said, that's something that has to get done in practice. With the repetition, you get better and better at it. We can't tell whether the quarterback is pulling out too early or not, or if just the ball's not getting up high enough.
Or if they're rattled from the 14 points that were scored in the last minute.
Once again, like I said, I mean, the majority of these kids, they're both playing, they're all playing both ways for the most part. So, that Camden doesn't have much of a sideline, more, enough guys on the sideline, but one player. So,
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. One extra guy. So,
and that
fatigue is a factor.
And that's going to favor Atlantic City later on this game.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing you pointed out because I did not notice that at all. So 3rd and 11 from the 44-yard line. This time the shotgun snap, trying to sneak out one tackle, and will decide to run. He's able to get 2 to the 46-yard line. So going to be a 4th and 9.
That was a good job. Good job by the defense, not giving them the room to go anywhere. I know the corner came off the backside. He blitzed from the other side. So I don't know if he felt that pressure and said, I got to take off. And he started running with the ball and was able to get something out of it at least.
All right. Well, we're going to find out what they do on 4th and 9 when we come back. We're at quarter time here in Atlantic City for the 12 and unders. Atlantic City leading Camden 14-0. We'll break and come back with the second quarter right after this. Okay, we're back here in Atlantic City. Second quarter about to start as Atlantic City with a 14-0 lead over Camden. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan. Howard Gaber, of course, dealing with the remote control camera here this afternoon. And by the way, folks, just a reminder, make sure if you want to tune in for more TCUFL action, visit the HSG Network on YouTube and subscribe to our channel because you'll definitely get the notifications on the last few weekends of TCUFL action. They should be a lot of fun, to say the least. So make sure you subscribe. We got over 3,000. Let's keep building on that.
Let's go. Let's get to that 4,000 mark. 3.5. Let's go to 3.5 first, and then we'll go work on that 4,000.
And evolving broadcasting one person at a time. That's all you can do.
Yes.
All right, so we're ready to start the second quarter. Right now, Camden's at their own 46. They're going for it on 4th and 9. Let's see what they do. Somebody jumped.
Maybe another hard count there.
I think it might have backfired on because it looks like it's against Camden for a false start.
He got his own guy to jump off sides.
Yeah, and one of the judges had pointed in Camden's direction. So he will back it up 5, and it's going to be a 4th and 14 now from the 41. That may change the complexion of what Camden calls.
Definitely. So, it all depends on what Camden feels like doing here, down 14 points. What do you dial up as a coach for being down 14 and this was a 4th down and 15?
Yeah, 4th and 14 following the false start.
There's not too many plays in the playbook for that.
Well, more than you might think.
All right,
Now, in the second quarter, the fourth quarter, not as much, but in the second quarter, you probably could try a couple of different things.
All right, let's see what they dial up here then.
No, it's also possible they may not have a punter. So something else to consider. Taking a snap and going back, rolling right. And looked like it was his. He threw. Didn't matter. It's going to be a turnover on downs as Atlantic City will get the football. I'm not sure recover, but regardless of that, it's a turnover on downs, and Atlantic City makes another stop. Now the question comes, will there be another one-play drive?
That is the key right here, right? Camden is like, no answer for the rush off the edge. The edge rushers for the Dolphins are doing a great job, getting in there and being able to make a play. So,
and by the way, it was King Fauntleroy with the fumble recovery for Atlantic City. The ball is going to be spotted at the 40-yard line, and the Dolphins, who have only run 2 plays so far for, let's just say, 107 yards.
Wow.
One's a 68-yard touchdown. The other's a 39-yard touchdown, both thrown by Nuri Pitts.
Yeah, he was doing a great job with the ball right now. His passing ability is really nice. At this level, it's not too bad, the 12U, soon you'll be getting close to high school, and, you can throw the ball with that control. And
right, getting calls from the SEC right now.
Yeah, you never know. So, you want to make sure that, I would assume coaches from the Camden team try to play a little softer as far as, with your safeties or something, keep them over the top, but, we'll see what he comes up with. Once again, fatigue has got to come into play. They don't have any subs, so.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Camden as Atlantic City comes back out with a 1st and 10 for the Camden 40-yard line. Let's see what they decide to do here.
Okay.
Well, believe it or not, they're going double wing. And it will be taken by Spellman. Spellman slips out of a tackle, has an opening, slips to another tackle, bounces again, and there he goes. A couple of moves and down finally at about the 20-yard line. However, about 5 yards further back, there is a flag down.
Right. Oh, boy, we have someone down again on the phone.
And there's a Camden player down. You know what? I would not be surprised if they call a blindside block against Atlantic City here.
Oh, we got to see what they call.
Yeah, because there looked to be a block in the back that did not look well. So they're attending to the injured Camden player on the near side. So let's take a look at the replay here, Joey, and see what went wrong. You got to consider that Spellman ran a heck of a lot. Who he took off. Now, this happens once he straightens out.
Right.
Let's take a look. So somewhere here. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, right around the 25-yard line. That might be a blindside block or something. So,
yeah,
they're probably going to say unnecessary roughness, and they will be able to repeat the down since it happened during the play.
Right. Well, good job. Great. I'm glad to see the young man getting up on his own and coming off the field, so that, he can continue on with this game.
Well, when you don't have very many subs, it's going to be a problem.
Right. So, but, right now we got to see, let's see, I think, the Dolphins here look like they just they look like they got their lead. They know what they can do. They're going to try to run the ball and control this clock.
Well, they've backed it up to about the 40-yard line. So believe it or not, this is like equivalent to offsetting penalties. Here's another handoff and going and slipping through a couple more tackles, staying on his feet. I thought he was staying on his feet, but look like he stepped out of bounds.
Right.
So they might spot that one about the 25, but it's going to be first down anyway. So the crazy thing about that last play, the penalty was at the 25, 15 yards to the blindside block, and you're back to the line of scrimmage again. So basically it all evened out like offsetting fouls.
That is correct. And you know, it's good to see that they were able to get back to the line of scrimmage. But, you know, like I said, we're at 9 minutes here in the second quarter, but you can clearly see what the coaches have on their mind. They just want to run the clock out. They're looking to control. They're up 14 points. They don't feel that they need much more. I mean, they'll take the score, obviously, but if they can run out most of the clock, that'll be the best thing.
Well, it'll be first and 10 now from the 25-yard line after a gain of 15.
9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Now let's see how Atlantic City lines up, and they're going to go a little wide here. Going to go at least 3 receivers. Actually, they're going to go spread.
In motion.
And a man in motion. Jet sweep. Away he's going to the 20. Slips out. Flag goes down. And so he does at about the 6-yard line. You got a feeling it's coming back, noticing how Camden player again is down. Might be another block in the back. Wow. Camden getting banged up here in this last play on this series of downs here.
Yeah, they got to be able to come up with something that defensively wise. I mean, you know, to be able to stop this Dolphins offense.
And the problem is you can't grab a 10-year-old to come into this particular thing to do replacement.
True. So.
Well, luckily the player's getting off and walking on his own power.
Good job. That's a good sign to see.
And
you know?
Unfortunately, that is the Camden bench.
Yeah, so.
Going to be very hard to keep up.
All right.
So, another penalty against Atlantic City.
You know, Atlantic City doesn't seem to be running out of this bunch too well without any penalties. I think they're better off suited, you know, just passing the ball downfield. But, I mean, once again, it's all about controlling the clock, right? So, you know, there's 8 minutes left in this half. And, you know, running the ball is going to control it for them.
So after the illegal block in the back, it's first and 20. Here's a keeper trying to go around the left side, gets to the 30, and will be forced out of bounds. We'll see at a spot just shy of the 20.
Another injured player for Camden.
Another one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. This is not the series that Camden needs to be losing players, that's for sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's unfortunate. You don't want to see any of these kids get hurt in any way, shape, or form, you know.
Well, he's up quick, thankfully.
Yeah, you don't want to see them going down at all. You want them to be able to continue playing the game and, you know, and have some fun doing so.
This has become an ultra physical game, and Atlantic City is just laying the wood on Camden right now.
Yeah. So, you know, once again, you have to see what comes up here, what they try to do, and in staying healthy, Camden, you know, on defense and offense here.
Doesn't matter what side of the ball it is. So, ball spot at the 20-yard line. A high snap. Looking, lobbing, and a little bit of miscommunication. That went for Kamira Lane, but evidently the route was a little bit off, so it is incomplete.
Right. I mean, you know, it was a good try there, but the best part about it was, you know, that no one got hurt, but that stopped the clock. Oh.
Somebody is down about the 25-yard line. This, by the way, will make it a 3rd and 5. from the 20-yard line.
Well, good thing is, he's down, he's up, he's on his own, he's walking off on his own power, so he looks to be okay. It's a good thing. Give him a little bit of water, and hopefully he'll be okay.
And we talked about this in one of the earlier games. Hydration is so important when you prepare for games like this to put your body in the battle so it's ready for anything if possible.
Yeah, but hydration is not game day. Hydration is all week. With the potassium and all that stuff, you got to make sure your body's right. That's on coaches and parents to be able to do at this level for them.
Okay, so from the 20-yard line, now a bunch of people jump here. So if it's not one thing, it's another. This whole game is just stalled on this one drive. And it's going to be a false start against Atlantic City, so it's going to be 3rd and 10 now from the 25-yard line.
Well, I mean, the thing is that the penalty, stop the clock for just a moment, and, then the ref, winds it up again. It's like I said, I mean, it looks like to be that's what the game plan is here for Atlantic City, is they want to control this clock. They want to run the ball out, but, they continue to get injuries and the clock stops. So, the game is being held up, really, taking its time here.
All right. So 3rd and 10 now from the 25-yard line. They're going to go with a triple on the right side here. 4 receivers set. Let's see what happens with this play. Good snap. Oh, somebody jumped early. And the receivers may have caused another false start. And you can see in the front of your screen, I don't know if it's the quarterback, and it's like number 3. And that play is like, are you kidding me? Like, come on, guys, get it together.
Yeah, well.
And now Atlantic City is going to call timeout. So why don't we do the same thing with 5:46 left in the half? 14-0 Atlantic City over Camden. We'll come back in just a moment. Okay, back here in Atlantic City, as the Dolphins just used their first time out of half. Each team with 2 in this first half left. It is 3rd and 15 from the 30-yard line, and the Dolphin offense a little discombobulated after a couple of penalties and now back-to-back false starts, trying to calm themselves down as Pitts is in the shotgun. Looks like they're going to go spread here. Waits to snap, and a good one. Back the pass, throws at the middle. Nice catch. And about the 20-yard line, cuts through. And it's still going all the way down to about the 12. That should be a first down. Sahir Elam with the catch.
Yeah, good job. Good catch. I mean, he was, I think it was the number 3 receiver there, closest to the line of scrimmage, and just did a little drag across the field. The quarterback was able to see him and complete the pass, which is really good. So
and a gain of 19 on the play, so that moves the chains. A 3rd and 15 conversion.
Right.
And Atlantic City in the red zone and in business again.
Yep, and without those big plays now, there, like I said, I do believe it's the thing where coach is just trying to control the clock and get this game in. So.
And take their time as much as possible. So on 1st and 10. A handoff. Oh, nice play by Camden there. Closing things out. Couple yard loss on the play.
Right.
I mean, Camden's obviously not going to go down without a fight here, but give the defense credit. That was a good stop.
It was a good stop by the defense there. The kids, you see all them pumping their chest. They got excited. They managed to do something right. You take the little steps, right? You got penetration. You made a good play, and you got to build from there. So hopefully, they can get another stop here and don't allow Atlantic City from scoring.
Ends up being a 1-yard loss, so looks like second and a long 10, maybe 11. Ball spotted at the 12-yard line. And you can see the clock running to 4:20 left till halftime. Last-minute substitution now for the Atlantic City offense. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's a quarterback who just wanted to get the play from the coach. That's a lot of running around. You wish you were allowed to have electronics, but not the case. So here we go on 2nd and 10. Might be a 10 and a half. From the 12-yard line, Pitts will take the shotgun snap, looking, takes a lob in the end zone, and just out of the reach and incomplete. I mean, it was a good try, but just a little bit far. I think they went for, I think it was like 18 that time. I've been Faulkner. Oh, it was 11. That was Levi Bailey, who just couldn't catch up with it.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a good try, but, once again, I'm seeing them go to the end zone with the ball, rather than, like I initially thought, he wanted to control the clock. And on that incomplete pass, apparently the clock does stop. I'm quite sure they're going to wind it shortly, but, it looks like Camden, did taking the opportunity and making some good defensive plays.
Well, let's see what can be done here on 3rd and 10. Right outside the 12-yard line. Pitts in the shotgun again. Oh. A high snap over his head. And he will finally pick it up. And I don't know if the officials blew their whistles at all at any point. And it's going to be Camden ball. Wow.
Good job.
Not exactly sure what happened there. I thought the quarterback fell on it and got snuck out at the last second.
Yeah, it was a good job. Once again, the defense was able to make a good play there. Number 15 on the recovery.
That would be Jaden Moore who made the recovery on the fumble. And I'll tell you what, very alert play by Camden. And obviously we've seen some center to quarterback miss exchanges, and that was a bad one because Atlantic City was looking to make it a 21-0 game the way they were going.
Right.
And then this turnover puts Camden back in business here.
Yeah, I mean, now they get the ball back. One play here, turns it around. I mean, once again, one big play here can change the way the game is going. They're backing it. So let's see what they come up with here, Camden.
Last minute substitution. I guess maybe somebody showed up late.
No, it's just one substitution.
All right, well, 1st and 10, and they're going to hand off right side, and still going to be going. This is a nice run all the way down almost the 40-yard line.
Good job. I mean, they were in that bunch formation, hopefully to catch everybody caught up in the wash there as defense-wise goes, and managed to get to the outside and got some positive yards, got a first down out of that. Good job.
Well, call it the Streeter family for Camden running backs. That was Andre Streeter,
right,
who was able to drive it for 15 yards, and that's a first down. Meanwhile, Atlantic City will use another timeout. So let's break with 3:27 till halftime. Atlantic City leads 14-0, and we'll come back in a moment.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
Okay, back here in Atlantic City following the Dolphins' second timeout and a nice 15-yard game by Camden's running back Andre Streeter. Camden looking to put a drive together 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. Remember, they forced a turnover by Atlantic City just a couple of minutes ago, and that's why Camden's in this position.
Right.
And we'll see how Camden decides to do this. And we've been seeing a lot of sweeps left and right, and even some jet sweeps in a couple of cases. And we were going to see another play, except looks like a penalty on Camden for a false start.
Oh boy, that's the last thing you need here. I mean, you're just getting started. You get a good play going, and then all of a sudden you get called for a false start again. You know that you want to be. I mean, I know it's hard, right? You know, you're getting a little fatigued, you're tired, and you know you lose focus. You know, you manage to step too early, so tough business here. Playing at this level with not enough guy Ironman football, basically.
Pretty much when you really don't get a break from the plays. So 1st and 15 from the 35-yard line.
Tumbleweed going across.
Wind's picking up here in Atlantic City as some debris has crossed the field. Let's see what they do on 1st and 15. He takes the snap, and they hand on the right side, crossing midfield, getting past even more down. Oh, slipped through a couple more tackles down to the 38-yard line.
Good run.
That's a 27-yard run, and Camden moves the sticks, and they're in business here with 2.5 left till halftime.
Yeah, good job on his part. You know, he managed to get to the outside once again, which is most important, right? You know, we're going to toss, you're going to run right all the way to the sideline. When you get there, you're going to churn upfield. He churned upfield, then saw that, you know, they already had beaten him to the outside, cut back inside, got a few extra yards on that, which was pretty good.
Give Camden credit. They may be short on numbers, but they're pretty big in heart here on this drive.
For sure. That's definitely right.
They're going to spot it at the 38 of Atlantic City. We'll see what Camden does here, 1st and 10. And now they're going to try the other direction, cutting through and maybe getting back to the line of scrimmage, possibly a yard, and a flag down at about the 40. Let's see what this is about.
Right.
Seen quite a number of penalties. I mean, the last game had a lot of penalties. This one looked like it's going to be a hold against Camden, like they need another penalty dating back to the last game.
Yeah. You know, you would think, but you know, like I said, I just got to believe it's, you know, you chalk it up to fatigue. You know, the kids are in there going back and forth, offensive, defensively. That, you know, it's not easy. It's not even as a 12-year-old. You know, you got all this energy, but it's still not easy for them to do.
So following a key 10-yard penalty, it's 1st and 20 now. As Camden's at the Atlantic City 48. Well, they almost had 2 men in motion, and doesn't matter anyway because there's a flag down. And it's a false start, so Camden going the wrong way again.
Yep, starting to go back in the wrong direction after being so positive. Now they're going back in the wrong direction again. So, you know, they got to get focused here.
You get back-to-back penalties like that, that'll definitely stall drive here. But, yeah, 1st and 25, and you have a couple running backs that could get you some big yardage.
Correct.
But you got to be careful you don't go to the well one too many times.
Right. And, yeah, I mean, you know, the clock is running right now, so we're just about 1:30 in this half. You don't want to give the ball back to AC here either. You want to try to get a first down of some sort or at least get some positive yards, maintain the clock going so that they don't get that possession.
And mind you, Atlantic City gets the ball to start the second half in this game.
Right. So, you know, you're trying to avoid giving them 2 possessions and possibly scoring twice here.
Camden's had the ball the majority of the time here in this first half anyway. So now, here's a keeper on 1st and 25, trying to slip through a tackle, going to only get to about midfield, might be short of that. It's going to be a gain of 2.
Right. Well, you know, it was a good run. You know, he tried to get outside, but he wasn't able to, so he managed to cut it back in a little bit and be able to do what he do.
And now Camden will use one of its 2 remaining timeouts, so 54 seconds here left in the first half. So you're Camden's coach, and you're short on numbers. You're down 14-0. You're trying to drive down the ball, and these things happen. What do you tell your players?
Just trying to tell them, you know, just make sure that, you know, to continue to stay focused. You know, we're down 2 scores, but we're not out of this game. It's not totally out of reach right now. So, you know, we can still do this. If we can get one play and score here, you know, we're back in this, you know, so stay focused and do what you can. You know, I know you're tired. We're close to halftime. We'll get some water We'll get a little bit of rest and we'll come back out. So,
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough situation when you don't have enough numbers. We've seen enough games where one team has a lot of subs to freshen up players, and the other just does not, and it becomes a complete mismatch later in the game. It goes.
Right. I mean, they have a pretty stout roster, but I mean, once again, you got to just assume you chalk it up to maybe parents didn't want to make it out here or couldn't make it out here for whatever reason, so they couldn't just
Yeah, it's a combination of a bunch of situations just
Yeah.
being different. Keep in mind, this is a Sunday.
Yeah, and talking about driving all the way out to Atlantic City, depending on where you're from, so it's not easy.
It's very true. Whether you take the Expressway or the Garden State Parkway, I mean, there's a lot of things that get involved with that.
I know for me, it's a long drive coming from the Bronx.
All right. Well, anyway, it is 2nd and 19, and they're going to hand off. There's a hole in the middle, trying to slip through a tackle, comes close, and then loses the football. It's picked up by Atlantic City. There's no whistle, going the other way, and that's going to be a scoop and a score by Gabriel Tucker from about 60 yards out as the public address guy goes completely out of his mind and celebrates a touchdown with 32 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, that's the last thing that can.
And now a flag goes down well after the play is over.
It might be a celebration penalty of some sort, or maybe sideline warning, because everyone ran down the sideline with this kid as he was running up the field to get into the end zone. So
they might get unsportsmanlike conduct on the public address guy.
it's a possibility, yeah. But at least he didn't run down the field with the guy recovering.
You can only listen. When I began this journey in broadcasting, I remember doing a game in semi-pro. A guy intercepts the ball and runs it back 101 yards for a touchdown. I'm calling the play, and I'm running, holding a tape recorder down with a connected wire all the way down the sideline.
Wow.
And capturing the score all on audio, and then like 20 seconds later, let me catch my breath. I think we have evolved a little bit from that.
Just a bit, yeah.
Since 2006.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, the setup that we have here now is top notch, second to none, I believe. Howard, what he does here is the greatest. So, shout out to HSG Network and Howard Gaber doing everything here.
So anyway, Gabriel Tucker with the fumble recovery for a touchdown from like 62 yards out. And all of a sudden, the scoop and score gives Atlantic City the 20-0 lead with the conversion pending. And that's got to be so tough for Camden. They had a very positive drive, and then penalties got the best of them, and then all of a sudden, boom, everything went south. Now they're going to do the miniature tush push, and they get the conversion. So make it 21-0 Atlantic City. Again, 32 seconds left till halftime. And Joey,
let's take a
tell
look
me
at
what
it.
happened here.
All right. I mean, he manages to get through the line of scrimmage really good and breaks a few tackles, but one of the defenders was able to get their hand in there and punch the ball out. Yeah, he cuts it back here. Let's see who this is. I don't know if it's number 10 who manages to punch the ball out. Yep, that's exactly who it was. Oh, no, the guy coming behind him was the one.
5.
Yeah.
That was Sahir Elam, who once
yeah.
again comes through with a big play.
Having an outstanding
That's
game.
a 61-yarder for Tucker.
So that was a good job on his part. Not giving up on the play, chasing from behind, and you teach him, right? You tell him, hey, listen, you see you coming from behind, punch the ball out, and and that's exactly what he did. They was able to get the fumble and score for a touchdown. Great job by the defense.
I mean, obviously, the coaches are just so excited about everything that happened. He got him. I don't know if he just got a 15-yard penalty for that. Depends on where they spot the ball. If that's the case, and they'd have to kick off in the 30-yard line. We don't know if it's our sideline warning, but obviously the coaches have got to be proud of their kids for what's been accomplished so far.
Yeah, nevertheless, the AC team is doing great right now on both sides of the ball. Offensively, they were doing well, and now they're picking it up defensively, so, good job. You want to see that on both sides of the ball. So good job by AC and the coaching staff making things happen.
Okay, they are going to kick off in the 30, so that was unsportsmanlike conduct. So for Camden, they have one timeout left, so they may get the ball in decent field position with a chance to get points on the board before the half.
Right.
But obviously, that was not exactly how they intended on ending the half.
Right. Earlier today, we saw that last game where, one touchdown was answered by another touchdown, right? So
That's correct.
Let's see what happens.
That was an exciting 10-under game. Remember, you can DVR back on that one if you missed any of it here on this HSG Network YouTube channel. So make sure you check that out. I mean, that definitely was thrilling.
Right. Both earlier games were exciting. The score might have not reflected it, but they were both really good. So, now we got some stuff going on here that's not bad either. So we're having some fun with these.
Well, we're trying. It's a bouncer and scooped up at about the 40-yard line and still making a nice run out of it.
Oh.
All the way down inside the 40 to the 38-yard line.
Good run. I mean, managed to break a few tackles there and continue to move his feet and keep going. So
that'd be Darian Clary, who was able to run now. And we have a Atlantic City player that's down. But now he's back up again. So we're down to 19 seconds left till halftime. You got one timeout. I know you haven't tried throwing it down the field yet, but now may not be a bad time for it.
It would not. I mean, especially right now. I mean, defenses just got to realize, okay, they can't throw the ball. They're only running. If they came up with a pass, some sort of play action, they may be able to do something here, Camden. But don't know if that's in the cards for them. We have to see what happens.
Well, actually, an Atlantic City player might be Gerald McNair. He's just resting. Might be a little cramp situation. And now he's getting up.
I tell you, it takes a lot for these kids to be out here on a Sunday morning. Now Sunday afternoon doing this stuff. So,
well, let's also not forget, it's a Sunday. They're out, and it's warmer than normal for a late October.
Right.
You have to consider that. They go empty gun here on first down, and they'll take a shot down the field that is tapped, and it is incomplete.
Exactly like you said, Tom. Go downfield, work your way downfield, try to make something happen. Once again, you're down 3 scores. If you can get one before half, it'll be a good thing. But Atlantic City gets the ball at the halftime, so you want to come up with something positive here to be able to get away with.
You want to try and finish strong, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, the first half. You want to finish the first half really strong. Exactly.
So again, from the 38 of Atlantic City, it is 2nd and 10. Again, each team with one timeout left and 13 seconds on the clock. They got triple to right, it looks like, but again, it's an empty gun pretty much. And he's going to call his own number. Let's see if he outraces him. He'll get to the 30. Let's see if he goes to the sideline to the 20. He'll get a first down there.
Good job.
And will they call timeout? Yes, with 4 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, I guess it's not a bad timeout. You give the kids a break, right? And you let them get a little bit of wind. I mean, if you could bring them out some water.
Well, they didn't call timeout. The clock runs down at zeros, and we're at halftime. Well, Joey, your first half thoughts?
Well, AC, great offense, good passing, accurate passing, and running the ball well, just a high-powered offense, and then coming up with a big play on defense, which is amazing. And Camden, as we know right now, the numbers are low. They're trying great heart out there, but, had some success and then, just, lost momentum there. So.
And we'll see what happens in the second half. All right, we're at halftime. Atlantic City over Camden, 21-0. We'll give you another video of the MVPs for the TCUFL. So hang with us. We'll be back for the second half.
All right, we're going to be back with Bill out there with our interview. Susie looks up.
All right, everybody. We are here with Mr. Reese Wright. Because you've been watching this game, you guys automatically know who the MVP of this game is. So how's it feel getting 4 touchdowns, my man? Let me ask you a cool question, man. You are our MVP. Okay, you definitely had a game. You definitely put that to them. You had 4 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns today. One was 61 yards. One was 45 yards. One was 25. 2 of them was 25 yards, my man. How old are you? Tell them who you are, what position you play.
I play running back, 7 years old, and I play middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker, 7. Who's your favorite player in the NFL, my man?
We got
Somebody's got to yell.
You don't know who your favorite player is? Now that you're the running back. So let me ask you a question. What's your guys' record this year? Yeah, you reckon you guys got pretty good. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Since you don't know who your favorite player is for football, what's your favorite position to play? I know you play defense and you play offense. You're on both sides of the ball. What's your favorite position to play?
Running back.
Running back, I guess so. Here, I told our Howard up there that's in our booth that if I had a chance to tell you, we're going to coach you real quick right now. Man, you have all the moves in the world as a running back. But when you get to that sideline, my man, I need you to switch that ball, put it towards the sideline. You got me? We're looking forward to seeing you have a great job. Great job. Here's our MVP. Hold the ball, wave to everybody. Great job, my man. Great job, coach.
Thank you, buddy.
Congratulations, my man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our MVP of the 10U game. We are here with Mr. Brett Williams, number 29. Introduce yourself, my man, and tell the guys what position you play.
I play wide receiver. I play on the line, and I don't really have nothing to say. It's just a good game.
yeah.
Well, you did a lot of the talking, my man, in the game today. You had the 2 quick
No, we have 'em.
touchdowns earlier. You were all over the field. You played a little bit of defense. We knew they were going to try to go to you in the
Leave it
time.
there, yeah.
Between you and number 3, you guys had a great combination there. Let me ask you a question, my man. Who is your favorite NFL players? Who do you follow your game behind?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. I saw a little bit of his game in you. Why do you like Tyreek Hill so much?
Because he's fast.
He's fast?
Mhm.
Okay, now I have one question for you. I want you to tell me the truth, man. How you doing in school?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You know you wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for the school, right? Keep the grades up, my man. Great job. This is yours for you to keep. We need our MVP ball back. Man, great job. I want to be watching you, man. I want to see you do big things in high school. You understand me?
Mhm.
All right. We'll be talking again, my man. Great job and great game.
You too.
All right. You take it easy, all right? All right, my man. We're here. Tell the people who you are, bro. This is our MVP. I'm giving it to a defensive player today. My man here had 3 tackles in the back, had a real stick, made it stand out. Definitely defensive. Tell him your name and tell him who you are, what position you play, my man.
My name's Zion Larry, and I play nose guard and right tackle.
Zion, listen, man. Right from the beginning, we're trying to look for an offensive player to get this to. You stood out right away. Right in the first series, you had a stack. Every time you got on the field, they had to count for you. Who's your favorite NFL player, and who do you desire to be like?
My favorite NFL player is Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Why you choose Aaron Donald, my man?
The way he get in the backfield, his shell moves, his ball rushes, it just make the game perfect.
You know what?
He also set up opportunities for his team.
Well said, my man. And guess what? You played exactly like them today. They had to account for you, and you know one man can't block you, 2 can't handle you, right?
Yes,
Great
sir.
job today. How you doing in school, my man? You know I
I'm
gotta
doing
ask all
good.
that. You doing
I
good?
got A's and B's, and I'm graduating the first market period with merit roll.
That's what I'm talking about, my man. A's and B's. You know, without grades, there is no football. Well, congratulations, Zion. Your great job today, man. You are our MVP of that 3rd game, okay? Great job and keep it up. I hope to see you in the future, all right? Great
Thank
job,
you.
my man. Congratulations. All right, we are here with our MVP, guys. Let me tell you something. We just saw one hell of a game just now. We have our MVP number 3. Why don't you tell them your name, number 3?
Jacob Eli Kwan, class of
Jacob.
2028.
Oh, Jacob Elon Kwan. Now, I must tell you, man, before we even get started, I'm going to let you know right
Sorry,
now.
29.
We were a little bit confused. You got your brother here to the right. You are the MVP. You had 3 touchdowns today, okay? Let me ask you a question. What is your favorite NFL player? Who do you try to be like? Let me
Justin
hear it.
Jefferson, mostly.
Jefferson.
Jerry Judy. the cuts. I'm trying to get like there. I'm trying to get right
So
there.
that's your favorite player, G. You definitely got some athleticism on
Thank
you.
you.
Me and Howard up front was talking about the athleticism. You guys passed every eye test. You were all over the field. But I got to bring in your brother right here. We were talking earlier, me and Howard. We didn't know your names yet, but we actually looked at both of y'all and said they have to be related. Excuse me, my man. We walked up. We actually had to know that you guys are related. Someone actually commented and tell us that you. I mean, you guys look identical
Shout out
out
to that
there on the
comment.
field. Shout out
out
to
to
your
that comment.
people. You guys definitely have a fan club out there. Let me ask you a question, my man. What's your favorite player?
My favorite player. I really look up to Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase.
That's good one.
Jamar Chase. Let me ask both you guys a question. I know your parents got to be very, very proud, but how are you guys' grades? You guys both doing great in school?
Perfect.
Now I got to ask the question. I ain't trying to cause no problems here, but who's the better athlete? Who's the better athlete here?
See, for now, went to the hospital. You know,
Uh-huh.
I lost it a little bit.
Oh, he
I
lost
gotta
it. Look,
get
that's
it. I
that's
gotta get it to him.
nah.
Shout out to
Y'all
Joe.
keep pressing each other. We are so impressed with both you guys. Both you guys look like you're on your way. Keep fighting over each other.
Thank you.
You hear me? I'm excited to see y'all. Where y'all planning on going to high school?
Williamstown High. Matter of fact,
Williamstown?
I'm gonna keep it like this. We don't know. We don't know.
Snap. No, we gonna let it out. I heard Williamstown, bro. There were some coaches in the stands. Now I hope y'all do know that, right? All right. Well, listen. Good job, guys. Great to see y'all. Good job, my man. Hopefully, see y'all. Good luck in the season. You have our MVP here, Joshua Kwan. Let's take Jacob Kwan. I'm sorry. Here we go. Take that picture. Hold that ball.
Okay, we welcome you back to Atlantic City and Dolphin Field here on the north side of Atlantic City. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber doing the controls as usual. About ready to start the second half, and the Atlantic City Dolphins, they've had a very impressive first half, leading an undermanned Camden team 21-0, and they will get the ball to start the second half. And say, well, given the fact that Camden might have been short on numbers, they've at least played with a good amount of heart here in this first half.
Yeah, that second quarter, for them was, not bad at all, aside from a couple of injuries that they got. But, they were able to hold AC to. I mean, it was a defensive touchdown, but they offensively, they really made some good adjustments defense in the second quarter to not allow them to get anything in the end zone. But, they need to get themselves on the board and get on track right now.
Well, Atlantic City will get the ball to start the second half. Their last possession, they unfortunately turned the ball over. Here's a ball that is scooped up by Atlantic City and going around. Let's see if he turns a corner, and he will get down to about the 46-yard line. A lot of running to the near sideline, trying to turn the corner, and didn't quite work out. But Atlantic City has some good field position at their own 45, 1st and 10.
Well, it was a good return, good defense by good coverage by the special teams and Camden there on that side, not allowing them to get to the corner and be able to turn it upfield and turn it into some points there. So we have to see what Camden comes up with. As we noticed, these young men are playing with big heart right now. So
they definitely are. By the way, to our fans watching on HSG Network on YouTube, don't forget that the final game of our quadruple header will be Rancocas Valley taking on Atlantic City here on this field for the 14 and under, and that'll start immediately after this game. So make sure you stay tuned on HSG Network on YouTube, and remember to subscribe. Well over 3,000 people have done so. You'll get the notifications for the other TCUFL weekends coming up. And, of course, some Friday Night Football to go along with that as well. So make sure you subscribe, HSG Network on YouTube, as Atlantic City breaks the huddle, and we're ready to go 1st and 10. And I got to spread things out a little bit. Ball spot at the 45-yard line. Back to pass, and now going to call his own number. He may try another throw, and it's caught. Slipping about the 40 to 30. He might go all the way again. Yes, he will. With his third touchdown of the game, the quarterback this time gets Namir Rex for his second touchdown of the game. This one from 55 yards. And Atlantic City just run away with it.
Yeah, great job. He was under rush a little bit. Managed to get out the pocket and roll to his right and be able to plant his feet and be able to see this receiver. And then once again, after that, the receiver, it was all on him. He made a good move inside and then stepped outside again and took it down the sideline for a touchdown.
The third drive Atlantic City has had, it's only lasted one play. And their other score is a defensive score.
That is correct, yeah. The other score was a defensive score. So, one play and touchdown 3 times, that's a great thing. And, but late in the second half, they had a good drive. They sustained a good drive there, controlling the ball and the clock. So let's see what they come up with here for the extra point.
All right, well, they'll go with a conversion. Of course, they'll condense the formation, and Camden will get another shot here. Just a minute into this third quarter, they pitch out left side. It's an easy walk in, we think. Yep, he got through. He broke the plane, so the conversion's good, and it's now 28-0 Atlantic City. All right, they have been impressive here.
Great job by Atlantic City. You would have thought that the Camden defense would have been a little better off, with a little rest there, but
well, while we quickly show you the replay, that wasn't it, and neither is this.
Right.
Let me say hi to Bill Daughtry. Check it. Accidentally got cued in here. We don't want to get you the touchdown to Namir Rex, his second touchdown reception of the day, and the third touchdown thrown by Nuri Pitts. You'll see him in the shotgun. Now, see what he does here. Rolls right, and he doesn't throw a deep pass. He just throws a medium pass. Screened him, slips out one tackle, and it's a foot race.
There it is.
And
off
it's
to the races.
Good night once again. And he's got some speed for a 12-year-old, that's for sure.
He does. I mean, it was a great job. Like I said, once he got the ball, he turned, looked upfield, saw that there was nobody really there, and made a little move and took it up the sideline into the end zone.
Very impressive. So there have been touchdowns of 39, 68, and 55 yards for the quarterback, Nuri Pitts. And the fumble recovery was a 61-yard touchdown return.
That's correct. So, all-purpose yards total for AC is well over.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Let's just say that. You're right.
So Atlantic City will kick off. And I believe now we're in running clock rules.
It's a possibility. So we don't know yet, but yeah.
All right, so Atlantic City will kick off. And we'll see what Camden does this time. And gets through almost every line. Oh, and the ball gets knocked out again. Don't tell me Atlantic City recovered that one. We'll see. No, it is Camden who recovered it. Now about the 29-yard line, but that was almost another stolen possession by Atlantic City.
I mean, it's almost by design. He's just kicking the ball, scribbing it up the middle. And, hey, you got your fastest guys out there running underneath it and almost coming down with a possession again for Atlantic City. But luckily this time Camden was able to land on the ball and recover, and they could come out on offense.
Well, they're going to spot the ball at the 30-yard line, so Camden's going to give it a shot. 1st and 10. They'll start from the 30-yard line, and they've had some positive plays. Let's not forget about that. And, oh, wait, we do have a flag down, and I don't think anyone's noticed it.
I think that's a piece of debris.
It might be a piece of pink debris. I don't know. Very interesting. All right, they're going to try slipping out one tackle. And and another fumble. And I think Atlantic City got this one. Yep.
Wow, great pursuit by the defense on that play. Not sure who knocked it out, but that was great pursuit. Didn't allow him to go anywhere. They had him bottled up right there, and somebody punched the ball out again. And recovery by Atlantic City there. Good job.
I feel like we're in the middle of a Space Invader simulation with that DJ here. But anyway, so it'll be Atlantic City ball following the turnover, and they're going to spot the ball at the 28-yard line.
Yeah.
And I think the sideline just told them enough of that. Sometimes you get unexpected entertainment when it comes to these things.
Yep.
Remember, these are 12-year-old kids. Let's not forget about that. I mean, they're developing a psyche here.
Yep. And just want to make sure that these kids have fun and enjoy themselves today. It's not much fun for the Camden T right now.
And the focus is the game right now, and that's what you want to do is finish. All right, well, they're going to spread again. 1st and 10 from the 28, back to pass, and he's going to try and sneak a screen job at about the 20-yard line. Spins a couple. Oh, how do you like that? Another one.
Great.
Oh, I sound like DJ Khaled here. This time it's Sahir Elam from 28 yards out.
Wow, great job. Good, he quarterback with the presence of mind. He rolled out left and realized, well, I ain't got to throw it all the way downfield. I got a back in front of me. Let me just drop it off here. Dropped it off to him. He managed to do the rest, break a couple of tackles, and get into the end zone for a touchdown.
I mean, this is insanity. That is the 4th touchdown pass by Nuri Pitts today.
Yeah, and second for what's his name here, number 5, on the carry there, on the catch for the touchdown for the Atlantic City team there.
Think about this. There's been a defensive score, and Atlantic City's had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 one-play drives for touchdowns.
That's right.
When do you see that?
Nah, you don't see that. At the 12U even? Come on.
They got handed off, and there's another point to make it 35-0. Boy, I tell you what, Atlantic City's just overpowered Camden.
Yeah, they are definitely the...
Tell you what, why don't... So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joey, but I'll tell you what, it's definitely a one-sided affair.
Definitely one-sided. This AC team, the 12U team, is really, really well coached and, got some really good athletes here. So, And you got to figure that, they are going to be successful at this age here. Hopefully, they make the playoffs or whatever. I don't know what their record is at the moment, but they seem to be a very good bunch here.
And I think so. And I mean, not that records matter at this point. I mean, it's all about the kids having fun. I mean, you're talking about sixth graders going at it here. And I'll tell you what, this is an impressive bunch of Atlantic City sixth graders. I mean, you get them grow 3-4 years from now, could be playing for Brigantine or Atlantic City High School or some regional school or what have you. And you got some exciting players. Or they could go parochial for all we know.
True that. And, once again, it's good to see that the kids from Camden are still coming out a little fired up there, ready to start, this next kickoff here. So they are truly playing with all their heart. They're trying to give it their best. They're trying to give it their all.
And sometimes it's just the way things turn out.
Yep.
All right, so Atlantic City will kick off. And for whatever reason, they had put the kickoff at the midfield stripe. I'm not sure why. And the wrong line, but that's okay. So let's see what Atlantic City does strategically for this kickoff directional. Camden will take it at about the 40, running to maybe the 45, 46-yard line. That's where Camden will begin. And we'll see if they can get some points on the board. I mean, like I said, they have played well given the circumstances. But the reality is, I mean, you go round left, you go round right. I mean, you've had some good runs. There are some positives to take from this.
Yeah, they have. They have been running the ball well on occasions and doing some positive stuff, but they just can't seem to get over that hump and get to the outside and break that one tackle that gets them into the end zone. But, for lack of effort, because they've been trying. They've been working, really hard at doing what they're doing. Considering what their numbers are, they're still working. They're not giving up. They're fighting.
All right, well, they're doing their best. 1st and 10. We're at the 46. They got man motion, and they will try and sweep it around, and the defense is right there waiting for them. So no gain on the play, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
Well, they tried a jet sweep right now. It didn't work, but once again, they're fighting. They're not giving up. Their kids are blocking. They're running. They're trying to do all that they can. Hopefully, you get away from one and be able to break that tackle and make it to the end zone.
All right, so we're going to say 2nd and 11. It was a 1-yard loss to the 44-yard line. And they're going to line Camden up with a receiver on the right side. Send him in motion. And they play fake the sweep. Spins around a tackle, but talk about hanging on to the quarterback for dear life. I mean, did exactly that. So another loss on the play. It'll be 3rd and long for Camden as Atlantic City's defense just swarming.
Right. Good job by the defense. Once again, that kid is outstanding. Both sides of the ball, doing what he's doing. And, no penetration. I mean, a lot of penetration by the defensive line there. Nowhere to go for the quarterback. So
not much you can do when there's nowhere to run on either side of the line.
Once again, like I said, and we said the defensive side of the ball, the left side, is the strongest side for Atlantic City. And, for some reason, Camden hasn't figured that out and continues to run at them.
All right, so it'll be 3rd down. Probably a final play of the quarter. We'll see if they get the playoff. Doesn't look like they will as the clock runs out, and we are at 3-quarter time. So we'll take a break. Atlantic City leads 35-0 over Camden. We'll come back with a final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, back again here in Atlantic City, getting ready to start the final quarter of Game 3 of the 12 and Unders between Camden and Atlantic City. Atlantic City winning this one 35-0. By the way, the scores in the earlier games, Camden 19-0 over Atlantic City in the 8 and Under, and in a thriller, Camden won 14-13 over Atlantic City in the 10 Under games. You can see us here on the left side. I'm Tom Wilkins. Joey Pagan just giving you a salute. Howard Gaber working the controls as he always does. And yeah, he just did his high mom for today.
There you go. So now we each got one here, Gorkin, for us. The best one was you, though, Tom. Behind the bars is always a good thing.
Hey, listen, sometimes you got to entertain and do your best you can to make it as fun as possible, even in a game like this. Okay. So I believe it's third down. Here's a pass, and it's caught. How about that? Sleeping out about the 30 to the 20, the 10. He will not go down to about the 7-yard line.
And
that's a gutty play by Andre Streeter.
And there's that heart. He demonstrated it right there. He was fighting for every yard. He caught that ball. The defender was on his back. He's fighting to shake him off. He couldn't get him off, and managed to still get down to at least the 5-yard line, which is great. Great pass, great catch.
They are going to give him the 5-yard line. That is impressive. That was a 53-yard pickup.
Great job. I tell you, a lot of fighting this Camden team. No matter what the score is, they're going to continue fighting.
So it'll be first and goal from the 5-yard line. And I forgot to read the people who are involved. I'll get to that momentarily. They send a man in motion into shotgun, quarterback back. He's going to sneak. Let's see if he gets around. He will. He pushes. He'll get to about the 2 and then is thrown back. So gain of 3, second and goal. By the way, the Camden 12 and Under junior team, let me go ahead and read them. They are Zaire Long, Samad Edmonds, Wahim Buchanan, Naheem Harden, Jason Lopez, Darian Clary, Najir Gainey Boone, Andre Streeter, Nassim Concepcion, Samar Talley, Jaden Moore, Kadir Lober Jr., Julius Prince, Andre Streeter, Logan Vasquez. Looks like Kahir Davis, Joseph Crocker Johnson, Noah Del Val. We'll get the rest of them after this next play. It is second and goal from the 2. See if Camden can get some points on the board. It's a handoff, slipping and getting up close, but maybe to the 1-yard line. Good try there, but just short for third and goal. Let's continue the names. Joseph Crocker Johnson, Noah Deval, Larry Scott, Romello Arlene, Roberto Reddick, Nasir Marquez, Jeremiah Mays, Ian Mays, Luis Vasquez, Jession Wiles, and Josiah Roberts.
Right.
We'll read the Junior Dolphins after this possession.
That was a good play by the defense there. Fighting. They want to preserve the shutout, and Camden wants to get on the board. So it was a great play there.
And end with something positive.
Yep, that's right.
That's the goal right now. See if they're able to do that. Third and goal from about the 1.5. It's a sneak, and he got it. How about that? Good job by Camden, getting some points on the board, and they break that 0. And they get that big 53-yard pass to Andre Streeter really did the job there and set that whole thing up.
Yeah, it was good to see the pass. Deep pass, good catch, good pass, good catch. And the best thing is that these young kids here now, right? The positive is good pass. They get to score a touchdown. They're not going home, totally depleted. They got something on the board, something to build with when they get back to practice and they get home.
And there's always a lesson to go into the next chapter. Let's say what they do with the conversion. You're going to try and pass. He will lob it. It is caught. That's a 2-point conversion, I believe.
Yep, good job.
So that makes it 35-8 in favor of Atlantic City. And by the way, we'll give you the Atlantic City Junior Dolphins 12 and Under group. They are the following. Sadir Wright, Namir Rex, Kamara Lane, Sahir Elam, Sultan Childs, King Fauntleroy, Jeremiah Soto, Asa Spellman, Gerald McNair, also known as Gotti, Levi Bailey, Kadir Shelton, Nuri Pitts, Amir Faulkner, Caden Williams, Noah Holland, Terrell Parker Bailey, Gabriel Tucker, Abraham Jones, Zayden Oglesby, Jashawn Carpenter, Wahid Albright, and Zaki Stewart. So that's your 12 and under junior Dolphins.
He's got 7. What's that? It's only 1 point.
Oh.
He got a kick it.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the 12 and under, I beg your pardon on this one. It was a run or a pass conversion. It's 1 point. If you kick it, that's the only way you get 2 points.
Okay. All right. Well.
So in 10 and under, you can get it for 2, but not for 12 and under.
Right. Well, good job, nevertheless, by Camden being able to get the extra point there. You know, once again, for them to be able to come out and score something this late in the game and end on a positive note, you know, hopefully they can get a good big defensive stop and not allow AC to score on this last possession.
Yeah, but with a running clock, they probably won't be on the field much longer.
Right.
If you kind of consider that. So it's been a, I mean, shall we say, an entertaining game in a couple different aspects. I mean, Atlantic City scoring 4 times on one play and then having a defensive touchdown
right.
recovery. I mean, they've been very impressive today. Now Camden, let's see what they decide to do as far as the kickoff is concerned.
Overloading the right.
Looks like they're overloading the right. And they're going to go with an onside kick. And now they're going to play rugby and flip it to one of the guys who breaks through the tackle, and he's going to score. You've got to be kidding me here. Wow. Just when you thought you've seen everything, Kamira Lane took a lateral from the onside kick recover and went all the way to the beach condo in the ocean.
Yeah, well, you know, it's, when it rains, it pours, I'm assuming.
And there are no clouds in the sky. I can't figure that one out.
You know, just we start talking about the positives, you know, for Camden, and here they don't cover, and they allowed another touchdown. So
yeah, a little bit of a tough break. But you know what? I mean, sometimes you throw a little razzle-dazzle, and I guess they wanted to try that play to see if it worked, and it worked to literal perfection.
Yep. And, you know, once again.
I mean, that ball stood in the air for a long time.
It was. He flinged it up there really high, but, you know, patience, the running back, you know, waited for it to come down and was able to get control and take off to the races.
This is the time to do it. This would be the time.
But listen, this is probably the time you try a play like this. I mean, the game's already decided.
Right.
So you might as well give it a try and see what happens, and what do you know?
Touchdown. You know, and more than one guy on this team has scored a touchdown for the AC team, and that's pretty awesome.
And this is also the third kickoff return for a touchdown we have seen today overall.
Overall, yeah, that is correct. So, you know,
and in all three cases, the other team scores a touchdown, and then they respond with a kickoff return for a score themselves.
Yeah, that's correct. Oh, you know, in each of the games, that's correct. So, you know, once again, let's see what they do here for this extra point. And
well, look like they're doing the aversion. I thought for a second it was a swinging gate, but it ends up being a handoff and an easy conversion for Spellman, who walks in to make it 42-7.
Wow.
And that is, in all likelihood, going to be a final score.
Right.
So, as the clock winds down, what are your final thoughts on this one?
Oh, you know, Camden, you know, great job, you know, great effort. You know, you got to applaud them for being out here with low numbers like that and continuing to fight, scoring a touchdown, and never giving up. You know, those kids out there deserve a big round of applause. You know, they did a good job. They kept themselves fighting. And then, obviously, hats off to the AC team, you know, the Dolphins. Great game. You know, great athletes there, you know. Kudos to the coaching staff and everyone that's been working out there.
And give credit to Camden, too.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough players, but they had a bigger heart than you might expect. So while we do this, we're going to take a break. We're going to get our MVP up here. Give us a couple minutes. Your final, AC wins over Camden 42-7. We'll give you a post-game MVP interview in just a couple minutes. All right, yeah, I know it's a little crowded in here, but we have co-MVPs here for this 12 and under game as Atlantic City. They were very impressive in a 42-7 win over Camden in the 12 and unders. Well, with co-MVPs, quarterback Nuri Pitts, who threw 4 touchdown passes on 4 one-play drives. And the guy that caught 2 of them, Namir Rex, he caught 39, a 55-yard touchdown. He's with us as well. Congratulations to both of you. Let me just start with Nuri. Was this a game you really prepared for this week?
Yep, had a good week of practice. Feel like we practiced hard, stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like we was ready.
And Namir, did you have good communication with Nuri, especially with the routes you ran?
Like, when he ran across the sideline, like, I had enough knowledge to know that, like, he was running that way, so I had to come back around and catch the ball.
Well, turned out you did a very good job on both those, especially in each half, especially the one that started the second half, too. Now, to both of you, I mean, who's your favorite football player?
For the change.
Mine's
We need
Odell,
dreams
prime
for
Odell.
the change.
Odell Beckham, when he did play. What about you? You don't have? That's okay, nothing wrong. Favorite team?
Eagles.
You must be happy they won today. What about you?
Packers.
They won too, so both of you are happy, obviously. Any specific, I mean, you guys are in school, are you 6th grade? What's your favorite, 7th? All right, what's your favorite subject?
Math.
Writing.
Oh, you like, what do you like writing about?
Football.
Yeah, football, I mean, you'll never have enough content when it comes to football here. So, but you want to say hi to anyone here before we head on to the last game?
No.
No, not even your parents, not even your relatives, even your mom behind you? Well, they say hi to whoever's watching. We'll just put it this way. So, Namir and Nuri, congratulations to both of you. And by the way, I'm going to present you to these things that you qualified. This is it's an invitation. I mean, they have to do the rest here in regards to an event in Vegas sometime later. But remember, it's an invitation only. So just remember, you could be out there if things work out well. So I send both of you congratulations on that. That was a heck of a game you guys played. So good luck to you guys the rest of the season.
Thank you.
There you go. Nuri Pitts and Namir Rex, the co-MVPs of this game. Why don't you share the MVP ball real quick?
Thank you.
There you go. As Atlantic City defeats Camden 42-7, the 12 and unders. Stay tuned. We'll have the Rancocas Valley Atlantic City 14 and under game right after this. 3 games down, 1 more to go as we're about ready for kickoff here for the 14-under matchup. This time, the Rancocas Valley Chiefs against the Atlantic City Dolphins. We are underway. Dolphins will get the ball first as running with the football and crossing midfield. He might be able to run this thing back. And yes, he did. In fact, almost a premature call by the DJ on duty here, but an opening kickoff for a touchdown for Atlantic City.
Wow.
What about that for a start?
What a great start, I mean.
That's a 4th one of the day.
Yeah. 4th kickoff return for a touchdown. How awesome is that? I mean, a lot of excitement today throughout the day. This is the last game, but, throughout the day, just a lot of fun, a lot of excitement. So, and to start this game off this way, hopefully it's a good sign as, we're going to have an exciting game here today.
Well, what a start for Atlantic City. Returning the opening kickoff, 60 yards for a score, as this is the 14-under group. And now they will go for the conversion. Remember, in this league, you can run or pass for 1 point, but if you kick the conversion, it's 2. They send the man in motion for the conversion. Let's see what they get here. He keeps it, and an easy score. That didn't take long at all.
No, he pretty much walked in there, which was a good job by the offensive line on the Dolphins there. Getting not allowing the defense to get any pressure whatsoever. So
let's take a look at the replay. Find out who was the one to return the kickoff. I mean, that was tremendous. I mean, it was taken right here about the 36, and then it was basically cross the field. Find your blockers, and looks like 5. Number 5. That would be Muhaj Branch with the kickoff return.
Yeah, good job on his part. Finding the edge and then getting out there. Had a host of blockers in front of him, turning upfield and going down for the touchdown. Great job by the Dolphins.
That's tremendous. I mean, we could have a track meet here the way things are looking in this game, but turns out the Chiefs will now get the ball and see if they can duplicate what the Dolphins just did in the first 20 seconds of this game.
That is correct. I mean, we've seen it, right, where, one team scores a touchdown, and what happens right away, the next team comes back and scores immediately right after. So let's see.
Yeah, it can happen, but who knows? It could be a reversal because the second touchdown scored in each set was a kickoff return. Now, if somehow there's a 70-yard touchdown pass, it's in complete reverse.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're going to line up for the kickoff now. Rancocas Valley is basically silver and green. Now, of course, both teams, remember, they are wearing pink in regards to Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So we may also see, we're going to see pink flags being thrown as well. So, I kind of find it funny that several leagues do the pink flag throwing, but the NFL does not.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. And they're a big supporter of breast cancer, so you would have thought that they would have used that also.
Well, Crucial Catch has now become one where it's not just breast cancer awareness, but it's all types of cancers. So that's why they say intercept cancer, so it's more of a broad range.
All right, that's totally understood then.
All right, so here's the kickoff now, and we'll see what Rancocas Valley does. A little collision and a slide down about the 43-yard line. So Rancocas Valley will get things started 1st and 10 from there, and we will see how they respond to this sudden opening kickoff.
Right, and, you guys got to hopefully, they can come out offensively and do something, get a quick strike right away also, just to make this game exciting, make it interesting here. Let's see something really quick. But
we already did.
Yeah, we did already started off this game with a kickoff return, which was amazing.
I mean, we've had a pretty amazing time here on this field. Now, it is an older turf field, but it seemed to have worked relatively well for all the teams that played.
Right. Has been a great game.
So 1st and 10, ball spot at the 43-yard line, and looks like, take a look at the offensive line. We'll see how Atlantic City plays against this group. And then a fobbled snap. And obviously you can't get the lineman to help you with that. So a loss on the play, and it's going to be 2nd and long already. And like I said,
he was on the play there. Did a good job.
Again, Muhaj Branch. He returned the opening kickoff and nearly had a fumble recovery there.
Yeah, well, it's making his presence felt immediately already on the special teams and now on defense.
You're not kidding there. Second, and it looks like to be 13. Ball be at the 39-yard line, and let's see what the Chiefs do this time around. They're going to send a receiver to the right.
This Chiefs, they got a really big offensive line here. So, I mean, I'm assuming that we're going to be able to get a good push, but let's see what happens.
And you never know. Sometimes it's a deceiving look. So, all right, they pitch out to the left, and there's a cut in the middle, and there's a run crossing midfield, and good night. Beep, beep, all the way to the condo. That is a 61-yard touchdown run, and we're going to be having a college basketball score at this rate.
At this rate.
We're only a minute 24 into the game, and all of a sudden each team's on the board.
I mean, need I say more? I did say what would happen, right? We're going to get an exciting play here. One touchdown deserves another touchdown, and sure enough, runs off tackle. That's it.
So a 61-yard touchdown, and Rancocas Valley looks to tie it with the conversion. And as I said, in reverse, didn't I?
Yeah, you're
We
right.
just expected to be the run.
No, you're right. We didn't expect it to be the run, but, it was a good play. And just mention how big the offensive line is. And he went off tackle on the left side and was able to get second level really quick and just cut it back up the middle of the field and straight up for a touchdown.
Officially a 62-yard touchdown run.
Wow.
And that's number 29. That would be Davir Wade, who had the 62-yard touchdown. Wow.
Great job. Great run.
Now for the conversion to tie the game. A handoff up the middle. And didn't look like anyone went down, so the conversion is good. So we are tied at 7.
Yeah.
So this is how the game's going to go, huh?
I mean, it would seem to be fitting, right? To see. But, now we have to see what happens here on the kickoff. Do we get another return? Or we just...
Hey, you never know. I did a championship game one time. The very first 2 possessions a team had was a kickoff return for a touchdown. The problem was those were the only points they scored the whole game, and they lost like 48-14.
Well, it's a good job. It's a good thing to be able to score on special teams on your opening drive or whatever, but, you need to provide some offense behind it. So, the Chiefs did show that they do have a bit of an offense there, running the ball well and being able to get into the end zone 1 or 2 plays afterwards, which is great. So.
And so Rancocas will kick off when they come back from their huddle. I mean, you can't ask for a more explosive start than this.
No, you're right. I mean, if it's anything, like I said, it's going to be a real exciting game at this rate right now. So let's just see, maybe it'll come down to who has the ball the last possession.
That could very well be.
But, it could very well be.
So Rancocas will line up. And we'll see what they decide to do. By the way, on that 62-yard touchdown run, I like how the running back Wade, he veered left away from the oversized right side of the line and then cut back in to get behind him. Once they engaged their blocks, away he went. He took his speed, and that was all she wrote. All right, let's see what number 2 is going to be. It'll be taking it about the 30-yard line, and here it goes to the left side. Let's see if there's room. Not this time. Brought down about the 40. And I think we have a flag down of its regular color. Oh, I'm sorry. The 14 and under, they add an official. And we'll see what the call is. Usually something like this, you'd have potentially a hold or a block in the back, but we'll see what the discussion is.
I didn't get to see the initial.
Make a call. Say blocking the back.
Yeah, I think blocking the back is what the call is going to be because the head referee has already thrown it all the way back because it's 10 yards from the spot of the infraction. So it's going to be 1st and 10. They're going to spot it at the 21-yard line, it looks like. Not too many possessions have begun that far back in the field.
Right. Well, now we'll get to see what the AC offense looks like and what they do.
Same guys. They play both ways.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. And here's a deep pitch out left side. Going to get a block and some yardage to run to the 40, to midfield. Are you kidding me? Is he going to run this thing back? Oh, my Lord.
What's that? Oh, boy.
You might want to get a triple-digit counter for this one, the way this is going.
Yeah, we may have to take off our shoes to be able to count. So you never know. I mean, really.
Samaj Reynolds, a 79-yard run for a touchdown. Oh, my goodness. This is insane.
Yeah, listen, I tell you, I mean, he just went off tackle, broke a few tackles there and was able to get upfield, get to the corner. As always, you're taught to get to that corner, turn upfield and go. And that's what he did.
I mean, this is unbelievable what we are seeing here. So Atlantic City will try the conversion here. I mean, we're not even 2 minutes into this game, and already 21 points is on board.
21 points. That's something else.
Or 20 at least, depending on how the conversion goes.
Right. We'll have to see that.
Okay, so they will try the conversion. So again, another one-play drive for a score. For Rancocas, it was only 2 plays. They're going to go 3 wide. It looks like a single receiver on each side. Quarterback calls his number, and he can walk it easily. So 14-7.
Yep. Again, to the left side of that, to the right side of that defense, left side of the offense. There's no answer there. Nobody home. So you pretty much walked in on that one.
Listen, I don't think I have an answer for how this game has started.
It's amazing, right? It is absolutely amazing how it started.
I can't even remember a time where a game started 14-7 and only a minute and 52 seconds been played.
Right. It's just something else. So, we just got to, hope that the rest of this game is going to be in this fashion here, right? Where, we get this special teams or we get an offensive touchdown. So what do we expect here now? I mean, are we gonna get another return for a touchdown?
I think the officials are like, so that's the type of game you want to play. You want to give us a workout.
Mm-hmm.
I better work out my arms so I can throw some penalties.
Yep, that's right.
Well, this be the case, and again, Atlantic City will kick off in what has been a very action-packed first couple minutes of this 14 and under game here on HSG Network. You want to see more? Make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. Remember, we got a couple more TCUFL weekends, so make sure you subscribe.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one more weekend going on next weekend in Kingsway. So definitely check that out. Of course, next Saturday, that'll be on HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. We have well over 3,000 subscribers now. So, and I understand their championship weekends is 17th and 18th of November.
Right.
So definitely tune that in on HSG Network. Okay, here is a, let's see who gets the ball. Oh, a huge collision for the ball. And there's a mass scramble, and Atlantic City's going to get it at the 25-yard line.
Another big play. Wow.
We're seeing so many surprises here in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, I tell you, and now back to the AC with the ball again, looking to add to this lead that they have. I would like to see a little more defense out of the Chiefs.
Or defense out of anybody at this point.
Yeah, because not much defense is being played. But, it's still, it's early in the game. It was 3 quick scores now. So anything is still possible.
You're not kidding, especially with the way we're going here. So following the directional kick recovery, Atlantic City at the Rancocas 25, 1st and 10. Looks like quarterback in a shot. No, I thought you think it was in the shotgun. And quarterback incidentally is Jasir Reynolds. He'll take a low snap, goes back, going to take a home run shot right off the bat, and it's a little short incomplete. Might have been a little bit of a communication mishap there, but receiver went one way, the ball went the other, so it's 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10. Good try. You can see that AC is looking to establish their passing game early on in this game. to be able to get on the board really quick again and score another touchdown to take this 2-touchdown lead here. But we got to see. I mean, it was good defense finally. Even though the ball was thrown short, still we got something going on here.
And it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. Couple last-minute substitutions for Atlantic City here. And the quarterback also is getting the play from the sideline. Want to make sure he's in the right place. Looks like they're going wing here.
That's the quarterback there. He's just in the game now.
Oh, Samaj Reynolds.
Yeah, number 3.
Oh, 3 is Sire Branch. Okay, but anyway, 2nd and 10 from the 25. And they give it to Jasir, and he'll get to about the 22. Good stop on the play by Caleb Scott.
Good stop. Yeah, it was a good job on his part. Didn't lose focus, maintained his outside position, and was able to step up and make a play there, which was pretty cool. So now we, no one quick score, one quick play score. Now we have a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense. Now we're settling in here, and both teams are starting to play a little more football rather than these one play scores.
You almost feel like you're playing basketball.
Yeah.
3rd and 6 from the 21 after a 4-yard pickup. Shadow's playing a little bit of a role here on this side of the field. Waiting on shotgun snap, will take it. Juggles it. Gonna take a shot for the end zone. And the pass is
touchdown.
Caught, and another welcome to the end zone. It may not have been one play, but boy, what a tremendous job by Sire Branch, who catches the 21-yard score.
Good job by him. He ran a pretty decent route there, and sat in the soft zone. The quarterback was able to, to be able to still make a good pass, although he bobbled the ball a little bit and was able to still handle it and be able to pass for a touchdown.
I mean, this is simply a tremendous what we're seeing here, as Atlantic City has scored 20 points, and we're just over 3 minutes into this game.
That's something else, right? 20 points.
I remember these are 10-minute quarters.
Yeah, so we're still working on this first quarter here. So let's see what they come up with here on this extra point. Do you just assume we're going to go to the offense's right, left?
I just hear Reynolds is in the shotgun here for the conversion. Let's see if he runs another one. He's going to take the outer bank, leap, and now you can't. Now, first of all, you can't do that. Now, in this league, that's the reason for the flag.
Okay.
Because even in high school, you can't leap like the NFL. You can't be like Jake Ferguson leap over an eagle, or the old Larry Centers play over the Cowboy back in '95. You cannot do that as a safety measure. The conversion's no good, and I'm pretty sure they're going to penalize on the kickoff for that.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a good try, But, I mean, like I said, I could have called that. Like I told you, you're going to probably run left. So the defense was a little more ready for that, a little more prepared, and was able to stop that extra point.
That is correct. So the extra point's no good. They don't even allow it in high school.
Right.
I did one game a few years ago where one of the players tried to leap over 2 defenders, and 4 flags came down at the same time.
Right.
So it is a safety measure in the game of football. Now, college is different, but high school you can't do it. At least in the state of New Jersey, you can't.
Right. Well, like I said, now we'll see what happens here on the kickoff. If the Chiefs can get a recovery here without, any incidents, just falling on the ball, or maybe getting a return here for a touchdown.
I think at this point, after the first 3+ minutes, everyone's trying to catch their breath.
Yeah. It's been a quick 3 minutes so far.
Well, think about this. They've already outscored the first game, and they've already tied the number of points for the second game combined.
Yep. We'll see.
And they go same place, and this time Rancocas does recover, falling on it about the 44-yard line. And we'll see what the Chiefs do 1st and 10.
Well, hopefully, like I said, they can answer this last play with another touchdown and, bring it back to a one-possession game here, and once again, they missed their extra point. So, that was big. Let's see if it costs them somewhere down the line.
Well, we'll soon find out. They're going to give him above the 43-yard line, so it'll be 1st and 10. Even the officials are still trying to figure out everything that's taking place here. That story that just went through my head, I'll explain after the next play. But the Chiefs will break huddle eventually in that 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line. And we'll see. Oh, now we got a timeout called by Rancocas.
All right.
So let's take a break in the meantime. 6:51 left, and yes, the score's right. AC ahead of Rancocas, 20-7. We'll come back in just a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, following the Rancocas timeout, 1st and 10 for the Chiefs at the 43-yard line. They've only had the ball for 2 plays so far, and the second one resulted in a 61-yard touchdown. The question is, what can they do for an encore here? Quick handoff up the middle, and still powering across the midfield stripe, maybe for a 10-yard gain. We'll see where they spot, but I'll tell you what, that was a quick snap and a quick handoff. Looks like Caleb Scott
Good run.
was the one who ran that one.
It's a good job on his part. You know, he stood high up there in the hole. You know, he should have gotten a little lower, try to square his shoulders a little more. But, you know, lucky for AC that they were able to get a hand on him, because it looked like he was going to break that one tackle and get downfield again for another touchdown.
Well, he got himself to the 48-yard line, so it is second. We're going to say 2nd and 2. That was a gain of 8 on the play. And I think what Rancocas is doing, I think they want to focus more on the running game so they can wear the Atlantic City defense down.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, you know, they just got to make sure that they don't mess up, do anything, any mistakes with the ball here, miscues or anything like that.
All right, so 2nd and 2. This time on the Atlantic City side, they send a man in motion, handoff up the middle, and collapsing on the ball is everybody, and not going to be for much, if any.
Not much. This time the Dolphins defense was ready for basically the same play, and they were all over that. They read it and for no yards at all, if any. They had stopped him, so
Ends up losing a yard.
Yeah, ends up losing it. Maybe they should play action off of that.
Well, they could, but we'll see if the quarterback has an arm here. Ends up being a 3-yard loss, so 3rd and 5. The ball spotted the 49 of Atlantic City. So probably a 3rd and 3 probably. Let's see what they do here. Wonder if the entire Atlantic City defense will go to the right side of the Rancocas line, and that would make for a misdirection. We'll see what they do.
A little wishbone formation working back there now.
Could be a wishbone option. Let's see how Atlantic City plays. Oh, and they throw a ground ball instead, and recovered by Rancocas Valley. Couple yard loss there, and now forces a 4th down. And once again, the exchange just has not been working for the Chiefs.
Right. And, you know, lucky for the Chiefs to be able to fall back on that ball there, you know, and recover. Because, I mean, giving the ball up at this spot right here, the way Atlantic City's going, they could wind up putting another quick touch on the board.
And they could do that lightning fast, too.
Yeah. One play, one strike, really quick. We've seen it already.
Definitely have. So after a 3-yard loss, they are back at the 48-yard line. Or the 49, so a 4th and 4. So Atlantic City seeming to make the adjustment rather well here.
Yeah, let's see what they dial up here right now. Hopefully they. I mean, you got 2 receivers set, 3 to the left and 1 to the right. So I think they're trying to spread the defense out.
We shall find out. Up and now, is there a timeout called?
Yeah.
Yep, timeout called by Atlantic City.
Yeah.
So let's grab a break. We're down to 3:37 left in the first, and Atlantic City ahead 20-7. We'll come back in just a moment. All right, so both teams have used the timeout on this drive. And after such an explosive start, I think things are finally starting to calm down a little bit. Atlantic City ahead 20-7 with 3:37 left in the first quarter. And let's see what Rancocas Valley comes through. This is actually a pretty critical play given all the quick points that were scored in the first 3+ minutes. Let's see what Rancocas Valley does here to counter the Atlantic City timeout.
Right. And now it's starting. Like I said before, it's just slowing. The game is slowing down a little bit. Both teams have figured out, what they need to do defensively to stop the other team at the moment. So let's see what they come up with here.
In the shotgun formation, it's 4th and 4. Now the back switches. That would be Scott. Back to pass, throws middle, pass caught. That's a first down, a whole lot more, all the way downside, close to the 30-yard line. And that's going to be a first down and a very good call on that 4th down.
Yeah, nice reception.
Davir Wade, who had a 61-yard touchdown run earlier,
right,
makes a big 4th down conversion there.
It was big. It was a big play. I mean, they needed that first down to sustain this drive, to continue moving the ball, because they need a score here. I mean, still in the first quarter, but if they can score here really quickly and then not allow any other points and then get back the ball, we may have a game again.
Well, hey, it's very early still. That was a 21-yard pickup, by the way. So the Chiefs right outside the Atlantic City 30-yard line. They have 1st and 10. Wouldn't be surprised they try another running play, but hey, you never know. Maybe a play fake would keep Atlantic City off balance. But we'll find out. Under center this time. Adds a pitch out. And, tripped up. That's a good play by Atlantic City's defense, getting around the right side of Rancocas' big offensive line and forcing a loss on the play.
Came up big there, because if not, it looked like there was nobody else out to the outside. He might have been able to turn that corner and get upfield for a touchdown there. So that was a good tackle on the part of the AC team there.
Ends up being a 5-yard loss, so it is 2nd and 15 back at the 35-yard line. So Rancocas may have to figure passing the ball again.
That may be a possibility.
And we saw that on 4th down, and it worked. So they've got to find a way to make play calls to keep Atlantic City on their toes despite the hot start.
Yeah, that would be the important thing there. Yep. Let's see what we got.
They got a receiver lying up on the near side here. Go I formation. From the 35, 2nd and 15. And a pitch out. Slipping out of a tackle. Look out. He's going to the 20. A flag goes down. And the running back ends up getting close to the goal line. But let's see if any of this is going to count. It doesn't look like it. We may have a hold. And that's what the signal is.
Right. Well, I mean, here you have it. We almost had that play, like I was telling you, that they needed to be able to get there, But, a holding penalty, just brings it back, and unfortunately for them, was a good one. You got to get back down and plus 10 on that,
Yeah, that's a tough break for Rancocas because that looked like a pretty good play, slipping out of a tackle and then all of a sudden going off to the races. That was almost a touchdown, but unfortunately it would not count anyway.
All right, it was a good job by Wade there, getting to the outside. I mean, he seems to be one of the electric players for the Chiefs here. I'm looking to see more from him this afternoon, hopefully.
It was a spot foul, so 10 yards from there, the ball is spotted at, looks like the 40-yard line, so it ends up being 2nd and 20. It says 2nd and 25 like you normally would see. They got a receiver on each side. Their quarterback, they have a couple number 12s here. I thought there was an 11 in there. Back to pass.
Good defense.
And the pocket just collapsed, and there was no way the quarterback was going to get out of it because there was Naveen Scruggs, who was able to come through and get the sack.
Great job by the defense, getting their penetration in there and not allowing this kid to set his feet and try to throw the ball. Because, like you said, it was obviously passing down, and they just brought the house, and they were able to successfully make a play on that and get a sack.
Well, here's an interesting question, Joey. Do you have a play drawn up for 3rd and 30?
There aren't too many. They might have been a Hail Mary, but not even.
Oh, the first quarter's over. All right, we'll take a break here. It's 20-7 Atlantic City at quarter time. Quarter number 2 after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
As we are back here in Atlantic City, see the shadows kind of overtaking the field a little bit as we're in the second quarter. This last game of our TCUFL quadruple header, this one between Rancocas Valley and Atlantic City. And that score is correct, 20-7 Atlantic City over Rancocas. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as usual. After a couple of penalties, Rancocas faced with a 3rd and 30 from midfield. And again, a missed exchange snap, and the quarterback falls on the ball. So I don't think Rancocas is going to try doing 4th and 33.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but we don't know. I mean, they may have to. They may not have a partner. So they may have to go for it.
Indeed, a possibility there.
Let's see what they, how they line up and see what they do here.
All right, so we're going to find out what they decide to do. Well, they're going to spread. Interesting. So 4th and 33, they're going to take a shot, and they're going to throw a deep one, and somebody got tugged, but no interference is called, and Rancocas turns the ball over on downs. They were hoping to get maybe 15 for the pass interference, but the officials say no, and Atlantic City takes over.
I mean, it was a good call. I mean, the receiver was covered well, but, I mean, I don't know if he would have been able to make a play on the ball, but it was good. If he wasn't held or tripped, whatever it was, it would have been interesting to see if he had an opportunity to make a play on the ball himself. But nevertheless, it's turnover on downs. Now you give the ball back to this high-powered offense on the Dolphins here, and you never know what you're going to get here.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Atlantic City as they begin plus territory at about the 45-yard line of Rancocas, and considering how their offense has operated already, they could be in for another score trying to take advantage of another Rancocas mistake. So both sides looking to line up here. Trying to guess a couple of substitutions there on the defensive side. So a slight delay as that takes place.
Right.
I mean, what have you seen so far from these two teams in this interesting battle?
I mean, once again, you see the Dolphin team, capable of striking on one play. And, same from the Chiefs, that one play, and then they almost had another big run that was called back because of a penalty. But they both have the capability of scoring on one play and very little defense being played. Now they're playing a little more defense than were earlier, but, still.
Actually, you know what, Joey? I think we missed an offsetting foul. So they're doing 4th and 35 all over again.
Okay.
Find that very interesting. They send somebody in motion, or not, trying last-minute substitution, rather. And now Rancocas, not knowing what to do, I think they're going to call timeout. So, goodness, this has been rather interesting to say the least. So we're going to keep it here with Atlantic City up 20-7. Those of you who missed it earlier, the 3 games between Camden and Atlantic City. Camden won 2 of the 3. The 8 and unders, Camden won 19-0 over Atlantic City, as you see us in the booth now. The 10 and unders, fantastic game. If you want to rewind DVR back to that game, really a thrilling finish. Camden winners 14-13, the 10 under over AC. But Atlantic City with an impressive 42-7 win, the 12 and under game over Camden. So it's been entertaining, and everyone's gotten some a lot of positives to go through all the games that we've seen today, Joey.
I mean, if you've been watching and following all day, you have been, you should be really happy with what's going on today. Good, entertaining football. Kids have been playing their hearts out. Camden, that last game, was doing their best they can, shorthanded. Managed to score and still yet, fought till the very end. So, which is what you want to see from your team, regardless of the score.
All right, so we'll try it one more time. 4th and 35. Yeah, to give you an idea where Rancocas has to go, they got to get to the AC 20, the edge of the red zone for the line of game. In the shotgun, going back to pass, sneaking through a tackle. He may run himself, and he will get to midfield. Gets about 5 on the play, but way short of a first down. So Rancocas will turn it over on downs, and we'll see what Atlantic City does now.
Good job by the defense over there to be able to come up with a big play and get a stop. Hopefully, the Dolphins, can come back here, maybe get a quick strike again.
They could very well, the way this is going. Atlantic City ball right at the midfield stripe, 1st and 10. That's where the official puts the ball down to left hash. Trying to get some subs in and get the right play call. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the way Atlantic City's going, they could go with another pass here if they wanted to.
Right.
So let's see what happens. 1st and 10 from midfield. Looks like they'll modify it a little bit. Now under center is Reynolds, who hands it off. Oh, crashes into his own guy. I thought it was his own guy, but it was a Rancocas defender, stayed on his feet, and still ends up losing a few yards on the play. But that's going to sting tomorrow.
Right, yeah. I mean, look, the defender was able to get in there and make a play, stopped him in the backfield, then fell off of him and managed to have the smarts to just get back up and continue the play and made a tackle from behind there rather than it becoming a big gain for the Dolphins.
Ends up losing 5 on the play. The ball's right outside the 45-yard line, so it's 2nd and 15. And I don't think these Rancocas players are going to be quitting either because they want to make sure they do their job and close the line as much as they can.
Right. I mean, they don't look like but they're trying their best to be able to, get something going here defensively. They need a turnover here.
Well, it looks like their duties are being shared here as there's a handoff up the middle, bouncing across midfield down to the 47-yard line. And that was Reynolds with a carry behind the quarterback that time is Sayer Branch. So they're might be seeing like shared duties behind the center.
Yeah, I did see that they switched quarterbacks on that last play. And I guess you get different plays for different quarterbacks. One does maybe a little better than the other at that moment. So
And think about this: it can be two completely different quarterbacks. One may have an accurate arm, the other uses his legs.
that is correct. One to run, one to pass. So it all depends, and it's good for the offense. The defense can't get set on one guy and his tendencies on what he's doing. So.
They're going with a wide formation here on this third down play.
She was all the way out to the numbers on the left side.
3rd and 8 from the 48. Reynolds awaits the snap. He'll take it. Goes back, low rush, and lobs it just over the head of the intended receiver, Samaj Reynolds, and he just couldn't come down with it incomplete.
Yeah, he tried. There was a little swing pass there. The defender managed to get in front, so what he did was he tried to just lob it over the defender's head so that the running back can get underneath it, but he wasn't able to catch up to the ball and make a play on that.
So that'll force a 4th and 8. Interesting decision now for Atlantic City. Do they want to play field position, or what do you think they might do?
I mean, I would assume no. You're going to go for it on 4th down here. And not worry too much about field position. You're up by 2 scores, so you still have an opportunity to just come out and play some pretty good defense, which they have been doing anyway. So,
well, they're gonna do a spread here on 4th and 8. Reynolds, a low snap, takes, fires inside, pass is caught at the line, trying to get to the I think he did.
Well,
I think he did. We'll see where they spot the football.
It's a good pass, good catch. He managed to be able to elude one defender there, and he stepped out of that and then was able to get upfield just to get a couple of more yards, but I'm not sure if it's a first down or
not. It is a
first
down, yes.
Sticks are moving, so that's a good job by the Dolphins there.
They needed 8. He got 9, and they moved the sticks for make it 1st and 10.
That's correct, which is important here. We got 6 minutes left in this quarter, so not bad. The Dolphins moving the ball, trying to keep the possession, keep the ball away from the Chiefs this last quarter here for the half, and hopefully, be able to score.
And don't mind the Seagulls getting into the shot once in a while. There's like 2 or 3 of them, as we just see one now, just circling around the field.
That's right.
A lot of food everywhere.
Yeah.
Almost got onto the remote control camera here. 1st and 10 for the 39. Here's a handoff, slipping through a couple tackles, getting to about the 35-yard line. Samaj Reynolds that time. So a gain of 4 as we're running close to the midway point of the second quarter, getting closer to halftime.
Right. And, once again, keeping it simple, the Dolphins are just a simple run, handoff, get a couple of yards, keep the clock running, move the chains if you can, and that's what they want to do right now.
Now here's they play early, and here's a spin move by Jasir Reynolds, and he's going to get a 1st down, probably around the 20-yard line there.
Great job by him. I mean, you saw that they spread the offense out, and basically you want to clear space with the defense and have people move away from where you really want to go. So when he saw that opening, he just said, "Oh boy, hey, I'm taking it off," and he just started running, and that was it.
And he ended up getting 20 yards and into the red zone at the 16-yard line.
Yep.
So right now, Atlantic City, a very methodical drive. They just have to make sure they finish the drive and not turn anything over.
That is correct. But once again, like I said, they're up 2 scores, taking your time with the ball, not rushing it, making sure you get the right play in, the right call. And, and if you can come away with points here, it's a bonus. But you're looking to kill the clock a little bit here and get through this first half with a 2-touchdown lead.
So 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line, a little modified setup, and now they're sending the back into the left receiver spot. And it's going to be a keeper for Jasir Reynolds, and he's going to get himself a couple of yards.
It's good job by the offense. Good job by defense stopping them. But as like I said, you can see we're at the 4-minute mark, just about here, a little under that, and the Dolphins once again not rushing to get to the line, taking their time, getting the play in. running the offense nice and slow. And, I'm almost certain they want to come away with points here, but they're not rushing it. So, make sure they get the right play, right personnel in it to be able to score.
Well, as it turns out, ends up getting 2 on the play, so it'll be 2nd and 8. Ball is like right outside the 15-yard line. And now they go wide yet again with Jasir Reynolds in an empty gun, it looks like. And then all of a sudden, Zaleem Jones joins them. Nearly a drop snap. Going to take a lob for the end zone, and beautifully caught. Welcome to the end zone. And that was number 3, Sire Branch, his 2nd touchdown reception, this time from 17 yards out. And Atlantic City extends the lead. I'll tell you what, he's got some reach, doesn't he?
He does. He does have some reach. He was able to get out there, and with the defender on him, he was able to come down with the ball still. So, good job by the offense and good pass by the quarterback there. And once again, like I said, slowly but surely, just taking their time, working their offense, not doing much, waiting for that right moment, the opportune moment to strike, and that's what they did. They were able to score the touchdown there.
And I'll make it a conversion attempt, and they're just going to go for 1 here. So, in all fairness, Jasir Reynolds, he's thrown for 2 touchdowns, and now he's going to try and run the conversion in, and he does exactly that to make it a 27-7 Atlantic City lead. And they're really putting up the points here in this first half.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's no short of offense here with these guys. But, once again, it's still early. We got a replay here. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the receiver was able to reach as high as he did to bring it down. That's Sire Branch's 2nd touchdown reception. Now, you don't see him on the screen, but watch the snap. It's a little low.
Yep.
Takes it, immediate fire, jump ball, easy peckins.
Somehow the defender tripped or something, went down, and it was easy for him to be able to get the ball there. So, good on him, to stay concentrating and be able to catch the ball with the defender wrapped around his legs.
Well, you also got to consider that it was a little bit of a jump ball because that was a little bit of a high throw by Jasir. And the receiver, Branch, was able to reach out and grab that one. And that extends the lead now to 27-7. We're down to 2:55 left till halftime. Now we'll see how Rancocas responds to this.
Right. Let's see what happens. They got him huddled up over there in the corners and waiting for this kickoff. So maybe we'll get a kick return. What do you think? For a touchdown.
The way this game is going, you cannot rule anything out.
we might get lucky. You never know.
Well, of course, they wanted to discuss what they were going to do next on the kickoff here. Now looks like Atlantic City looks like they're going to flood the right side and imbalance the kickoff line, which you can do in this league. You just can't do it in the NFL.
All right, let's see what they come up with here. It looks like, they may try to kick the ball off to the right here.
Okay, referee blows his whistle, and we'll see how the kickoff here.
Oh, good. Oh. Good kick.
Well, they blew the play dead, actually. And now a big hit. But I think the play was blown dead. They're going to have to do it again.
Right.
And I think it was an offside call against Atlantic City, so they're going to back it up 5 yards.
Right. Well, no, we'll get a re-kick here and see what happens. I mean, it was a good kick. It was a good recovery. The last thing you want is to fumble that. But, he grabbed it and fell down on the ball, which was good. Let's see if they do it again. I mean, they're overloading again this side. So, the assumption will be that they're going to do it again.
We shall find out. And again, look, they got 6 people along the right side. So they imbalance the kickoff formation.
And there's a kick.
A directional kick that is caught and dropped at about the 47-yard line of Atlantic City. So that's where Rancocas is going to start. Now, they're down 20. That doesn't mean they're out of this game by any stretch, but I think it is pertinent that they do try and score here. Keep in mind, they do get the ball to start the second half. Remember, Atlantic City got the ball first and returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Right. So, the emphasis here would be with 2 minutes and 52 seconds is to try to get a score, maybe not a quick score, but, to take some time off the clock, to not give the ball back to AC with time to, just before the half, but nevertheless to score is what you want. Then that way you make it a one-possession game. You get the ball back at halftime, and now you come out knowing that all you need is one possession, and you can tie this game up just about, basically.
All right, so Rancocas will have the ball in plus territory. Let's see what they can do with it. I mean, they've shown some positives for sure in this first half, but they're going to have to get back onto that page in order to get back into this game. So 1st and 10 from the 47, and a quick pass screen, and moving across the 40-yard line, and probably no further than that. 7-yard pickup that time, but that's a nice first play Rancocas pulled through.
Good play. You had motion to be able to keep the defense guessing and figuring out where he's going with the ball. There was a little bubble screen out to the right side and was able to complete the pass, and the running back was able to make some moves and get a few extra yards on top of that, so that was really good.
So I'll make it a second. Oh, we have a shaken up player. I'm sorry. At about the 44-yard line. Can't tell who that is.
Well, he was able to get off on his own power, so that's good. He's sitting up there. He's sitting on the bench. He looks like he's okay.
That's certainly good news.
Yeah. Let's see what the Chiefs are going to come up with here.
Well, like I said, they've been able to do positive plays, and if they continue with the short pass, they might actually be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as effective as the run, right? You complete a short pass, you get 4 or 5 yards out of it, you manage to move the chains. Once again, the clock is not against you as of yet, and this still, you got plenty of football left, but, you want to be able to score and be able to be down one possession.
They're going to spot the ball at the 41, so it is a 2nd and 4 coming up. And let's see how Rancocas lines up with this one. They're going real wide here.
Yeah, look. They got a receiver way out past the numbers on this side, on the left side.
They have a receiver in Summers Point.
Yes.
Let's see what the quarterback does here.
Snap.
A low snap. Can't hang on to it. And he's got the fall on it at the 44-yard line. That has been a recurring theme for Rancocas.
Yeah, they have had a couple of bad snaps there. I mean, it looked like they had a good formation there, Maybe something, would have been, come out of it. But a bad snap is what's horrible right now. You need good snaps here so that you can be able to have an opportunity to make a play for the Chiefs here.
Well, now you're faced with a 3rd and 9 after a 5-yard loss, and that's all handling the ball security. That's people don't realize how important that is to this game.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most important parts of the game. You always want to make sure you have security with the ball, but you can't help it when the center's not getting the ball back to your quarterback. It doesn't help you,
Seagulls are multiplying on the screen, it looks like.
A lot of food while you're at it.
There must be a lot of food that they want to gobble up before this place closes tonight.
This time. To come in. It's like Candlestick. Same as Candlestick.
Yep.
This is almost reminiscent of the old Candlestick Park in San Francisco.
7th inning. Oakland, 7th, 8th inning.
All right, so 3rd and 9 coming up. And let's see if he tries to get out of the tackle. He's not. He's down at the midfield stripe. And I'll tell you what, firing off the ball on the defense, I would have to say that's Salim Jones, who was just pulling through on Jordan Hairston.
Sorry, my mistake was number 4, yep.
Yeah, that would be Jasir Reynolds, who has been a star on both sides of the ball here.
Mm-hmm. Making plays on both sides of the ball. Not allowing him to get to the outside, not allowing him to get a full head of steam, and being able to make a play. He had a little help there with one of the other players from the defense. But nevertheless, like I said, you got 25 seconds. The clock is running. You really wanted to score here just before half, knowing that you're going to get the ball back. Is there enough time? Are they going to get to run a play?
You know what? We'll see. They break the huddle now at 12. Clock is running down. Let's see if they can get the playoff. They might want to use their last time out. They don't roll over.
Looks like they're going to break some of that.
Got the
Well, they
playoff.
do get it off. Waiting and firing.
Oh,
across,
interception.
and it's intercepted at about the 40-yard line. Let's see if he goes. He stutter steps. He'll be taken out of bounds. That was a great catch, an interception by Branch. He's got 2 touchdown receptions and now an interception to end the half. So, Joey, your thoughts on this first half?
Not a bad first half. It started out, really exciting and but for the Chiefs, they wind up slowing down and stuttering a little bit there. But nevertheless, the Dolphins the Dolphins have been making their
Behind
moves
the press box.
and doing what they need to at the moment, and it's good for them, but the Chiefs need to come back and regroup. And they get the ball the second half. Hopefully they can come up with some quick points also.
I'm hoping we can regroup after this one. So it is halftime. Atlantic City leading Rancocas Valley by a score of 27-7. We'll grab a break and we're going to show you the MVP highlights yet again. So we'll come back for the second half in just a few minutes.
All right, we're going to be back with Bill out there with our interview. Susie looks up.
All right, everybody. We are here with Mr. Reese Wright. Because you've been watching this game, you guys automatically know who the MVP of this game is. So how's it feel getting 4 touchdowns, my man? Let me ask you a cool question, man. You are our MVP. Okay, you definitely had a game. You definitely put that to them. You had 4 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns today. One was 61 yards. One was 45 yards. One was 25. 2 of them was 25 yards, my man. How old are you? Tell them who you are, what position you play.
I play running back. 7 years old, and I play middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker, 7. Who's your favorite player in the NFL, my man?
We got it. Somebody's got a yellow.
You don't know who your favorite player is? Now that you're the running back? So let me ask you a question. What's your guys' record this year? Yeah, you reckon you guys got pretty good. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Since you don't know who your favorite player is for football, what's your favorite position to play? I know you play defense and you play offense. You're on both sides of the ball. What's your favorite position to play?
Running back.
Running back, I guess so. Here, I told our Howard up there that's in our booth, that if I had a chance to tell you, we're going to coach you real quick right now. Man, you have all the moves in the world as a running back. But when you get to that sideline, my man, I need you to switch that ball, put it towards the sideline. You got me? We're looking forward to seeing you have a great job. Great job. Here's our MVP. Hold the ball. Wave to everybody. Great job, my man. Great job, coach.
Thank you, buddy.
Congratulations, my man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with our MVP of the 10U game. We are here with Mr. Brett Williams, number 29. Introduce yourself, my man, and tell the guys what position you play.
I play wide receiver. I play on the line, and I don't really have nothing to say. It's just a good game.
Yeah.
Well, you did a lot of the talking, my man, in the game today. You had the 2 quick touchdowns earlier. You were all over the field. You played a little bit of defense. We knew they were going to try to go to you in the time. Between you and number 3, you guys had a great combination there. Let me ask you a question, my man. Who is your favorite NFL players? Who do you follow your game behind?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. I saw a little bit of his game in you. Why do you like Tyreek Hill so much?
Because he's fast.
He's fast?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I have one question for you. I want you to tell me the truth, man. How you doing in school?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You know you wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for the school, right? Mm-hmm. Keep the grades up, my man. Great job. This is yours for you to keep. We need our MVP ball back. Man, great job. I want to be watching you, man. I want to see you do big things in high school. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be talking again, my man. Great job and great game.
You too.
All right, you take it easy, all right? right, my man. We're here. Tell the people who you are, bro. This is our MVP. I'm giving it to a defensive player today. My man here had 3 tackles in the back, had a real stick, made it stand out. Definitely defensive. Tell him your name and tell him who you are, what position you play, my man.
My name's Zion Larry, and I play nose guard and right tackle.
Zion, listen, man, right from the beginning, we're trying to look for an offensive player to get this to. You stood out right away. Right in the first series, you had a stack. Every time you got on the field, they had to count for you. Who's your favorite NFL player, and who do you desire to be like?
My favorite NFL player is Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald. Why you choose Aaron Donald, my man?
Like the way he get in the backfield, his share moves, his ball rushes, it just make the game perfect.
You know what?
He also set up opportunities for his team.
Well said, my man. And guess what? You played exactly like them today. They had to account for you, and you know one man can't block you, two can't handle you, right?
Yes,
Great
sir.
job today. How you doing in school, my man? You know I
I'm
gotta
doing
ask
good.
all that. You doing
I
good?
got A's and B's, and I'm graduating the first market period with merit roll.
That's what I'm talking about, my man. A's and B's. You know, without grades, there is no football. Well, congratulations, Zion. Your great job today, man. You are our MVP of that third game. Okay, great job and keep it up. I hope to see you in the future. All right, great
Thank
job,
you.
my man. Congratulations. All right, we are here with our MVP, guys. Let me tell you something. We just saw one hell of a game just now. We have our MVP number 3. Why don't you tell them your name, number 3?
Jacob Eli Kwan, class of
Jacob.
2028.
Oh, Jacob Elon Kwan. Now, I must tell you, man, before we even get started, I'm going to let you know right
Sorry,
now.
29.
We were a little bit confused. You got your brother here to the right. You are the MVP. You had 3 touchdowns today. Okay. Let me ask you a question. What is your favorite NFL player? Who do you try to be like? Let me
Justin
hear it.
Jefferson mostly.
Jefferson.
Jerry Judy, the cuts. I'm trying to get like there. I'm trying to get right
So
there.
that's your favorite player, Judy. You definitely got some athleticism on
Thank
you.
you.
Me and Howard up front was talking about the athleticism. You guys passed every eye test. You were all over the field. But I got to bring in your brother right here. We were talking earlier, me and Howard. We didn't know your names yet, but we actually looked at both of y'all and said they have to be related. Excuse me, my man. We walked up. We actually had to know that you guys are related. Someone actually commented and tell us that you. I mean, you guys look identical out there on the field. Shout out to your people. You guys definitely have a fan club out there. Let me ask you a question, my man. What's your favorite player?
My favorite player. I really look up to Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase.
That's good
Jamar Chase. Let me ask both of you guys a question. I know your parents got to be very, very proud, but how are you guys' grades? You guys both doing great in school?
Perfect.
Now, I got to ask the question. I ain't trying to cause no problems here, but who's the better athlete? Who's the better athlete here?
See, for now, went to the hospital. You know,
Uh-huh.
I lost it a little bit.
Oh, you lost
I
it. Look,
gotta
that's
get it. I
that's
gotta get it to him.
nah. Y'all keep pressing each other. We are so impressed with both of you guys. Both of you guys look like you're on your way. Keep fighting over each other.
Thank you.
You hear me? I'm excited to see y'all. Where y'all planning on going to high school?
Williamstown High. Matter of fact,
Williamstown?
I'm gonna keep it like this. We don't know. We don't know.
Snap. No, we gonna let it out. I heard Williamstown, bro. There were some coaches in the stands. Now I hope y'all do know that, right? All right. Well, listen. Good job, guys. Great to see y'all. Good job, my man. Hopefully, see y'all. Good luck in the season. You have our MVP here, Joshua Kwan. Let's take Jacob Kwan. I'm sorry. Here we go. Take that picture. Hold that ball.
All right, my friends, we're back for the second half of this final game of this quadruple header here for TCUFL action here on the HSG Network on YouTube. As you can see, we're about ready to start the second half. Atlantic City with a 27-7 lead over Rancocas Valley. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Remember, if you've missed any of today's action, you can always DVR it by going to the HSG Network on YouTube page and looking at the games again. We had a couple thrillers today, so definitely worth checking out here. And remember, subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube so that way you can get in the action. One more weekend of TCUFL action coming up on Saturday, I believe, in Kingsway. Well, other announcers for that, but guaranteed it's going to be a fun matchup in Kingsway next Saturday. So, Joey's ready to. What's that?
Kingsway Vineland.
It's Kingsway against Vineland. That should be fun.
Right. Nevertheless, always at Kingsway, some exciting games out there. The league itself has a good amount of teams, and they're all, really good and really solid organizations. So you can expect nothing but good football when you go out there and spend the day with them.
I would suspect it would be a lot of fun, to say the least. All right, so Rancocas Valley, they get the ball to start the second half, and they're going to get at the midfield stripe on the near hash. 1st and 10. And this is a handoff. Did Atlantic City recover the onside kick to start? Wow, I got completely caught off guard there.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, with the glare on the field, it's hard to see, certain things, but yeah, they recovered, I guess, the extra the kickoff, and now they managed to get a good run here for about 10 to 12 yards.
Got 19 on the play.
Look at that, even better. So, right now, this team from AC is looking to put more points up on the board.
They sure are. And keep in mind, it was 20-7, literally 3 minutes and 10 seconds into the game.
Right. And then, then we had a little bit of a slowdown there and then picked up again. And now seems like AC wants to pick up that pace and score quickly again.
They sure do. And they had the ball at the 26-yard line. So that was a 24-yard gain to start things off here. Now at the far hash, ball's lined up 1st and 10. Of course, the quarterback is Jasir Reynolds. Let's see what he does here. Taking the snap, rolling back, going to take a short pass. It is caught, slipping out of the tackle. Let's see how many yards he can get here. Slips out another one, jukes a third, and around about the 20-yard line. So a lot of hustle for a few yards there. And Joey, I wanted to say this in the first quarter. Didn't get an opportunity to. You might remember when we were talking about all these points being scored early. I remember, I think it was like 1985. I was hoping I'd get to see my team, but they were playing the Chicago Bears, but there was a technical glitch. The game ended up getting switched to Tampa Bay and the Jets.
Okay.
And that game ended up 62-28 to Jets. And talk about a lot of points scored. Meanwhile, my team lost 44-0. So
yeah, that's a whole 62 points. It's a lot.
So when you see points coming up very quickly, I mean, it can happen in a very short spurt. So now to 21, 2nd and 5. Oh, a drop snap by Reynolds, and he's going to be pulled down. May have lost a yard on the play, so I'll force a 3rd down play now for Atlantic City. Comfortably in front, looking to get more.
Fortunately for him, it took a good bounce his way, so he was able to recover the ball and still try to get something out of it. But, the key is not to lose possession of the ball here and turn the ball over and give it back to the Chiefs.
All right, so it was no gain on the play, so it's 3rd and 5 from the 21-yard line. And Reynolds, and even though he's had a good game, sometimes he's had a little bit of an issue with the snap. So he's got to be careful with this one. Let's see what they did. They got 2 receivers on the right here on 3rd and 5. Single back. And he calls his own number just here. He's going to lob one.
Oh.
And is it caught? No, it just slipped out of hands in the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Good try. Good defense there. The defender was right on the receiver's hip. Wasn't allowing him to catch the ball. Did a good job by the defense, not giving up any points there. So kudos to the defense for staying in there, fighting in there.
Well, he had to kind of battle one way or the other. And, Jasir pulled a play fake out and put stop on a dime and then fired a football. Came pretty close to making a great play.
Came very close. I think he should have just let him just a little bit more to the corner of the end zone, to the back, and let him maybe get just a little bit more separation. But he threw the ball. It was a good try. Good defense there too. So,
Well, as they say, accuracy does matter. So let's see what goes on here on this fourth down play. 4th and 5 into 21. It looks like you're going to triple the left side. And now one of the tight ends going to line up on the left here. I think it's an empty gun, it looks like. So Jasir Reynolds standing there in the shotgun. Now you got two men in motion. Be careful. And all of a sudden a flag comes out of the screen.
Yeah, there was already miscommunication from the very beginning of that. They were lined up in one formation, and then they were trying to switch positions there. But you can't move both at the same time. So that's where the flag came out.
Unless they called timeout before the flag. So Atlantic City will use their first timeout here with 7:11. How convenient left here in the third. So they have a 27-7 lead. What do you think the coach is telling the Atlantic City players?
Right now, just to stay focused and make sure they're on the same page, because it did look like they were confused there for a moment. And when those things happen, nothing good comes out of it. You get a turnover or something of the sort, So you don't want that. You don't want any miscues. But so you want to gather them back up and get them focused again. And for the Chiefs, you want to tell your defense, hey, listen, let's stay close. Let's not give up anything big here, Let's try to get the ball back and score.
And now we will see what they do here. The penalty flag was picked up. So it's just a simple timeout. 4th and 5 from the 21-yard line. Again, empty gun. They go wide here. Reynolds needs to get the shotgun snap in a good way. He does. Goes back. He spins out of a tackle. He's going to run, and he's closed off, but he still doesn't go down. And we're going to see where they spot the football here. He may have gotten the first down, but let's see where they spot it.
Good run by him. He was.
He got it. He got the first down. How about that? Very hard to see from this angle, but he was able to do just enough to get out of bounds, get to the line of gain. He only needed 5, but he was able to get maybe 7 or 8. And you're going to say the 15-yard line.
All right. Well, good job. Still can get a first down. AC can. But once again, like earlier, the drive just before the half. You want to take your time. You don't want to rush. You don't want to make mistakes, but you do want to score here. You want to control the clock a bit, take time off as best as you can. So
now Atlantic City sending 2 men over to the right side. 1st and 10 for the 15 as the Dolphins enter the red zone. This time under center is Jasir. Play fake. And he fumbles the football, and it's fumbled again, and Rancocas may have fallen on it.
Good job.
I'm sorry. It was recovered by Atlantic City. It just seemed like the ball didn't want to go into an Atlantic City player's hands until a while from now, but they do recover it, and it ends up being 2nd and 15 after a 5-yard loss. That was not a well-designed play.
It was a good job by the defense being able to score there. I mean, to get a play and cause a fumble, but they weren't able to recover, and then he fumbled twice. The second player from recovered it and wasn't able to hold on to it, so we'll see what happens here. Let's see what they come up with now.
All right, so it'll be 2nd and they're going to say 16 back at the 21-yard line. Jasir Reynolds trying to group his people together. They do have a receiver on the right side. Now they're going to get one on the right slot. So 2 receivers right. Single back is Shamaj Reynolds. Now both men go in motion. You got to be careful here.
And they
changed quarterback. That's a new one. And they pitch it out to Jasir. And he has nothing but room, and he's going to get the goal easily. I mean, he just scrambled through.
Nope.
Actually, it looked like he was in the end zone, but that says 10. I thought it said G on there. Whoops. So they're going to say probably the 2. It's going to be 1st and goal. He's inside the 5. They're going to spot it about the 1.
Yep,
I mean, that looked like he had green pastures all the way.
The ball's been spotted on the 1-yard line. That was a good play.
So a gain of 20 for Jasir Reynolds, and it'll be 1st and goal as we're now just past the midway point of the 3rd quarter. So I would not be surprised if we see a quarterback sneak here.
That's a possibility. But once again, look, it's 4:50 and running. They're taking their time. They're not trying to rush. They want the score, but they don't want to do it too quickly. They want to be able to still work the clock.
And it ends up being a handoff instead to Branch, and Branch is able to pull it into the end zone. So one play premature on my end, but Muhaj Branch ends up getting his second touchdown overall of the game. The first was the opening kickoff for a touchdown. This is a 1-yard touchdown run, and that extends the lead for Atlantic City. Tell you what, they've been pretty dominant in this game. We thought Rancocas was going to give them a big fight, but Atlantic City, since toning this game down, they've been able to have their way with this group. So now, as we're down to 4:29 left here in the third,
all right,
we will see. We will see what they do on the conversion, how Rancocas is going to respond. But right now, it's all Atlantic City at this point.
Yeah, they haven't slowed down a bit yet. They just been taking their drives slowly and surely, trying to make time, take time off the clock and score. So,
and they pitch out to the right, cutting in the middle, and that should be a 2-pointer or a single pointer.
Yep.
And no signal from anybody. Oh, he ended up being short as we get a close up of the seagull.
Yeah.
So the conversion is no good, and Atlantic City's up 33-7. Why don't we take a moment? Let's read the 14-under senior Dolphins. We hadn't had a chance to do that yet. They are Samaj Reynolds, Sayer Branch, Jasir Reynolds, Muhaj Branch, Niveen Scruggs, Salim Jones, Ramir Green Terrell, Tahir Davenport, Nasheed Jackson, Asamad Vincent, Dante Akins, Loyalty Ford, Mahir Harris Garrison, Alessi Tolber, Dominic Judson, Jamal Adderley, and Jurian Rivera. So while they take a rest, we go ahead and give you the senior chiefs from Rancocas Valley. They are Malachi Daly, Jordan Hairston, Josiah Daly, Caleb Scott, Adrian Johnson, Austin Thompson, Abraham Eljai, Chris Burkett, Hosea Johnson, Jashim Shepard, Jeremiah Clark, Davir Wade, Elijah Thomas Nelm, Jaden Nash, Luke Porforio, Isaiah Spinks, Murat Dagley, Fred Greer, and LeVar Hairston. Those are your Rancocas Valley Senior Chiefs, the 14 and under group. So for those of you just joining us, just to let you know, the previous 3 games, Camden played the 8 and under against Atlantic City and won 19-0. And then Camden won a thrilling 14-13 game over Atlantic City, a game that had a lot of twists and turns back and forth, the 10 and under game. And then the 12 and under game was all Atlantic City, 42-7 over Camden. If you've missed any of the action, remember, you can DVR back and check out those games here on HSG Network on YouTube right here on this feed to see how everyone's been doing. So it's been quite a day, but I'll tell you what, for a late October day, Joey, you could not ask for better weather than this.
The weather's been outstanding today. It's just been very cooperative. No wind either. It's just been, you would think out here by the water it would be a little chillier than what most parts are, but excellent day. The weather's beautiful. Football's being played. The kids are having fun regardless of the score. It doesn't matter. And once again, Sunday fun day. Families enjoying it. They're having a great day out here.
Definitely a lot of fun for the teams, regardless of what the score is, as you mentioned, Joey. And definitely a lot of fun seeing these kids perform the best job they can. Sometimes you have games that don't go well, and other times games that go marvelously well.
That is correct.
And that's kind of how it all goes here. So as we wait for Rancocas to break the huddle, there was actually an injured player after the conversion. That's why we had a little bit of a delay. So we will see what happens here as Rancocas will get the ball back, provided there's not another directional kick.
No, it's over there. It's over there. No, that's the box for the football. I'm sorry. You're in a great
We're still waiting on the official timeout. Again, I believe it's for, it is an injured player all the way back at like the 5-yard line following the conversion. And it looked like Josiah Daly was the one that was roughed up a little bit on that last play.
Right. Well, I mean, the good thing is we see him now. He's walking off on his own power, which is good. You know, little something there, but nevertheless, it's good. He's walking off and.
And yes, I mean, you got to remember, you play both sides of the ball. It's going to wear on you. Probably you got the wind knocked out of him.
You never know. That is correct. You never know. I mean, and you know, he's not a little guy. He's a pretty big guy. So, you know, it's got to be tough. But, you know, it's a good thing that he's able to do that stuff out here and get on both sides of the ball and do stuff like that.
And now the lights are starting to come on here at the Dolphin Field here in the north side of Atlantic City. The shadows have pretty much engulfed the field now as the sun is starting to set to the west. Hopefully Rancocas is not dealing with sun glare as they travel right to left. Now awaiting the kickoff, and let's see what happens here. I think that one is that's a KSMH moment here, kind of shaking my head as he directionally kicked to his own guy, literally parallel to the yard marker. That's a new one. Yeah. So that's a lucky break for Rancocas as they will get the ball to the 41-yard line because of it.
Right. I mean, you know, we get a chance to laugh at some funny stuff here, you know, and once again continue to enjoy this game. It is a little bit one-sided, but nevertheless, you know, we get some laughs, and I'm quite sure the kids are chuckling themselves about the kick.
Yeah, I don't think they had that lined up. I think they were trying to practice a true onside kick, and it went on the wrong side.
Right. I mean, it didn't come out the way they planned it, but nevertheless, they did, you know, what they were supposed to do. So, and we're on the 3-minute mark here. So.
Yeah, we're in a running clock situation right now because of the score.
Yeah. So
the score is 33-7 with Atlantic City ahead, and we'll see what Rancocas does here. Best field position of the day, they're at the 41-yard line. Keep in mind, their score was a Davir Wade 62-yard touchdown run on their opening drive. Wonder if they're going to try and get to him a little bit more here on this particular one.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, you know, he had another big run also in that second quarter, but there was a penalty which negated it. So you never know. I mean, you would think they would go back to him.
All right, let's see what happens here. 1st and 10. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. They're going to go spread here. And a shotgun formation. And they're going to go inside handoff, which doesn't net much, maybe a yard to the 40-yard line. So they were trying to show a spread and a passing formation and end up trying to do a run. And let's just say Atlantic City was ready for it.
Yeah, they were. The defense was ready for that, and were able to make a stop on that play. They tried to spread them out, but you know they did run to the small side of the field. They ran to the boundary rather than utilizing the wide side. But you know, the defense was ready.
And so it'll be 2nd and 9. Actually, they didn't give him any yardage, so it'll be 2nd and 10 for the 41-yard line. So let's see what they try. If they try and bring the same play or the same formation, just try a different type of play. So I'll break the huddle, and indeed they're going to go spread again.
Yeah, they got another receiver way past the numbers out there. So
a very wide formation yet again on 2nd and 10 from the AC 41-yard line. Now they send a man in motion. And they reverse direction on this one, trying to turn the corner, and it didn't work. Lost a couple yards on the play.
Defense was not fooled on that last play. I mean, it looked like a good play and working, but the defense managed to, you know, contain them and not let them get outside. And defense has some speed there, and they were able to get to the outside quicker than he was and make a play on that.
I'm surprised he didn't turn the corner earlier, try and get some positive yardage, because the longer you run east-west rather than north-south, that's
right.
where you run into problems.
That is when you run the problems. You would have thought that he would have put his foot in the ground and turned upfield, but he didn't. He tried to continue to stretch it and wasn't able to get to the outside.
Okay, what looks to be the final play of the quarter. So we're coming down on 12 seconds and counting. 3rd and long, and a quick pass into the middle of the line. It's not going to really net for anything. So no gain on that play, and that runs the clock to 3-quarter time. One more quarter to go in Atlantic City. After 3, it's Atlantic City leading Rancocas Valley 33-7. We'll break here and go with the final quarter of this night right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, back here in Atlantic City, here at Dolphin Field. I'm Tom Wilkins with Joey Pagan, Howard Gabor on the controls here as we begin the final quarter of play. And Atlantic City in command of this one. We'll see what Rancocas does here on 4th and 15 from the 45-yard line. We switch sides and back the pass with a little room. Thinking about running up the middle, but the play just went too slow. And the quarterback gets knocked down, and Rancocas ends up turning the ball over on down, so it will be Atlantic City ball once again. Just a little bit of a tough day since the hot start for the Chiefs.
Yeah, they came out fired up, with that one play, and then after that, that was it. Nothing else. Like I said, one big play with the running back that was called back, but other than that, they've been pretty quiet, and the defense for the Dolphins has been pretty good today, also all over the ball. So it's just tough today for the Chiefs.
Okay, so it is 1st and 10 as Atlantic City gets the ball on downs after stopping Rancocas. They will have the ball, what looks to be at about the 42-yard line. And they played a very good game. Of course, the very hot start has allowed them to pretty much be comfortable the rest of the way. But now we have a timeout. And Atlantic City calls it. So while we break here, we're down to 7:44 left in this one. 33-7 Atlantic City. We'll come back in just a moment. Okay, following the timeout, Atlantic City with 1st and 10 for their own 42-yard line. They're going to line up in a 2-receiver set. Now they hand off with a big hole and a 1st down, a lot more. Crossing the 40, the 30. Can he turn the corner?
Nope.
I think he got pushed out of bounds. We'll see where they spot it.
See a referee?
Of course, from our vantage point, it's always difficult to get that part of the field, but I believe that was Naveen Scruggs.
Yeah, good run by him. He managed to get off tackle and then bounce it to the outside and take it down the sideline, but the defense was able to get a good angle and push him out of bounds. They marked the ball on, I think it's on the 15.
Yeah, they're in the red zone. That was a 43-yard pickup by Scruggs.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that usually I'm watching through the press box, but today, that for some reason, Joey, I thought was pointing at a player that I may have missed, but I'm going to leave it alone. So
yeah,
it's 1st and 10 from the 15 for Atlantic City. And once again, Jasir Reynolds will pitch it out. Oh, he got flattened and then loses the football, goes to another Atlantic City player who also gets flattened. It was recovered by Tahir Davenport, ends up losing 5 on the play and forces a 2nd and 15 situation.
Right, that was good. I mean, good play by the defense. Still fighting down 33-7, but not giving up. Making a big play out here, almost causing a turnover. So, that was pretty good. If they can turn the ball over here, yeah, maybe you can still do something with it. Get a point or two. To get out of here and go home with a little more.
All right, well, under center with 2 receivers and an I format split left. They'll hand it off up the middle, gets about the 15, maybe the 13. So a gain of 7 that time for number 7, Salim Jones. And, of course, there's a 3rd and 7 coming up.
Good run by Salim Jones again on, just going off tackle, keeping the shoulder squares, holding the ball nice, high and tight, running well, and picking up a few yards, that they lost. He didn't get them all back, but they got something. So, once again, moving the clock, not allowing the clock to stop, which is great for them.
Well, it's 3rd and 8 from the 13-yard line. We're already a little more than halfway through this final quarter. Again, 2 receivers on the left this time. Reynolds will wait to snap. Play fakes, rolling, looking. He's going to lob one. It is a little bit wide, incomplete. They tried to get the back corner of the end zone. They intended it, I believe, for Naveen Scruggs, but it was just a little bit wide, and it forces a 4th down.
He had the receiver in the back of the end zone. He just wasn't able to connect with him, So I just thought maybe he should have just continued running with the ball. But, not a bad idea to throw the ball and see what you can do, But now it's 4th down, and, still can get a 1st down here. So you can see what they call here, whether they go straight into the end zone or do they just try to get the 1st down or just try to run the clock.
Well, they are running the clock down. We're going to be about 4 minutes till time here. It is going to be 4th and 8 from the 13-yard line. We'll see if maybe Atlantic City might try a trick play that they haven't even quite worked on yet, but you're up 26 points. You might as well give it a shot and see what happens.
Yeah. This time it's the time where you work on certain things that you haven't worked on that maybe you're looking to see and take the opportunity to work on it, not too much worried about the score. So, we can see what they come up with here.
Again, 2 receivers. Reynolds looking over the defense, getting ready for the snap, takes it. He play faked, and he decided to run it himself, slips out of a tackle. He's running to the 10, cuts to the 5, and he scores. How do you like that?
Not bad. Great
Jasir
job.
Reynolds gets on the board with a 13-yard touchdown run on 4th and 8. That extends the lead for Atlantic City, so he's got a touchdown run and 2 touchdown passes to go with that. May not have been his, shall we say, his best game, but he's gotten the job done, especially against this defense.
He has. I mean, the defense was there. They had him, but they couldn't just bring him down. And, it was something else. I thought for sure that they had him, locked up there, and but they weren't able to bring him down.
So they will go for the conversion here on this after this 4th down play. And tell you what. These the last 2 games Atlantic City has played, they have been ultra impressive. There's no question about it.
Yeah, these last 2 age groups have been really impressive. They seem to have been a little more well coached than the younger groups. But once again, it's the level, the age level, the talent level is different. So It's not a bad thing.
And what you learn. Here's a
Right.
handoff up the middle for an easy conversion there. And this time, that's Mahir Harris Garrison who gets the extra point on the ground. So it's now 40-7 in favor of Atlantic City. Now, don't forget, next week on Saturday, HSG Network will be back with more TCUFL football as will be at Kingsway as they take on Vineland. And that, I think, is the last one for the regular season. So should be a lot of fun there as you take a look at the neighborhood here outside of the Dolphin Field. People wrapping up this full day of football, and it's been a fun day. We've had some good competition, especially a 10-under game, which was really fantastic. But now it's a matter of wrapping things up. And Joey, from this perspective, what can you describe about this overall day of football?
Well, the overall day has been a good game. I mean, good week, good days of football. Once again, you had one game was a little bit lopsided. This one also, but the two in between were really good. Where we came down to one possession, one last play going into the end zone, where possibly could have tied the game up or even won it for the other team, and they weren't able to pull that off.
You know
So,
what? And they called it. That's it. Atlantic City officially the winner, 40-7 over Rancocas. So trying to figure out who we get our MVP here for this game. All right, we'll bring him up here. Let's take a quick break. We'll get him up here and get a quick interview on him right after this. All right, my friends, we're about to wrap up this night here as we're seeing everyone filming Jasir Reynolds, our MVP for the 14-under game for Atlantic City. An impressive 40-7 win over Rancocas Valley. One rushing touchdown at the end, but two touchdowns as well. You guys seem prepared, don't you think?
Yeah.
What was the difference in today's game?
It was like our line was blocking. They learned a lot, like more stuff.
Well, you have to also consider the Rancocas Valley and the size of their line, too. I mean, was that a concern going in, or did you feel like you were going to be able to take them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what do you think the difference in this game was?
Like it was easy.
What do you mean by easy?
Like I knew we was gonna beat them by like 40.
Well, I don't I don't know if I'd say that, but the thing I would say too is I was very impressed by how your offensive stars came through with the game.
Yeah, for sure.
So and your ability, I mean, what do you like most about this game? And how long have you played?
I've been playing all my life. Like yeah, and I like contact a lot, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, that's true, especially you grow into the high school level. Do you plan on playing for your local high school or a private high school, whatever you have?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, what position would you expect to play when you get to that level, or do you have a favorite position?
Yeah, I got a favorite position. It's wide receiver.
You would prefer a wide receiver. I've known quarterbacks to become special receivers in the past. So.
Or a running back.
Well, hey, as they say, you work your body out and it all comes out well. Got a favorite team?
Like NFL team?
Yeah.
Nah.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Any player you look up to?
Oh yeah, Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, you're the second one to say Odell Beckham, and obviously we don't know where he is now. But in Baltimore maybe, but I don't know. But definitely a great receiver. Hey, you want to say hi to anyone before we head out of here?
Nah.
Oh, come on. You got your parents. By the way, here is a golden ticket for a Vegas Invitational that you can definitely check out come next year. Why don't we show this side here? We'll show that's the ticket there that a few of the other players have received today. So obviously with our congratulations on it. So definitely check it out, as they say. But obviously you still got a week to go. So congratulations on your performance today and all the best to you and good health the remainder of the year.
Thank you.
That is Jasir Reynolds, a rushing score and 2 passing touchdowns as Atlantic City defeats Rancocas Valley by a score of 40-7 as we wrap things up here from Atlantic City. For Joey Pagan, Howard Gaber, I'm Tom Wilkins. Thanks for joining us for TCUFL Football, and have yourself